The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck, Mary Shelley, Jive Fils d'Angleterre, Richard Duke Nom, K. Long de Soitenteur, Estinct et consommé, Endure grand souffrance, et par nobles exploits, Vivre en bonne espérance, Destroy des Anglois, Old French Chronicle, Preface. The story of Perkin Warbeck was first suggested to me as a subject for historical detail. On studying it, I became aware of the romance which his story contains, while, at the same time, I felt that it would be impossible for any narration that should be confined to the incorporation of facts related by our old chronicle to do it justice. It is not singular that I should entertain a belief that Perkin was, in reality, the lost Duke of York. For, in spite of Hume, and the later historians who have followed in his path, no person who has at all studied the subject but arrives at the same conclusion. Records exist in the Tower, some well known, others with which those who have access to those interesting papers are alone acquainted, which put the question almost beyond a doubt. This is not the place for a discussion of the question. The principal thing that I should wish to be impressed on my reader's mind is, that whether my hero was or was not an impostor, he was believed to be the true man by his contemporaries. The partial pages of Bacon, of Hall, and Holinshed and others of that date, are replete with proofs of this fact. There are some curious letters, written by Sir John Ramsay, Laird of Balmain, calling himself Lord Bothwell, addressed to Henry VII himself, which, though written by a spy and hireling of that monarch, tend to confirm my belief, and even demonstrate that in his eagerness to get rid of a formidable competitor, Henry did not hesitate to urge midnight assassination. These letters are printed in the appendix to Pinkerton's History of Scotland. The verses which form the motto to these volumes are part of a rhythmical chronicle, written by two subjects of Burgundy, who lived in those days. It is entitled Recollection des Merveilles, Advenues en Nostre Temps, commencé par très élégant orateur, Messire Georges Chastelin, et continué par Maître Jean Molinet. In addition to the unwilling suffrage of his enemies, we may adduce the acts of his friends and allies. Human nature in its leading features is the same in all ages. James IV of Scotland was a man of great talent and discernment. He was proud, attached, as a Scot, to the prejudices of birth, of punctilious honour. No one can believe that he would have bestowed his near kinswoman, nor have induced the Earl of Huntly to give his daughter in marriage, to one who did not bear evident signs of being of royal blood. The various adventures of this unfortunate prince in many countries, and his alliance with a beautiful and high-born woman, who proved a faithful, loving wife to him, take away the sting from the ignominy which might attach itself to his fate, and make him, we venture to believe, in spite of the contumely later historians have chosen, in the most arbitrary way, to heap upon him, a fitting object of interest, a hero to ennoble the pages of a humble tale. Part 1, Chapter 1. He seemed breathless, heartless, faint and wan, and all his armor sprinkled was with blood, and soiled with dirty gore, that no man can discern the hue thereof. He never stood, but bent his hasty course towards the idle flood. Spencer. After a long series of civil dissension, after many battles, whose issue involved the fate of thousands, after the destruction of nearly all the English nobility in the contest between the two Roses, the decisive battle of Bosworth Field was fought on the 22d of August, 1415, whose result was to entwine, as it was called, the white and red symbols of rivalship, and to restore peace to this unhappy country. The day had been sunny and warm, as the evening closed in a west wind rose, bringing along troops of fleecy clouds, golden at sunset, and then dun and grey, veiling with pervious network the many stars. 3 horsemen at this hour passed through the open country between Hinckley and Welford in Leicestershire. It was broad day when they descended from the elevation on which the former stands, and the villagers crowded to gaze upon the fugitives, and to guess, from the ensigns they bore, to which party they belonged, while the warders from the near castle hastened out to stop them, thus to curry favour with the conqueror, a design wholly baffled. The good steeds of the knights, for such their golden spurs attested them to be, bore them fast and far along the Roman road, which still exists in those parts to shame our modern builders. It was dusk when, turning from the direct route to avoid entering Welford, they reached a ford of the Avon. Hitherto silence had prevailed with the party, for until now their anxiety to fly had solely occupied their thoughts. Their appearance spoke of war, nay, of slaughter. Their cloaks were stained and torn, their armor was disjointed, and parts of it were wanting, yet these losses were so arbitrary, that it was plain that the pieces had been hacked from their fastenings. The helm of the foremost was deprived of its crest, another wore the bonnet of a common soldier, which ill accorded with the rest of his accoutrements, while the third, bareheaded, his hair falling on his shoulders, lank and matted from heat and exercise, gave more visible tokens of the haste of flight. As the night grew darker, one of them, and then another, seemed willing to relax somewhat in their endeavors. One alone continued, with unmitigated energy, to keep his horse at the same pace they had all maintained during the broad light of day. When they reached the ford, the silence was broken by the hindmost horseman. He spoke in a petulant voice, saying another half-mile at this pace, and poor Fleur-de-Luce founders, if you will not slacken your speed, here we part, my friends. God save you till we meet again. Evil betide the hour that separates us, brother, said the second fugitive, reining in. Our cause, our peril, our fate shall be the same. You, my good lord, will consult your own safety. The third cavalier had already entered the stream. He made a dead halt while his friends spoke, and then replied: Let us name some rendezvous where, if we escape, we may again meet. I go on an errand of life and death. My success is doubtful, my danger certain. If I succeed in evading it, where shall I rejoin you? Though the event of this day has been fatal to the king, answered the other, our fortunes are not decided. I propose taking refuge in some sanctuary, till we perceive how far the Earl of Richmond is inclined to mercy. I knew the Earl when a mere youth, Sir Humphrey Stafford, said the foremost rider, and heard more of him when I visited Brittany, at the time of King Louis's death, 2 years ago. When mercy knocks at his heart, suspicion and avarice give her a rough reception. We must fly beyond sea, unless we can make further stand. More of this when we meet again. Where shall that be? I have many friends near Colchester, replied the elder Stafford, and St. Mary boasts an asylum the which a crowned head would not dare violate. Thence, if all else fail, we can pass with ease to the Low Countries. In sanctuary at Colchester I will not fail you. God bless and preserve you the while. The noble, as he said these words, put spurs to his horse, and without looking back crossed the stream, and turning on the skirts of a copse was soon out of sight of his companions. He rode all night, cheering his steed with hand and voice, looking angrily at the early dawning east, which soon cast from her cloudless brow the dimness of night. Yet the morning air was grateful to his heated cheeks. It was a perfect summer's morn. The wheat, golden from ripeness, swayed gracefully to the light breeze, the slender oats shook their small bells in the air with ceaseless motion, the birds twittering, alighted from the full-leaved trees, scattering dewdrops from the branches. With the earliest dawn the cavalier entered a forest, traversing its depths with the hesitation of one unacquainted with the country, and looked frequently at the sky, to be directed by the position of the glowing east. A path more worn than the one he had hitherto followed now presented itself, leading into the heart of the wood. He hesitated for a few seconds, and then, with a word of cheer to his horse, pursued his way into the embowering thicket. After a short space the path narrowed, the meeting branches of the trees impeded him, and the sudden angle it made from the course he wished to follow served to perplex him still further, but as he vented his impatience by hearty Catholic exclamations, a little tinkling bell spoke of a chapel near, and of the early rising of the priest to perform the matin service at its altar. The horse of the fugitive, a noble war steed, had long flagged, and hunger gnawed at the rider's own heart, for he had not tasted food since the morning of the previous day. These sounds, therefore, heard in so fearless a seclusion, bore with them pleasant tidings of refreshment and repose. He crossed himself in thankfulness, then throwing himself from his horse, and such change was soothing to his stiffened limbs, he led him through the opening glade to where a humble chapel and a near adjoining hut stood in the bosom of the thicket, emblems of peace and security. The cavalier tied his horse to a tree, and entered the chapel. A venerable priest was reading the matin service. One old woman composed his congregation, and she was diligently employed telling her beads. The bright rays of the newly risen sun streamed through the eastern window, casting the checkered shadow of its lattice work on the opposite wall. The chapel was small and rustic, but it was kept exquisitely clean. The sacred appurtenances of the altar also were richer than was usual, and each shrine was decked with clusters of flowers, chiefly composed of white roses. No high praise, indeed, was due to the rude picture of the Virgin of the Annunciation, or of the announcing angel, a representation of whom formed the altarpiece, but in barbaric England, in those days, piety stood in place of taste, and that which represented Our Lady received honor, however unworthy it might be of the inspiress of Raphael or Correggio. The cavalier took his disornamented casque from his head, placed it on the ground, and knelt reverentially on the bare earth. He had lately escaped from battle and slaughter, and he surely thought that he had a special motive for thanksgiving, so that if his lips uttered a mere soldier's Ave, still it had the merit of fervor and sincerity. Had he been less occupied by his own feelings, he might have remarked the many glances the priest cast on him, who dishonored his learning and piety by frequent mistakes of language, as his thoughts wandered from his breviary, to observe with deep attention his unexpected visitor. At length the service ended, the old dame rose from her knees, and satisfied her curiosity which she had excited by many a look askance, by a full and long gaze on the cavalier. His hewn armor, torn cloak, and, unseemly for the sacred spot, the dread stains on his garments and hands were all minutely scanned. Nor did his personal appearance escape remark. His stature was tall, his person well knit, showing him to be a man of about 30 years of age. His features were finely molded, his grey eyes full of fire, his step had the dignity of rank, and his look expressed chivalrous courage and frankness. The good woman had not been long engaged in surveying the stranger, when her pastor beckoned her to retire, and himself advanced, replying to the soldier's salute with a benedicite, and then hastily inquiring if he came from the field. "Even so, father," said the cavalier, "I come from the field of the bloody harvest." "Has any intelligence of it travelled hither so speedily? If so, I must have wandered from the right road, and am not so far on my journey as I hoped. I have only heard that a battle was expected," said the priest, "and your appearance tells me that it is over. The fortunes, nay, perhaps the life, of a dear friend are involved in its issue, and I fear that it is adverse for you fly from pursuit, and methinks, though stained with dust and blood, that emblem on your breast is the white rose." The warrior looked on the old man, whose dignity and language were at variance with his lowly destination. He looked partly in wonder, and partly to assure himself of his questioner's sincerity. "You are weary, Sir Knight," added the monk, whose experienced eyes had glanced to the golden spurs of his visitant. "Come to my hermitage, that to partake of such refreshment as I can bestow. When your repast is ended, I will, by confidence on my part, merit yours." This invitation was that of worldly courtesy, rather than the rustic welcome of a recluse monk. The cavalier thanked him cordially, adding, that he must first provide food and water for his horse, and that afterwards he would gratefully accept his host's invitation. The old man entered with the spirit of a soldier into his guest's anxiety for his steed, and assisted in purveying to its wants, ingratiating himself meanwhile with its master, by discovering and praising scientifically its points of beauty. The poor animal showed tokens of over-fatigue, yet still he did not refuse his food, and the cavalier marked with joy that his eye grew brighter and his knees firmer after feeding. They then entered the cottage, and the soldier's eye was attracted from more sacred emblems by a sword which was suspended over a picture of the Virgin colon "You belong to our chivalry," he exclaimed, while his countenance lighted up with joyful recognition. "Now I belong to the holy order whose badge I wear," the monk replied, pointing to his Benedictine dress. "In former days I followed a brave leader to the field, and, in his service, incurred such guilt, as I now try to expiate by fasting and prayer." The monk's features were convulsed by agitation as he spoke, then crossing his arms on his breast, he was absorbed in thought for a few moments, after which he raised his head and resumed the calm and even serene look that characterized him. "Sir Knight," said he, motioning to the table now spread for the repast, "I have but poor fare to offer, but a soldier will not disdain its meagerness. My wine I may praise, as being the produce of a generous vintage. I have kept it sealed, to open it on occasions like the present, and rejoice that your strength will be recruited by it. Bread, fruits, cheese, and a flagon of the wine, which merited the giver's eulogium, composed the fugitive's breakfast, whose fatigue required cordial and repose. As he was occupied by his repast, his host eyed him with evident agitation, eager yet fearful to question him on the subject of the battle. At length he again asked, "You come from the field on which the forces of the King and of the Earl of Richmond met?" "I do." "You fought for the White Rose, and you fly?" "I fought for the White Rose till it was struck to the ground. The King has fallen with his chief nobility around him. Few Yorkists remain to mourn the success of the Lancastrians." Deep grief clouded the old man's countenance, but accustomed to subdue his feelings, as one on whom, being stricken by an overwhelming misery, all subsequent disasters fall blunted, he continued with greater calmness, "Pardon me, noble gentleman, if I appear to ask an indiscreet question. You are of lordly bearing, and probably filled a place near the royal person. Did you hear, on the night before last, aught of the arrival of a stranger youth at the king's tent?" The knight eyed the old man with a quick glance, asking, in his turn, "Are you, then, the foster father of King Richard's son?" "Did you see my boy?" cried the priest. "Did his father acknowledge him? Where is he now? Did he enter the ranks to sight and fall for his parent?" "On the night of which you speak," said the stranger, Evading the immediate question, the king placed his son's hand in mine, as I vowed to protect and guard him if ill befell our party, as it has befallen. Surely some presentiment of evil haunted the king's mind. I do believe it, for his manner was solemn and affecting. He bade the youth remember that he was a Plantagenet, and spoke proudly of the lineage from which he sprung. The young esquire listened intently, looking at his father with such an ingenuous and thoughtful expression, that he won my heart to love him. Now bless thee, Sir Knight, whoever thou art, for this praise of my poor Edmund. I pray you, hasten to tell me what more passed. The cavalier continued his account, but his manner was serious, as if the conclusion of his tale would afflict his auditor. He related how, on quitting the royal tent, he had led Edmund Plantagenet to his own, that to converse with him a while, the better to learn whether his bearing and speech showed promise of future merit. King Richard had enjoined his son to return to his seclusion early on the following morning, but as soon as he entered his conductor's tent, he knelt to him and asked a boon, while tears gathered in his eyes, and his voice was broken by the fervor of his desire. The noble was moved by his entreaties, and promised to grant his request, if it did not militate against his honor and allegiance. It is for honor that I speak, said Plantagenet. I am older in years than in seeming, for already I number 20 summers, and spite of my boyish look I am familiar with martial exercises, and the glorious promise of war. Let me draw my sword for my father tomorrow. Let me, at your side, prove myself a worthy descendant of the conquerors of France, who will fight for King Richard with greater courage, fidelity, and devotion, than his acknowledged and duteous son. The cavalier yielded to his noble yearnings. Clothed in armor he entered the ranks, and hovered a protecting angel near his parent during the bloody contest. And now, as his venerable guardian watched with trembling eagerness the countenance of his guest while he told his tale, and the stranger, with bitter regret, was about to relate that he had seen Plantagenet felled to the ground by a battle-axe, quick steps, and then a knocking, was heard at the cottage door. The stranger started on his feet, and put his hand upon his sword, but a bright smile illuminated the monk's face, as the very youth of whom they spoke, Edmund Plantagenet, rushed into the apartment. His soiled garments and heated brow spoke of travel and fatigue, while his countenance wore an expression of wildness and even of horror. He started when he saw the stranger, but quickly recognized him as his new friend. Thank God, he cried, that you, my dear lord, have not fallen into the hands of the sacrilegious usurper. It is my father's spirit that has saved you for his son's sake, that I may not be utterly abandoned and an orphan. With milder accost he bent his knee to his holy guardian, and then turned to answer the cavalier's questions of how he had escaped death from the blow he had received, and what new events had occurred since he had quitted the field early on the preceding day. While the monk chid him for his disobedience to his father's commands, in having mingled with the fray. The eyes of Plantagenet flashed fire at this reproach. Could I know that my father's crown and life, he exclaimed impetuously, depended on the combat, and not bring to his aid my weak arm? God of heaven! Had there been 500 true as I, we might all have fallen round him. But never, never, should I have seen the sight which last night I saw, nor heard the sounds I last night heard. The youth covered his face with his hands, and the boiling tears trickled between his fingers. Tell me, cried the noble, what has happened? And swiftly tell me, for I loiter here too long. Almost suffocated by emotion, Plantagenet related, that when he recovered from the trance into which the fearful blow he had received had thrown him, the Earl's camp followers were busy among the slain, and that he had seen the body of King Richard of his father thrown half-naked across a mule, thus to be borne to be exposed to the public gaze and mockery in Leicester, where, but the day before, he had ridden with the royal crown on his head, the acknowledged sovereign of England. And that crown, base ill-buttered bauble, having been found in the tent by Lord Stanley, he had brought and placed on Richmond's head, while the soldiers, with one acclaim, hailed him Henry VII, King of England. The last words more than the others, for the death of his royal master was already known to him, moved the knight. Is this the end of our hopes? He cried, am I then too late? Farewell, my friends. Plantagenet, I shall never forget my oath to the king. I shall become, I fear, an outcast and a soldier of fortune, even if I escape worse fate, but claim when you will, and it shall be yours, whatever protection I can afford you. Yield then, Lord Lovell, said the youth, to my first request. You are in peril, let me share it. Permit me to accompany you. If you refuse, my plan is already formed. I repair to the Earl of Lincoln, whom King Richard named his successor, and offer myself as a soldier in his attempt to discrown the usurping Henry, and to raise again the White Rose to its rightful supremacy. To the Earl of Lincoln, the successor of Richard, to him you would repair? It is well, come with me now, and I will present you to that nobleman. If your foster father consents, bid adieu to this seclusion for a time, and accompany me to London, to new contests, to the combat of right against might, to success and honor, or to defeat and death." The sun had risen high when, having taken leave of the venerable monk, who would not oppose his pupil's gallant spirit of enterprise, Lord Lovell and young Plantagenet threaded the forest paths, which, by a safer and a shorter route than the highway, took them on their road to London. For a time they led their horses with difficulty through the entangled thicket, when at last reaching the open road, they mounted, and Lord Lovell, who was desirous of estimating the abilities and disposition of his companion, entered into conversation with him. They first conversed on the sad changes which were the work of the eventful day of battle. Afterwards the cavalier and led Edmund to speak of himself, his early life, his acquirements, and his hopes. When Plantagenet was but 10 years old his mother died, and her last request to the father of her boy, founded on a deep knowledge of the world, was, that her son might be educated far from the court, nor be drawn from the occupations and happier scenes of private life, to become a hanger-on of princes and nobles. There was a man, a gentleman and a knight, who had been a partisan of the White Rose, and who had fought and bled for it in various battles between the Duke of York and Henry VI. In one of these, the misery of the times, and horrible consequences of civil dissension, caused him unwittingly to lift his armed hand against his twin brother, nor did he discover the mistake till, with his dying voice, that brother called on him to assist him against his slayer. A life of seclusion, penance, and prayer, alone blunted his sense of remorse, and quitting the world, he retired to a monastery, where after due novitiate he took vows, and then shrinking from commerce with his kind, followed by visions that spoke for ever to him of his unnatural crime, he retreated to the forest of Leicestershire, to dwell alone with his grief and his repentance. His retreat was known to many of his friends, and chance had brought the Duke of Gloucester at one time to visit him, when the ancient warrior rejoiced with enthusiasm at the exaltation of the party to which he was attached. The death of the mother of Edmund had the effect of softening the Duke's heart, of making for a short interval worldly cares and objects distasteful to him, and of filling him with a desire of seclusion and peace. If he was unable to enjoy these himself, he resolved that at least his child should not be drawn by him into the thorny path of rivalship and ambition. His mother's last injunction strengthened this feeling, and the Duke, visiting again the hermit of the wood, induced him to take charge of Edmund, and bringing him up in ignorance of his real parentage, to bestow such education on him as would enable him to fill with reputation an honourable, if not a distinguished station in society. This order of things was not changed by Richard's exaltation to the crown. On the contrary, the dangers he incurred from his usurpation, made him yet more anxious to secure a peaceful existence for his offspring. When, however, his legitimate son, whom he had created Prince of Wales, died, paternal affection awoke strong in his heart, and he could not resist his desire of seeing Edmund, a memorable visit for the priest-bred nursling of the forest. It gave him a link with society with which before he had felt no connection. His imagination and curiosity were highly excited. His revered friend, yielding to his eager demands, was easily enticed to recur to the past scenes of an eventful life. The commencement of the Wars of the Two Roses, and their dreadful results, furnished inexhaustible topics of discourse. Plantagenet listened with breathless interest, although it was not till the eve of the Battle of Bosworth, that he knew how indissolubly his own fortunes were linked with those of the House of York. The events of the few last days had given him a new existence. For the first time, feeling was the parent of action, and a foregoing event drove him on to the one subsequent. He was excited to meditate on 1,000 schemes, while the unknown future inspired him with an awe that thrilled his young heart with mingled pain and pleasure. He uttered his sentiments with the ingenuousness of one who had never been accustomed to converse with any but a friend, and as he spoke, his dark and thoughtful eyes beamed with a tempered fire, that showed him capable of deep enthusiasm, though utter want of knowledge of the world must make him rather a follower than a leader. They rode on meanwhile, the noble cavalier and gentle squire indulging in short repose. The intense fatigue Edmund at first endured, seemed to be subdued by the necessity of its continuance, nor did it prevent him from conversing with Lord Lovell. He was anxious thoroughly to understand the immediate grounds of the Earl of Richmond's invasion, and to ascertain the relative position of the remaining chiefs of the White Rose, where, he asked, are Edward IV's children. The elder of these, Lord Lovell replied, the Lady Elizabeth, is, by direction of her uncle, at Sheriff Hutton, in Yorkshire, and were the princes Edward, who was proclaimed king, and his younger brother. They were long imprisoned in the Tower. Young Edward died more than a year ago, and the Duke of York, he is supposed to have died also. They were both sickly boys. Lord Lovell said these words in a grave voice, and suspicion would have been instilled into any but the unsuspecting Edmund, of some covert meaning. After a short pause, he continued: The question of the succession stands thus. Your father, the Duke of Gloucester, threw the stigma of illegitimacy on King Edward's children, and thus took from them their right of inheriting the crown. The attainder of the Duke of Clarence was considered reason sufficient why his children should be excluded from the throne, and their uncle in consequence became, by right of birth, King of England. His son he created Prince of Wales. We submitted, for a child like Edward V could scarcely be supported against an experienced warrior, a man of talent, a sage and just king, but at the expense of much blood. The wounds inflicted by the opposing houses of York and Lancaster were yet, as the late successful rebellion proves, unhealed, and had the Yorkists contended among themselves, they would yet sooner have lost the supremacy they so hardly acquired. Richard therefore received oaths of allegiance. When his son died, the question of who was the heir to the crown became agitated, and the king at first declared the Earl of Warwick, the son of the Duke of Clarence, to be his successor. It was a dangerous step, and the imprudent friends of the young earl made it more so to name him to succeed, who, if he were permitted at any time to wear the crown, might claim precedence of him who possessed it. Poor Warwick paid the penalty of youth and presumption. He is now a prisoner at Sheriff Hutton, and John de la Pole, Earl of Lincoln, son of Richard's sister, and by the removal of the children of his elder brothers, his heir by law, was nominated to succeed his uncle. I am now proceeding to him. I am ignorant of the conduct he will pursue, whether he will make head against this Lancastrian king, or Lincoln is a noble cavalier, a man whom bright honor clothes. He is brave, generous, and good. I shall guide myself by his counsels and resolves, and you, it appears, will follow my example. After a pause, Lord Lovell continued: After the death or disappearance of his princely nephews, the king, wishing to confirm his title, was ready to take the stigma thrown on their birth from his brother's daughters, and to marry his niece, the Lady Elizabeth. Her mother at first resisted, but the prospect of seeing her children restored to their rights, and herself to her lost dignity, overcame her objections, and the princess yielded a willing consent. Meanwhile the Yorkists, who joined the Earl of Richmond, extorted from him a vow that he would make King Edward's daughter his queen, and even the Lancastrians, thinking thus to secure a king of their own, are eager for this union, yet the Earl hates us all so cordially that he was hardly brought to consent. Should he, now that he has declared himself king, evade his promise, the children of Elizabeth Woodville will suffer the stain of illegitimacy, but if the marriage has place, and this unhappy race is restored to their honors and rights, our self-named sovereign may find that his own hands have dug the pit into which he will fall. A long silence succeeded to these explanations. The last expression used by Lovell inspired Edmund with wonder and curiosity, but the noble, pressing his horse to a swifter pace, did not hear his observations, or hearing them, replied only by saying, 3 hours good riding will bring us to London. Courage, Plantagenet. Slacken not your speed, my good boy, soft ease will follow this hard labour. The young moon in its first quarter was near its setting when they arrived at London. They approached from Edgware, without entering the town. They skirted its northern extremity, till Lord Lovell, checking his horse, remarked to his companion, that he judged it fitting to delay approaching the residence of the Earl of Lincoln, until the setting of the moon and subsequent darkness secured them from observation. Chapter 2. Yes, my good lord, it doth contain a king. King Richard lies, within the limits of yew lime and stone. Shakespeare. The Earl of Lincoln, declared by Richard III, heir to the crown, did not join the royal forces, nor appear at the Battle of Bosworth. This distinguished prince was a man of singular abilities and strength of mind, which chivalrous generosity adorned with a lustre superior even to that which he derived from his high rank. Lord Lovell was possessed of knightly courage, untarnished honor, and gentlemanly accomplishment. To these military and graceful qualities Lincoln added the wisdom of a statesman, and the moral energy resulting from inflexible principle. He felt himself responsible to mankind and to all posterity for his actions. He was brave, that was a virtue of the times. But he was just, in a comprehensive sense of the word, and that exalted him above them. His manly features did not so much wear the stamp of beauty, though, like all the offspring of the House of York, he was handsome, as of the best quality of man, a perception of right, and resolution to achieve that right. Lord Lincoln disapproved decidedly of the usurpation of his uncle, Richard III, over the children of Edward IV. He allowed that the evidence was strong in favor of that king's former marriage, and their consequent illegitimacy, but he said, that Elizabeth Woodville had so long been held Queen of England, and her children heirs to the crown, that it was impossible to eradicate the belief of the English people, that their allegiance was due to him who had been proclaimed even by his uncle, Edward V. Even if they were put aside, that attainder passed against the Duke of Clarence was an insufficient reason to deprive his son of his lawful inheritance. He saw England wasted, and her nobility extirpated by civil contest, and he perceived the seeds of future strife in the assumption of the crown by the Duke of Gloucester. When the son of Richard III died, and the Earl of Warwick was named his successor, the superior right of the nephew before the reigning uncle became so eminent a subject of discussion, that the king was obliged to recall his declaration, and to confine the young prince in a castle in Yorkshire. The Earl of Lincoln, then 27 years of age, was next named. He remonstrated with his uncle privately, but fear of dividing the House of York against itself, and a disdain to make common cause with the Dowager Queen's relations, made him outwardly submit, but his plan was formed, and secretly all his efforts tended towards the restoring the children of Edward to their paternal rights. The boys were sickly. Edward V, irritated by the extinction of the hopes which the intrigues of his mother had kept alive in his breast, wasted by imprisonment in the Tower, and brooking with untamed pride the change from a regal to a private station, pined and died. Richard, Duke of York, was between 10 and 11, a sprightly ingenuous boy, whose lively spirit wore out his frame, and this, added to confinement and attention to his dying brother, brought him also near the grave. It was on the death of Edward that the Earl of Lincoln visited the Tower, and saw young Richard. The accounts given by the attendants of his more than a child's devotion to his brother, his replies full of sportive fancy, his beauty, though his cheek was faded and his person grown thin, moved the generous noble to deep compassion. He ventured, under the strong influence of this feeling, to remonstrate warmly with his royal uncle, reproaching him with needless cruelty, and telling him how in fact, though not in appearance, he was the murderer of his nephews, and would be so held by all mankind. Richard's ambition was satisfied by the success of his measures to obtain the crown, but his fears were awake. The Duke of Buckingham was in arms against him. The Queen and her surviving relatives were perpetually employed in exciting discontents in the kingdom. Richard feared that if they obtained the person of his nephew, he would be turned into an engine for his overthrow, while to obtain possession of him was the constant aim of their endeavors. He earnestly desired to reconcile himself to the Queen, and to draw her from the sanctuary in which she had immured herself. She refused all his offers, unless her son was first placed in her hands. His head, ripe with state plots, now conceived a scheme. He consented that Lincoln should take the Duke of York under his charge, if he would first engage to keep his removal from the Tower, and even his existence, a secret from his enemies. Lincoln made the required promise. The young prince was conveyed to a country seat belonging to the Earl, and Richard, in furtherance of his plan, caused a rumor to go abroad that he also was dead. No one knew with whom this report originated. When, to assure themselves, various nobles visited the Tower, the boy was no longer there. The Queen gave credit to the tale. At this moment, Richard set on foot a negotiation of marriage with the eldest daughter of Edward IV, the Lady Elizabeth. The partisans of the Earl of Richmond sought to ensure the success of his enterprise by the same means, and while little Richard grew in health and happiness in his country retreat, his own nearest and the most attached relatives were giving away his inheritance. His uncle unwittingly laid the foundation stone of the reputation of cruelty and murder ever after affixed to him, and his mother, endeavoring to exalt her daughter, and to restore herself to her lost station in the kingdom, sealed the fatal decree that first deprived her son of his rights, and afterwards of his life. On the evening that Lord Lovell and Edmund Plantagenet entered London, the Earl of Lincoln remained waiting intelligence from the field, in a palace he inhabited not far from Tottenham Court, a secluded habitation, surrounded by a garden and a high wall. This was an irksome situation for a warrior, for though his uncle loved, he distrusted him. His projected marriage with the Lady Elizabeth would probably cause him again to be father of an heir to the crown, and knowing that Lincoln possessed, in the young Duke of York, a dangerous rival, he refused to allow him to take up arms against Richmond. Lord Lincoln was alone, pacing his large and vaulted hall in deep and anxious meditation. He, who with conscience for his rule, takes, or endeavors to take, the reins of fate into his own hands, must experience frequent misgivings, and often feel that he wheels near the edge of a giddy precipice, down which the tameless steeds he strives to govern, may, in an instant, hurl him and all dependent upon his guidance. The simple feeling of compassion, arising from the seeing childhood lose its buoyancy in undue confinement, had first led the princely noble to take charge of his young cousin. Afterwards, when he beheld the boy grow in health and years, developing the while extraordinary quickness of intellect, and a sweet ingenuous disposition, he began to reflect on the station he held, his rights and his injuries, and then the design was originated on which he was now called to act. If Richard gained the day, all would stand as before. Should he be defeated in that second sense, that feeling of coming events, which is one of the commonest, though the least acknowledged of the secret laws of our nature, whispered the yet unrevealed truth to him who then would assume England's diadem, and how could he secure it for its rightful owner, the only surviving son of Edward IV? All these reflections coursed themselves through his brain, while, with the zeal of a partisan, and the fervor of one wedded to the justice of his cause, he revolved every probable change of time and fortune. At this moment a courier was announced. He brought tidings from the field. As is usual on the eve of a great event, they were dubious and contradictory. The armies faced each other, and the battle was impending. The doubts entertained on both sides, as to the part that Lord Stanley would take, gave still a greater uncertainty to the anticipations of each. Soon after the arrival of this man, the loud ringing at the outer gate was renewed, and the trampling of horses, as they entered the court, announced a more numerous company. There was something in the movements of his domestics that intimated to the Earl that his visitor was of superior rank. Could it be the king, who had fled, conquered, and fugitive? Could such terms be applied to the high-hearted Richard? The doors of the hall were thrown open, and the question answered by the entrance of his visitant. It was a woman, and her name, Lady Brampton. In a tone of wonder, burst from the noble's lips. "Even I, my good lord," said the lady, "allow me your private ear, I bring intelligence from Leicestershire." "All is lost," she continued, when the closing of the door assured her of privacy. "All is lost, and all is gained. Richard is slain. My emissaries brought swift intelligence of this event to me at Northampton, and I have hastened with it by that without loss of time you may act." There was a quickness and a decision in the lady's manner, that checked rather than encouraged her auditor. She continued, "Vesper hour has long passed. It matters not. London yet is ours. Command instantly that Richard IV be proclaimed King of England." Lord Lincoln started at these words. The death of his uncle and benefactor could not be received by him like the loss of a move at chess, a piece lost, that required the bringing up of other pieces to support a weak place. "The king is slain," were words that rung in his ears, drowning every other that the lady uttered with rapidity and agitation. "We will speak of that anon," he replied, and going to the high window of his hall, he threw it open, as if the air oppressed him. The wind sighed in melancholy murmurs among the branches of the elms and limes in the garden. The stars were bright, and the setting moon was leaving the earth to their dim illumination. Yesternight, thought Lincoln, he was among us, a part of our conversation, our acts, our lives. Now his glazed eyes behold not these stars. The past is his, with the present and the future he has no participation. Lady Brampton's impatience did not permit the Earl long to indulge in that commune with nature, which we eagerly seek when grief and death throws us back on the weakness of our human state, and we feel that we ourselves, our best laid projects and loftiest hopes, are but the playthings of destiny. "Wherefore," cried the lady, "does de la Pole linger? Does he hesitate to do his cousin justice? Does he desire to follow in the steps of his usurping predecessor? Wherefore this delay?" "To strike the surer," replied Lincoln. "May not I ask, wherefore this impatience?" Even as he spoke, steps were heard near the apartment, and while the eyes of both were turned with inquietude on the expected intruder, Lord Lovell entered. There was no triumph, no eager anticipation on his brow. He was languid from ill success and fatigue. Lincoln met him with the pleasure of one who sees his friend escaped from certain death. He was overjoyed to be assured of his existence. He was glad to have his assistance on the present emergency. "We know," he said, "all the evil tidings you bring us. We are now deliberating on the conduct we are to pursue. Your presence will facilitate our measures. Tell me what other friends survive to aid us." "The Duke of Norfolk, the Staffords, Sir Robert Brakenbury, where are they?" Lovell had seen the Duke fall. The Staffords had accompanied his flight. Uncertainty still hung over the fate of many others. This detail of the death of many of their common friends subdued the impetuosity of the lady, till an account of how Richard himself had fought and been slain recalled her to their former topic of discussion, and, again, she said, "It is strange that you do not perceive the dangers of delay. Why is not the king proclaimed?" "Do you not know," asked Lord Lovell, "that the king is proclaimed?" Lady Brampton clasped her hands, exclaiming, "Then Richard IV will wear his father's crown." "Henry VII," said Lovell, "possesses and wears the English crown." Lord Stanley placed the diadem on the head of the Earl of Richmond, and his soldiers, with one acclaim, acknowledged him as their sovereign. "This is mere trifling," said the lady. "The base-born offspring of Lancaster may dare aspire so high, but one act of ours dethrones him. The Yorkists are numerous, and will defend their king. London is yet ours. Yes, replied Lincoln. "It is in our power to deluge the streets of London with blood, to bring massacre among its citizens, and worse disaster on its wives and maidens. I would not buy an eternal crown for myself. I will not strive to place that of England on my kinsman's head at this cost. We have had overmuch of war. I have seen too many of the noble, young, and gallant, fall by the sword. Brute force has had its day, now let us try what policy can do." The council these friends held together was long and anxious. The lady still insisted on sudden and resolute measures. Lord Lovell, a soldier in all his nature, looked forward to the calling together the Yorkists from every part of the kingdom. The Earl, with a statesman's experience, saw more of obstacle to their purpose in the elevation of Henry VII than either of his companions would allow. The extreme youth of the Duke of York, the oblivion into which he had sunk, and the stain on his birth, which was yet unremoved, would disincline the people to hazard life and fortune in his cause. Henry had taken oath to marry his sister, the Lady Elizabeth, and when thus the progeny of Edward IV were freed from the slayer under which they now laboured, the whole country would be alive to the claims of his only son. It was necessary now to place him in safety, and far away from the suspicious eyes of his usurping enemy. That morning Lord Lincoln had brought him up from his rural retreat to the metropolis, and sheltered him for a few hours under safe but strange guardianship. He was left at the house of a Flemish moneylender well known at court. It was agreed that Lord Lovell should take him thence, and make him the companion of his journey to Colchester, where they should remain watching the turn of events, and secretly preparing the insurrection which would place him on the throne. Lady Brampton was obliged to proceed immediately northwards to join her husband. The north was entirely Yorkist, and her influence would materially assist the cause. The Earl remained in London. He would sound the inclinations of the nobility, and even coming in contact with the new king, watch over danger and power at its fountainhead. One more question was discussed. Whether the Queen, Elizabeth Woodville, should be made acquainted with the existence of her son. All three, from various reasons, decided in the negative. A personal enmity existed between the widow of Edward IV and Lady Brampton. Her party was detested by the two nobles. It would be more popular with the nation, they thought, if her kinsman, whose upstart pretensions were the object of the derision and scorn of the old aristocracy, had no part in bestowing the crown on the heir of the House of York. Time wore away during these deliberations. It was past midnight before the friends separated. Lord Lovell presented his young friend, Edmund Plantagenet, to the Earl, and recommended him to his protection. Refreshment was also necessary after Lovell's fatiguing journey, but he was so intent on accomplishing his purpose, that he wasted but a few minutes in this manner, and then being provided with a fresh horse from Lincoln's stables, he left the palace, to proceed first to the present abode of Richard of York, and afterwards, accompanied by him, on his road to Essex. Lord Lovell threaded his way through the dark narrow streets of London towards Lothbury. The habitation of the moneylender was well known to him, but it was not easily entered at past midnight. A promised bribe to the apprentice who hailed him from the lofty garret window, and his signet ring sent in to his master, at length procured admission into the bedchamber of Mynheer John Warbeck. The old man sat up in his bed, his red cotton nightcap on his head, his spectacles, with which he had examined the ring, on his nose. His chamber was narrow and dilapidated, his bed of ill condition. Who would suppose, thought Lovell, that this man holds half England in pawn? When Warbeck heard that the errand of Lovell was to take from him his princely charge, he rose hastily, wrapping a robe round him, and opened a small wainscot door leading into a little low room, whence he drew the half-sleeping and wondering boy. There was a rushed taper in the room, and daylight began to peep through the crevices of the shutters, giving melancholy distinctness to the dirty and dismantled chamber. One ray fell directly on the red nightcap and spectacles of old John, whose parchment face was filled with wrinkles, yet they were lines of care, not of evil, and there was even benevolence in his close mouth, for the good humour and vivacity of the boy had won on him. Besides, he had himself a son, for whom he destined all his wealth, of the same age as the little fellow whose plump roseate hand he held in his own brown shriveled palm. The boy came in, rubbing his large blue eyes, the disordered ringlets of his fair hair shading a face replete with vivacity and intelligence. Mynheer John was somewhat loath to part with the little prince, but the latter clapped his hands in ecstasy when he heard that Lord Lovell had come to take him away. "I pray you tell me, Sir Knight," said old Warbeck, "whether intelligence hath arrived of the victory of our gracious sovereign, and the defeat of the Welsh rebels." Richard became grave at these words. He fixed his eyes inquiringly on the noble. "Dear Lord Lovell," he cried, "for I remember you well, my very good lord, when you came to the Tower and found me and Robert Clifford playing at bowls, tell me, how you have fought, and whether you have won." "Mine are evil tidings," said Lovell. "All is lost. We were vanquished, and your royal uncle slain." Warbeck's countenance changed at these words. He lamented the king, he lamented the defeat of the party which he had aided by various advances of money, and his regrets at once expressed sorrow for the death of some, and dread from the confiscation of the property of others. Meanwhile, Richard of York was full of some thought that swelled his little breast. Taking Lovell's hand, he asked again, "My uncle, Richard III, is dead?" "Even so," was the reply, "he died nobly on the field of battle." The child drew himself up, and his eyes flashed as he said proudly, "Then I am King of England. Who taught your grace that lesson?" Asked Lovell. "My liege, my brother Edward. Often and often in the long winter nights, and when he was sick in bed, he told me how, after he had been proclaimed king, he had been dethroned, but that when our uncle died he should be king again, and that if it pleased God to remove him, I should stand in his place, and I should restore my mother's honor, and this he made me swear." "Bless the boy!" cried Warbeck, "he speaks most sagely. May the saints incline my lord, the Earl of Lincoln, to do his royal cousin justice." "Your grace," said Lovell, "shall hear more of this as we proceed on our journey. Mynheer John, the Earl bade me apply to you. You are to repair to him before noon. Meanwhile, fill this long empty purse with gold coins. He will be my guarantee." "Lend me the money," cried the little duke. "I will repay you. We will repay you, when we have our crown." This was an inducement not to be resisted. Warbeck counted out the gold. The boy with light steps stripped down the creaking old staircase, and when Lovell had mounted, taking his hand, he sprung in the saddle before him. The fresh morning air was grateful to both, after the close chambers of the Fleming. The noble put his horse to a quick trot, and leaving London by a different road from that by which he had entered, took his way through Romford and Chelmsford to Colchester. The news of the Earl of Richmond's victory and assumption of the crown reached London that night. The citizens heard it on their awakening. The market people from the west related it to those who came in from the east, but it had not hitherto travelled in that direction. Lovell knew that the storm was behind him, but he outrode it. On the evening of the second day he was safe in sanctuary at Colchester. His young charge was lodged at a farmhouse belonging to a tenant of Sir Humphrey Stafford. They all awaited impatiently for the time when the Earl of Lincoln would put a period to their confinement, by informing them that the hour was arrived when they might again take arms against the upstart Lancastrian king. Chapter 3. Small joy have I in being England's queen. Shakespeare. Henry VII was a man of strong sense and sound understanding. He was prudent, resolute, and valiant. On the other hand, he was totally devoid of generosity, and was actuated all his life by base and head passions. At first the ruling feeling of his heart was hatred of the House of York, nor did he wholly give himself up to the avarice that blotted his latter years, till the extinction of that unhappy family satisfied his revenge, so that for want of fuel the flame died away. Most of his relatives and friends had perished in the field or on the scaffold by the hands of the Yorkists. His own existence had been in jeopardy during their exaltation, and the continuance of his reign, and even of his life, depended on their utter overthrow. Henry had a mind commensurate to the execution of his plans. He had a talent for seizing, as if instinctively, on all the bearings of a question before him, and a ready perception of the means by which he might obviate difficulties and multiply facilities, was the most prominent part of his character. He never aimed at too much, and felt instantaneously when he had arrived at the enough. More of cruelty would have roused England against him, less would have given greater hopes to the partisans of his secreted rival. He had that exact portion of callousness of heart which enabled him to extricate himself in the admirable manner he did from all his embarrassments. It is impossible to say what his exact views were, when he landed in England, and made head against Richard III. His right of succession, even through the House of Lancaster, was ill-founded, and probably he would scarcely have dared to decorate his brows with the royal circlet but for the happy boldness of Stanley, and the enthusiasm felt by his soldiers in the hour of victory, which had bestowed it on him. Once a king, as it was impossible, without risk of life, to sink to a private station, he did not hesitate, but bent every energy of his mind to the contriving the means to seat himself firmly on his newly acquired throne. The illegitimacy of Edward IV's children had removed them from the succession. But though no doubt was entertained as to the fact of Edward having married Lady Eleanor Butler, yet Henry had the taint of illegitimacy on his own race, and, moreover, Elizabeth Woodville having so long filled the station of Queen of England, the public voice went in her favour, and the majority of the English people looked upon the tale which deprived her children of their rights, as a contrivance of their usurping uncle. What then was to become of them? Edward V was dead, of this fact there was no doubt. It had been rumoured that the Duke of York had not long survived his brother. To ascertain the truth of this report, Henry dispatched one of his most staunch adherents to the Tower. The boy was not there, but a mystery hung over his fate which did not quite assure the new king of his death. Henry feared that he was in the hands of the Yorkists, and this dread gave fresh vigor to his distrust and abhorrence of the partisans of the White Rose. He formed a scheme to defeat their projects. He caused it to be disseminated that both the princes had been found dead murdered in the Tower. The competitors for the crown, whose claims ranked next, were the daughters of Edward IV. Henry immediately saw the necessity of agreeing to the treaty entered into by the Countess of Richmond, for his marriage with the eldest of these princesses. He hated to owe his title to the crown to any part of the House of York. He resolved, if possible, to delay and break the marriage, but his own friends were urgent with him to comply, and prudence dictated the measure. He therefore promised to adopt it thus effectually to silence the murmurs of the party of the White Rose. But if the young Duke of York reappeared meanwhile, it would be necessary not to repeal the Act of Parliament that cast a stigma on his birth. If the children of Elizabeth Woodville and Edward IV were debarred from the crown, the Earl of Warwick was the next heir. He was confined by Richard III at Sheriff Hutton, in Yorkshire. He was the especial object of Henry's fear, and now he commanded him to be brought from his northern prison to the Tower of London, to be kept a close prisoner in that melancholy and ill-fated place. There was one other rival, the Earl of Lincoln, named by Richard to succeed him, but his pretensions came so far behind the others, and he enjoyed so high a reputation for sagacity and virtue, that Henry believed it best to let him alone for the present, only surrounding him with spies, and resolved, on the first note of danger, to destroy him. Fortune smiled on the new sovereign. The disappearance of the two children from the Tower caused the Yorkists to settle their affections on the young Elizabeth. She was at Sheriff Hutton, waiting impatiently for her union with her uncle. Now she received commands to proceed to London, as the affianced bride of that uncle's conqueror. Already the common talk ran on the entwining of the two roses, and all the adherents of her family, who could gain access, recommended their cause to her, and entreated her, in the first days of power, not to forget her father's friends, but to incline the heart of her husband to an impartial love for the long rival houses of Lancaster and York. Two parties arrived on the same day at Sheriff Hutton, on the different missions of conducting the Lady Elizabeth and the Earl of Warwick to London. On the morning of their departure, they met in the garden of their abode to take leave of each other. Elizabeth was 19 years old, Warwick was the exact age of her brother, Edward V. He was now 16. "We are about to travel the same road with far different expectations," said Warwick. "I go to be a prisoner, you, fair cousin, to ascend a throne." There was a despondency in the youth's manner that deeply affected this princess. "Dear Edward," she replied, clasping his hand, "we have been fellow prisoners long, and sympathy has lightened the burthen of our chains. Can I forget our walks in this beauteous park, and the love and confidence we have felt for each other? My dearest boy, when I am queen, Esther will claim a boon from our heiress, and Warwick shall be the chief noble in my train." She looked at him with a brilliant smile, her heart glowed with sisterly affection. She might well entertain high anticipations of future power. She was in the pride of youth and beauty, the light spirit of expected triumph lighted up her lovely face. She was about to become the bride of a conqueror, yet one whose laurels would droop without her propping. She was to be queen of her native land, the pearly clasp to unite the silken bond with which peace now bound long discordant England. She was unable to communicate this spirit of hope to her desponding friend. He gazed on her beauty with admiration and deep grief, asking, with tearful eyes, "Shall we ever meet again?" "Yes. In London, in the court of Henry, we shall again be companions, friends." "I go to the Tower, not to the court," replied Warwick, "and when those gloomy gates close on me, I shall pray that my head may soon repose on the cold stone that pillows my cousin Edward. I shall sleep uneasily till then." "Fie, cousin," said Elizabeth, "such thoughts ill beseem the nearest kinsman of the future Queen of England. You will remain but a short time in the Tower, but if you nurse thoughts like these, you will pine there as you did before I shared your prison here, and the roses with which my care has painted your cheeks, will again fade. Wan and colourless will my cheek be ere your bright eyes look on it again. Is it not sufficient grief that I part from you, beloved friend? A gush at once of sorrow, of affection, of long-suppressed love, overpowered the youth. I shall think of you," he added, "in my prison house, and while I know that you regret my fate, I cannot be wholly a wretch. Do you not love me? And will you not, as a proof, give me one of these golden hairs, to soothe poor Warwick's misery?" "One only," he said, taking from her braided locks the small gift he demanded. "I will not diminish the rich beauty of your tresses, yet they will not look lovelier, pressed by the jewelled diadem of England, then under the green chaplet I crowned you with a few months past, my Queen of May. And thus, the eyes of each glistening with tears, they parted. For a moment Warwick looked as if he wished to press his cousin to his heart, and she, who loved him as a sister, would have yielded to his embrace, but before his arms enfolded her, he started back, bent one knee, pressed her hand to his lips. His eyes, his brow, and bending his head for an instant towards the ground, sprang up, and rushed down the avenue towards the gate at which his guard awaited him. Elizabeth stood motionless, watching him till out of sight. The sun sparkled brightly on a tuft of wildflowers at her feet. The glittering light caught her eye. It is noon, she thought, the morning dew is dry, it is Warwick's tears that gem these leaves. She gathered the flowers, and, first kissing them, placed them in her bosom. With slow steps, and a sorrowing heart, she re-entered the castle. The progress of the Lady Elizabeth from Sheriff Hutton to London was attended by every circumstance that could sustain her hopes. She was received with acclamation and enthusiasm in every town through which she passed. She indeed looked forward with girlish vanity to the prospect of sharing the throne with Henry. She had long been taught the royal lesson, that with princes, the inclinations are not to bear any part in a disposal of the hand. Her imagination fed on the good she would do for others, when raised to the regal dignity, the hope of liberating Warwick, and of fulfilling her mother's wishes in conferring benefits on various partisans of the White Rose, filled her bosom with the purest joy. Youth, beauty, and the expectation of happiness caused the measure of her content to overflow. With a fluttering heart she entered London. Small preparation had been made to receive her, and she was immediately conducted to her mother's abode at the Tower Royal, in the parish of Walbrook. The first check her hopes received arose from the clouded brow of the Queen, as she embraced her daughter, and welcomed her arrival. Many fears in truth occupied the thoughts of the illustrious widow. She could not forget her sons, and the mystery that hung over the fate of the younger, pressed heavily upon her. It was now the 18th of October, and the preparations for the coronation of Henry were in great forwardness. Parliament had recognized his title without any allusion to the union with the heiress of the House of York. She had endeavored to fathom his purposes, and to understand his character. She knew that he entertained a settled hatred for the White Rose, and that his chief pride lay in establishing himself on the throne, independent of the claim he might acquire by his marriage with the Lady Elizabeth. The common people murmured. The Yorkists were discontented, the neighbour stage before they should break out into open rebellion. Thus dark clouds interposed before the sun of peace, which had been said to have risen on the event of the Battle of Bosworth Field. Henry VII was crowned on the 30th of October. The Queen looked on this ceremony as the downfall of her hopes. Roused by this fear, she entered into a sea of intrigue, in which, after all, she had no certain aim, except that of reanimating the zeal of the Yorkists, and of exciting such discontent in the public mind, on the postponement of her daughter's marriage, as to force Henry to consent to an immediate union. The gentle Elizabeth has meanwhile submitted patiently to her destiny. She dismissed regality from her thoughts, and devoted herself to her mother, recreating herself in the society of her sisters, and now and then contemplating the faded leaves she had brought from Sheriff Hutton, and lamenting the fate of Warwick. She had learned to fear and almost to hate Henry, and, but for the sake of her suffering party, to rejoice that he had apparently relinquished his intention of marrying her. The dissatisfaction manifested by the English people, forced Henry to comply with the universal wish entertained of seeing the daughter of Edward IV on the throne, yet it was not until the beginning of January that the princess received intimation to prepare for her nuptials. This prospect, which had before elated, now visited her coldly, for, without the hope of influencing her husband, the state of a queen appeared mere bondage. In her heart she wished to reject her uncourteous bridegroom, and once she had ventured to express this desire to her mother, who, filled with affright, laid aside her intrigues, devoting herself to cultivate a more rational disposition in her daughter. Henry paid the doomed girl one visit, and saw little in her except a bashful child, while his keener observation was directed towards the Dowager Queen. She, with smooth brow and winning smiles, did the honors of reception to her future son-in-law to her bitter foe. The cold courtesy of Henry chilled her, and a strong desire lurked under her glossy mien, to reproach the usurper with his weak title, to set up her daughter's claim in opposition to his, and to defy him to the field. As soon as Henry departed, her suppressed emotions found vent in tears. Elizabeth was astonished. She knelt before her, caressed her, and asked if all were not well now, since the plighted troth had passed between her and the king. "Has it passed?" murmured the Queen, "and is your hapless fate decided? Why did I not join you at Sheriff Hutton? Why did I not place your hand in that of your noble cousin? Ah, Warwick. Could I even now inspire you with my energy, you would be free, in arms, and England to a man would rise in the cause of Edward VI, and my sweet Elizabeth." The color in the princess's cheeks varied, during the utterance of this speech. First they flushed deep red, but the pale hue of resolution succeeded quickly to the agitation of doubt. "Mother," she said, "I was your child, plastic clay in your hands. Had you said these words 2 hours ago, Warwick might have been liberated, I perhaps happy. But you have given me away. This ring is the symbol of my servitude. I belong to Henry. Say no word, I beseech you, that can interfere with my duty to him. Permit me to retire." On the 18th of January her nuptials were celebrated. The forbidding manners of Henry threw a chill over the marriage festival. He considered that he had been driven to this step by his enemies, and that the chief among these, influenced by her mother, was Elizabeth herself. The poor girl never raised her eyes from the moment she had encountered at the altar the stern and unkind glance of the king. Her steps were unassured, her voice faltering. The name of wife was to her synonymous with that of slave, while her sense of duty prevented every outward demonstration of the despair that occupied her heart. Her mother's indignation was deeper, although not less veiled. She could silence, but not quell the rage that arose in her breast from her disappointment, and there were many present who shared her sentiments. As far as he had been able, Henry had visited the Yorkists with the heaviest penalties. An act of attainder had been passed against the Duke of Norfolk, Lord Lovell, the Staffords, and all indeed of note who had appeared against him. Those with whom he could not proceed to extremities, he wholly discountenanced. The red rose flourished bright and free, one single white blossom, doomed to untimely blight, being entwined with the gaudier flowers. Chapter 4. My noble queen, let former grudges pass, and henceforth I am thy true servitor. Shakespeare. Meanwhile the Yorkists were impatient for action. The existence of Prince Richard was a secret to all save Lincoln and Lovell. Even the Staffords were kept in ignorance. Their purpose, therefore, was merely to put down the Lancastrians, and to raise their own party, with Warwick or Lincoln at their head. They cared not which, so that they got a king who would, in his turn, uproot the red rose. Lincoln would consent to no decisive step, but from the day of his cousin's marriage, all his emissaries and friends were on foot to cause insurrectionary movements in the kingdom, rousing in the old Yorkists their ancient party spirit, and inspiring the young with hopes of future aggrandizement and victory. As the spring advanced, Henry sent the young queen, with her mother and sisters, and the Countess of Richmond, to hold her court at Winchester, while he resolved on a progress through the northern counties of England, the most affected towards the House of York, to endeavour, by the royal presence, to awaken affection towards the reigning sovereign. He passed the festival of Easter at Lincoln, and there he heard that Lord Lovell, and the 2 Staffords, had escaped from sanctuary. The sound of insurrection is fearful to a newly anointed king, but as no explanation was given to their movements, and no name of import mingled in the tale, he felt less perturbation at this intelligence. As he proceeded on his journey, the affair took a more serious aspect. The Staffords advanced to besiege Worcester, and Lovell, with an increasing army of 3,000 or 4,000 men, was in the neighbourhood of York. Sir Edward Brampton joined the forces of Lord Lovell, and he and Lady Brampton again met. The history of this lady was singular. 10 years before the time of which we write, being then 18, she married, and attended the court of Edward IV. She had talent and vivacity, her dark laughing eyes, the animation of her countenance, her gay and naive manners, attracted her sovereign, and she was soon distinguished as one whose advancement, if so it might be called, to the highest influence over him, depended on her own choice between honour and such preferment. She did not hesitate, but her rejection won Edward as much as her beauty. A kind of friendship, kept up under the chivalrous phraseology of the day, was established between them, that gave, perhaps, more umbrage to the Queen than a less avowed connection would have done. All was open, and if the good humour of her young rival never permitted her to assume haughtiness, there was something even more revolting in her girlish assumptions of power and consequence. The Queen hated and affected to despise Lady Brampton. Lady Brampton felt that she injured the wife of Edward IV. At first she had earnestly sought to gain her favour, but when rebuffed, she resorted to the weapons of youth, beauty, and wit, and set at defiance the darkened brow of Elizabeth. 10 years had passed since then. Edward IV died, and under Richard III Lady Brampton returned to her natural place in society. Nay, the vivacity of speech with which she defended the rights of his nephews, made him absolutely discountenance her. In her days of pride she had refused every mark of favour from Edward, thus to place their avowed friendship far above the petty intrigues of the courtiers. It might have been thought that the Queen and her rival would now, on the grounds of affection for Edward's children, have leagued together, but, on the contrary, the mother expressed contempt and indignation at the presumption of Lady Brampton in assuming a personal interest in her children, and that lady too well remembered how often her manner and speech must have offended the Queen to make any vain attempt at reconciliation. The Earl of Lincoln and Lady Brampton had always been friends. Her liveliness amused him, her integrity and real goodness of heart won his esteem. Her passionate love for the princes in the Tower had caused him, when he withdrew thence, the young Richard, whose ill health demanded constant feminine attentions, to confide him to her charge. Thus she alone became possessed of the secret of his existence, and now with Lord Lovell she debated how best his interests could be furthered. Lord Lincoln feared by rash measures to endanger the safety of his nephew. He desired to place him on the throne, but he preferred bringing him up in freedom and obscurity to any ill-judged attempt that might throw him into his enemy's hands, and make him prisoner for life. His plans were all laid upon this principle. He commanded Lord Lovell, who submitted wholly to him, not to breathe the name of the son of Edward till he had gained a decided advantage over the reigning sovereign. If victorious, he might set up the royal standard and proclaim Richard IV, while the Earl, still in London, would call together all the Yorkists, and, in the absence of the king, seize, in his nephew's name, upon the capital of the kingdom. If Lord Lovell's attempt proved unsuccessful, it was decided that the prince should escape immediately to the continent, but to remain till some new insurrection was organized, for, though cautious, he was resolute, and he had determined never to relinquish his purpose, but to excite rebellion and discontent against Henry till the rightful heir possessed his own. These plans were in contradiction to Lady Brampton's views, but she was obliged to submit. Her quick woman's wit discovered her another danger. The absolute silence observed concerning the young prince, then only 11 years of age, might in the end cast a doubt over the justice of his pretensions, and she told Lord Lovell, that, if after a failure Richard quitted England, he must first be seen and acknowledged by his mother. She resolved, therefore, on immediately going to Winchester to prepare Elizabeth for the reception of her son, and Lord Lovell, who agreed in the wisdom of this proposal, promised at all hazards that ere leaving the kingdom the Duke of York should cross the country to that town, whence by Southampton he might escape to France. While therefore Lord Lovell increased his army and marched in high hopes towards York, Lady Brampton proceeded southward, meditating the safest and best manner of introducing herself to the Queen. There was a man, Richard Simon or Simond, who afterwards figured in the chronicles, that had long been secretly concerned in the course of events. He was the son of a tenant of Sir John Grey, and had been the playmate of the Lady Elizabeth Grey's elder children. His love of books, his sedentary habits, and quick wit on matters of learning, led those interested in his fate to consider him fitted for the church, and therefore he took priest's orders. But his mind, though not attuned to action in its noblest sense, was not one that could remain at rest. He loved power, he was sagacious, astute, and intriguing. When the Lady Grey became queen, he being still too young for high promotion, preferred an unnoticed but influential situation near her person to more lucrative employ, which would remove him from the pleasures and dignity of the court. When Edward died he devoted himself to the service of his royal patroness, and hardly escaped being imprisoned for life by Richard, when the latter was most exasperated against the Queen Dowager's relations. From that time Richard Simon found full occupation for his plotting head, in endeavouring to bring about the overthrow of the usurping Gloucester, and to raise the hopes of Henry VII, who requited ill his active zeal, and now again he busied himself in exalting the Queen's party. He looked the man he was a prior and to secrets one who conducted the drama of life by backstairs and telltale valleys. His small grey eyes were quick to discern the meaning of each smile or frown. His young brow was already wrinkled through care and thought, craft lurked in the corners of his lips, and his whispering voice betokened habitual caution. He continued to hover near the Queen, now dispatched to sound some Yorkist, now closeted to discuss some expression of the King's, in which to find a secret meaning. Repose was the thing he hated, and forever with some plan on foot, some web to weave or unravel. He was seen with brows a little elevated by self-conceit, with a courtly bend of the body and insinuating address, now assuring a Lancastrian of the perfect satisfaction of the Queen, now whispering to a Yorkist a tale of slights and injuries practiced by King Henry against his consort and her friends. All the communication that had taken place between Elizabeth Woodville and the Earl of Lincoln had been carried on through this man, though each knew not that he communicated to the other what either said. But Lincoln respected his undeviating fidelity towards his patroness, and valued his talents. It was to this man that Lady Brampton addressed herself on her arrival at Winchester, to procure for her a private audience with the Queen. Her dark hints respecting the insurrection of Lovell and the Staffords excited his curiosity, yet he experienced more difficulty than he expected in bringing the royal dowager to consent to receive her rival. When our days of prosperity are fled, we cling fondly to all that reminds us of their brightness, and turn with augmented distaste from everything that marred their splendor. Elizabeth loved to remember herself as the chosen bride of Edward, and any circumstance that spoke of his inconstancy, or detracted from the entireness of her influence over him, then inspired her with indignation, now with abhorrence. It required all Simon's dexterity to allay her anger, and excite her curiosity, sufficiently to induce her to admit her rival to her presence. It was at the hour of vespers that the priest introduced Lady Brampton into the Queen's cabinet. Elizabeth was assured that she had secrets of importance to communicate, and she designed by affability to win her to a full disclosure of them. Yet her heart and manner grew cold as she entered the closet where the lady and her guide already were, and bending her head slightly, she said, "The Lady Brampton desired an audience with me. I grant it." With all her vivacity and consciousness of the importance of her disclosures, the lady felt herself awed and chilled, and the memory of Edward came across her, who had before shielded her from such unkindness, and filled her eyes with tears. A long pause ensued. The Queen looked as in expectation, and Richard Simon, who had retired to an embrasure of a window, was about to come forward, when Lady Brampton, conquering her emotion, said, "Your Grace is the happy mother of the Queen of England, and the hope of an heir, which you now entertain, may make my intelligence distasteful." "Say on," replied Elizabeth haughtily, "I listen to your words." The lady felt much inclined not to say another word, but assuming almost equal coldness of manner, she continued, "Would your Grace prefer that your fair daughter should still bear the sceptre, or that Richard IV should wrest it from the husband's grasp?" Now indeed the Queen started, and cried impetuously, "I charge you, trifle with me no longer. Explain your words. Who would supplant my child?" "Her brother," Lady Brampton replied, and seeing the Queen lost in a mixture of amazement and terror, she added, "The Duke of York still lives. He is now, I trust, at the head of forces sufficient to enforce his rights. In a few days England will acknowledge him as sovereign." In reply to these words, spoken with rapidity, as if they were pregnant with supreme delight to their auditress, the Queen with an angry look, said, "I shall league with no plotters to establish an impostor." "Beware," said Lady Brampton indignantly, "let your Majesty bethink yourself, before you consign your son to misery and an early grave. Will his mother be his chief enemy, who vouches for him, himself? He is the very Edward who once was yours. His young features are but the miniature mirror of his royal father. His princely grace, his wit, his courage, are all derived from him. I must see the boy," said the Queen, "to end at once this silly mask. How do you pretend that he escaped from the Tower?" The independence and sensibility of Lady Brampton's disposition would not permit her to answer a question asked thus ironically. Had she looked at the Queen, she might have seen, by her change of countenance, that it was nearly all put on by the jealous instinct that would not permit her to acknowledge herself under so great an obligation to her rival. Lady Brampton turned to Simon, saying, "I am ready to depart, Sir Priest. I see her Grace sorrows that the same cold bed does not entomb Richard of York and Edward V. Poor Prince. My Lord of Lincoln counselled well, and I was to blame in not acting on his advice." "Stay," cried Elizabeth, "speak again. Is the Earl of Lincoln a party to this tale?" "Your Majesty insults me," said the lady. "I came here to please a mother's ear by assurances of her child's safety, and to conduct the tempest-tossed fortunes of this ill-starred boy into the safe harbor of maternal love. I came with a full heart and an ardent desire to serve you. No other motive could have led me hither. You receive me with disdain, you dismiss me with contumely. I fear that so much you hate me, that, for my sake, your heart is steeled against your princely son. But as you already know so much as to make it necessary that you should know all, I will hasten to London, and entreat the noble de la Poole to communicate with you, and to avert a mother's enmity from her child. I take my leave." She was about to depart, but Simon, who knew that a feud between the prince's partisans must ruin his cause, entreated her to remain, and then addressing the Queen, tried to soothe her, for she was pacing the rushes of her chamber in excessive agitation. "Peace, good friend," said she, "I will speak to Lincoln. I will ask him why I, who was deemed by his honored uncle fit partaker of his counsels, am kept by him in ignorance of the alleged existence of this poor boy. Even now he might be sitting on a throne, had I been consulted. Instead of this, to what has this distrust brought him? He is a crownless king, a fugitive prince, branded as an impostor. A seal is put on his fate, which nothing probably will ever remove. I, even I, have called my son, if such he be, a counterfeit. Maternal tenderness touched to the quick the royal lady's heart, and she wept. Lady Brampton was all impulse and goodness of disposition. She felt that Elizabeth had wronged her, but in a moment she forgave the offence. She advanced, and kneeling at her feet, touched her hand gently, as she said, "Let not your grace judge too harshly of our proceedings. We poor faulty human beings, hurried hither and thither by passion, are forever jostling against and hurting each other, where more perfect natures would coalesce, and thus succeed where we fail. Forget the past, it cannot now be changed. Forgive the Earl, who, long bound by an oath to his uncle Gloucester, could only save your son's life by feigning his death. Forgive the humblest of your servants, even myself, who acted under his commands, and who now, in disobedience to them, attempts to bring the royal exile to his mother's arms. Would that my humility could appease your displeasure, and that you would acknowledge me your faithful follower. My life should be at the disposal of you and the princely York." Lady Brampton, full of vivacity, energy, and even of imperiousness, had so much grace in her manner and sweetness in her voice, when she laid these keen weapons aside to assume those of gentleness and love, that she was irresistible. The Queen, at once softened, stretched out her hand, which the lady pressed respectfully to her lips. Then, as friends bent on one design, they conversed unreservedly together. Lady Brampton entered into long details concerning the past history of the Duke of York, and the schemes then on foot for his advancement. This was not their sole interview. They met again and again, and mutual affection confirming the link which the fate of Richard caused to exist between them, the Queen named the Lady Brampton one of her ladies, and henceforth they lived together under the same roof. Chapter 5. Poor Orphan. In the wide world scattered, as budding branch rent from the native tree, Spencer, England, farewell. Thou, who hast been my cradle, shalt never be my dungeon nor my grave. Shelley. The historical account of Lord Lovell's insurrection is contained in a few words. While the two Staffords besieged Worcester, this nobleman advanced against Henry in York. The Duke of Bedford was sent against him, who published a general pardon for all the rebels who should submit. The soldiers of Lord Lovell had no powerful watchword to ensure their union. The existence of Edward IV's son was a profound secret. They were therefore easily induced to abandon an almost nameless cause, and in 3 weeks Lord Lovell found himself with only 100 adherents, or rather personal friends, who at his earnest entreaty disbanded, while he, chiefly bent on saving the life of his princely charge, felt greater security in being left singly with him. He had promised to traverse England, and to conduct him to Winchester, but the hot pursuit on foot forced him to delay this journey. Meanwhile a present refuge was to be sought. He had a staunch friend in a zealous Yorkist, Sir Thomas Broughton, who resided in Lancashire, to whose residence he directed his steps. Still, even during this short journey, great precaution was necessary. Lord Lovell and his charge travelled disguised, avoiding high roads and great towns. On the second evening, when the red aspect of the setting sun threatened an inclement night, they took shelter in a lone cot on one of the wild moors of that county. A long habit of personal attendance had instilled into Lovell's mind a parental affection for the little prince. They had journeyed far that day, and Richard was overpowered by fatigue. His friend strewed for him a bed of leaves. He stretched himself on it, and quickly fell into a sound sleep, while the noble kept up the fire he had lighted, and paced the hut, revolving in his mind 1,000 schemes. It was a chill February evening, and, as night came on, a thick sleet beat against the windows, while the wind, sweeping over the wide heath, howled round the miserable shepherd's cot. Some time passed thus, and fear in Lovell's mind gave place to the sense of security, inspired by the desolation of the spot and the inclemency of the elements. He needed rest, and as soon as he had thrown himself on the ground, drowsiness overpowered him. The wind sang a wild lullaby to both the sleepers. Though still lost to the outer world, a change passed over Lovell's countenance. Again his features relaxed into sleep, and again expressed disquietude. The tramp of horses' feet was around the hut. Voices mingled alien sounds with the raging blast. At last a loud knocking at the door caused the noble at once to start on his feet, wide awake. Richard still slept on. Lord Lovell cautiously withdrew into the shadow behind the door, listening intently to divine the motives of these unwelcome intruders. He felt assured that they were emissaries of Henry, who had traced him hither. He endeavoured to form in his mind some plan of conduct to save the Duke, whom he was about to awaken and put on his guard, when a woman's voice struck upon his ear. The knocking at the door was changed into a violent beating. The rude hinges gave way, and it swung back. The fugitive's heart beat quick. It was a moment full of fate, such a one, as when past, we seem to have concentrated a life into its small space. The man that entered calmed his fears, low in stature, broadly built, a cloak lined with furs added to his bulk, and a Flemish hat completed his peaceable appearance, though he was too much muffled to show his face. Glancing at Lovell a look which was, doubtless, intended to convey reproach, he muttered some words in a foreign guttural language, and went back to his companions. Two women now entered, both enveloped in furs. One stepped lightly on, and drew the bench which had lately pillowed the head of Lovell, closer to the fire, while the other, bending under the burthen in her arms, approached slower, and sitting down on the seat prepared for her, threw back her cloak, and discovered that she bore in her arms a sleeping child, about 6 years of age. The first, meanwhile, disencumbered herself of her rich furs, and then leaning over the child, kissed its little hands, and regarded its sleeping form with mingled anxiety and tenderness, speaking to the other in a foreign dialect, evidently about the risk the poor babe had ran from exposure to the weather. Lovell remained a mute spectator. He resolved not to come forward, till he should see who their male attendants were. After a brief interval the first intruder again entered. He threw off his cloak, and looking round with keen eyes, the fugitive discovered the well-known features of a friend. His heart now relieved, his countenance lighted up, and he stepped forward, saying, "Mynheer John Warbeck, God be with you. You travel on a stormy night." "And you, Lord Lovell," replied the moneylender, angrily, "are sufficiently discourteous to wanderers at such a season. Why, even vipers are harmless during a storm, but fair weather returns, and they again find their sting. I might bare my own breast," but he pointed to the bed of leaves, on which, in spite of the tumult, young Richard still slept. Warbeck started, but before he could reply one of his companions turned to speak to him, and a conversation ensued, begun in Dutch, and continued in French, concerning the circumstances which had divided them from their attendants, and their fatiguing wanderings during the storm. A small saddle-bag was produced by Warbeck, containing a few provisions. A bed for the sleeping child was formed, and the travellers sat round the fire, enjoying their simple fare. From time to time the fair blue eyes of the younger lady, who was evidently the mistress, and the other an attendant, turned to look on the chivalric form and manly beauty of Lovell. A few smiling observations escaped her in her native language, which Warbeck answered dryly and succinctly. The bench on which the lady sat was soon sacrificed for firing. The cloaks of the party were dried, and the women, wrapped in them, sought repose on the bare ground, which was the sole flooring of the hut, the younger drawing to her bosom the sleeping child. Lovell and Warbeck kept silence, till the deep breathing of their companions showed that they slept. Then, in reply to the Fleming's questions, Lovell related the history of the last months, and at the conclusion frankly asked his advice and assistance in accomplishing his design of conveying the Duke of York to Winchester. Warbeck looked thoughtful on this demand, and after a pause said, "I cannot say wherefore this unfortunate prince excites so strong an interest in me, for in truth my heart yearns towards him as if he were akin to me." "Is it because he bore for a time my poor boy's name?" Warbeck paused. His hard features were strongly marked by grief. "I and my sister," he continued, "crossed the country to visit my Peterkin, who was ill, who is lost to me now forever." A pause again ensued. The young soldier respected too much the father's grief to interrupt it. At length the Fleming said, "Lord Lovell, I trust I can save Duke Richard's life. My sister is kind-hearted, and the silence you have observed concerning the very existence of King Edward's son, makes the task more easy. Madeline is about to return to her own country. She was to have taken my Peterkin with her. Let the prince again assume that name. It shall be my care to escort him in this character to Winchester, and at Portsmouth they may embark, while you follow your own plans, and take refuge with the friends you mention in these parts." As Warbeck spoke, Lovell motioned to him to observe his sister, who, unable to sleep, was observing them with attention. "Madeline does not understand our English," said her brother, "but it were well that she joined our councils, which may continue in French. I have your leave, my lord, to disclose your secret to her. Fear her not, she would die rather than injure one hair of that poor child's head." On Warbeck's invitation, the lady rose, and he, taking her hand, led her to the low couch of the Duke of York. Sleep and gentle dreams spread an irradiation of beauty over him, his glowing cheek, his eyes hardly closed, the masses of rich auburn hair that clustered on a brow of infantine smoothness and candor, the little hand and arm, which, thrown above his head, gave an air of helplessness to his attitude, combined to form a picture of childish grace and sweetness, which no woman, and that woman a mother, could look on without emotions of tenderness. "What an angelic child," said the fair sister of Warbeck, as she stooped to kiss his rosy cheek. "What a noble-looking boy." "Who is he?" "One prescribed," said the cavalier, one whom he who reigns over England would consign to a dungeon. Were he to fall into the hands of his enemies, they might not, indeed dare not cut him off violently, but they would consume and crush him, by denying him all that contributes to health and life. Can this sweet boy have enemies? Cried the lady. Ah! If he have, has he not friends also to guard him from them? With our lives, he replied emphatically, but that is a small sacrifice and a useless one, for to preserve him we must preserve ourselves. My life, such acts deserve no record, I have, and will again and again expose for him, but the will to save him is not enough without the power, and that power you possess, lady, to a far, far greater extent than I. The will I have most certainly, said the fair one, regarding the boy with anxious tenderness. Command me, sire chevalier, my power, small as I must believe it to be, and my will, shall unite to preserve this sweet child. Warbeck disclosed briefly to his sister the secret of young Richard's birth, and detailed his plan for his safe journey to Winchester, nay, and after that, for his crossing the sea, and continuing to personate, in Flanders, the nephew of Madeline, if so his royal mother deemed fitting, till the moment should arrive, when the schemes of his partisans being crowned with success, he could be restored to his country and his birthright. The fair Fleming joyfully assented to this proposition, and entered cordially into the details. Lovell was profuse of thanks, so suddenly and so easily to be relieved from his worst fears, appeared like the special interposition of some guardian saint. His heart overflowed with gratitude, and his glistening eyes gave token of greater thanks than even his emphatic words. Madeline felt all the excitement of being actively employed in a deed of benevolence. Her calm features were animated with an angelic expression. The discussion of details, demanding the coolest prudence and most vigilant observation, long occupied them, and the lady brought a woman's tact and keen penetration to arrange the crude designs of her brother. All was rendered smooth, every obstacle foreseen and obviated, every pass of danger reconnoitered and provided for. When, at last, their plans were perfected, the lady again returned to her hard couch to seek repose. For some time the Cavalier and the Fleming kept watch, till they also, in such comfortless posture as they might, stretched on the bare ground, yielded to drowsiness, and grey morning found all the dwellers in the sheep-cot sunk in profound sleep. Fear, charity, hope, and love might colour their dreams, but quiet slumber possessed them all, driving care and thought from the heart and brain, to steep both in oblivion of all ill. When Madeline awoke in the morning, the first sight that met her eyes was the lovely boy she had promised to protect, playing with her dark-eyed girl, who displayed all the ecstasy of childish glee with her new playmate. Madeline was a blonde Fleming, with light blue eyes and flaxen ringlets. She was about 25 years of age. An expression of angelic goodness animated her features, bestowing on them an appearance of loveliness, which of themselves they did not possess. It could hardly be guessed that Richard's playmate was the daughter of the fair-haired Fleming, but the husband of Warbeck's sister was a Spaniard, and the child resembled her father in everything except the soft mouth and sweet smile, which was all her mother's. Her large full dark eyes gave to her infantine face a look of sensibility, far beyond her years. The little girl ran to her mother when she awoke, and Madeline caressed both her and the prince with the greatest tenderness. They stood at the door of the cottage. The early sun shone brightly on the hoarfrost that covered the moor. The keen air was bracing, though cold. The morning was cheerful, such as inspires hope and animation, a lively will to understand, and aroused courage to meet difficulties. Madeline turned from the glittering scene to look on her young charge. His eyes were fixed on her face. "How beautiful and good you look," said the boy. "I am glad that you think me good," replied the lady smiling. "You will have less fear in trusting yourself with me. Your noble friend has confided your grace to my care. If, indeed, you will condescend to live with me, and be as a son to me. I have just lost a little nephew whom I fondly loved. Will you supply his place, and take his name?" "Fair cousin," said the prince, caressing his kind friend as he spoke, "I will wait on you, and serve you as no nephew ever served. What name did your lost kinsman bear? Quickly tell me, that I may know my own, and hereafter call myself by it." "Perkin Warbeck," said Madeline. "Now you mock me," cried Richard. "That has long been my name, but I knew not that it gave me a claim to so pretty a relation." "This courtly language," replied the lady, "betrays your grace's princeliness. What will our Flemish boors say, when I present the nursling of royalty as mine? You will shame our homely breeding, Duke Richard. I beseech you, fair mistress," said Lovell, who now joined them, "to forget, even in private, such high-sounding titles. It is dangerous to play at majesty, unaided by 10,000 armed assertors of our right. Remember this noble child only as your loving nephew, Perkin Warbeck. He, who well knows the misery of regal claims unallied to regal authority, will shelter himself gladly and gratefully under the shadow of your lowly bower. And now, as the wintry sun rose higher, the travellers prepared for their departure. Warbeck first left them to find and to dismiss his domestics, who would have been aware of a deception practiced in the person of Richard. He returned in a few hours for his sister. The Duke and Lord Lovell then separated. The intervening time had been employed by the noble in schooling the boy as to his future behaviour, in recounting to him his plans and hopes, and in instructing him how to conduct himself with his mother, if indeed he saw her, for Lovell was ignorant how Lady Brampton had succeeded at Winchester, and how far it would be possible to bring about an interview between the Queen and her son. At length Warbeck returned, the travellers mounted, and Lord Lovell, watching from the cottage door, beheld with melancholy regret the prince depart. The long habit of intercourse, the uncertain future, his high pretensions and his present state, had filled the cavalier with moody thoughts, unlike his usual sanguine anticipations and energetic resolves. This is womanly, at last he thought, as their reflection that he was alone, and had perhaps seen his beloved charge for the last time, filled his eyes with unwonted tears. To horse. To my friends! Exclamation marked that a plan, scheme, devise and then again to the field. Days and weeks passed, replete with doubt and anxiety to the Queen and her enthusiastic friend at Winchester. Each day, many times, Lady Brampton visited the cathedral to observe whether the silver heart was suspended near the altar, which she had agreed with Lord Lovell, should be the sign of the Duke's arrival. The part Elizabeth Woodville had to play meanwhile was difficult and painful. She lived in constant intercourse with the Countess of Richmond. The wishes and thoughts of all around were occupied by the hope of an heir to the crown, which the young Queen would soon bestow on England. The birth of a son, it was prognosticated, would win her husband's affection, and all idea of future disturbance, of further risings and disloyalty, through the existence of this joint offspring of the two Roses would be forever at an end. While these hopes and expectations formed, it was supposed, the most flattering and agreeable subject of congratulation for the Dowager Queen, she remained sleepless and watchful, under the anticipation of seeing her fugitive son, the outcast and discrowned claimant of all that was to become the birthright of the unborn child. At length the unwearied cares of Lady Brampton were rewarded. A small silver heart, bearing the initials of Richard, Duke of York, was suspended near the shrine, and as she turned to look who placed it there, the soft voice of Madeline uttered the word of recognition. Agreed upon. Joy filled Lady Brampton's heart, as the brief answers to her hurried questions assured her of Richard's safety. The same evening she visited, in disguise, the abode of Warbeck, and embraced, in a transport of delight, the princely boy in whose fate she interested herself with all the fervour of her warm heart. She now learned the design Lord Lovell had of placing Richard in safety under Madeline's care in Flanders, until his friends had prepared for him a triumphant return to England. She concerted with her new friends the best mode of introducing Richard into his mother's presence, and it was agreed that early on the following morning, Madeline and the Duke should seek one of the small chapels of the Cathedral of Winchester, and that Elizabeth should meet her son. With an overflowing heart, Lady Brampton returned to communicate this intelligence to the royal widows, and to pass with her the intervening hours in oft-renewed conjectures and anticipations concerning the Duke of York. To modern and Protestant England, a cathedral or a church may appear a strange place for private assignations and concealed meetings. It was otherwise in the days of our ancestors, when through similarity of religion, our manners bore a greater resemblance than they now do to those of foreign countries. The churches stood always open, ready to receive the penitent, who sought the stillness of the holy asylum the more entirely to concentrate his thoughts in prayer. As rank did not exempt its possessors from sin nor sorrow, neither did it from acts of penitence, nor from those visitations of anguish, when the sacred temple was sought, as bringing the votarist into more immediate communication with the deity. The Queen Dowager excited therefore no suspicion, when, with her rosary formed of the blessed wood of Lebanon encased in gold in her hand, with Lady Brampton for her sole attendant, she sought at 5 in the morning the dark aisle of the Cathedral of Winchester, there to perform her religious duties. 2 figures already knelt near the altar of the chapel designated as the place of meeting. Elizabeth's breath came thick, her knees bent under her, she leaned against a buttress, while a fair-haired boy turned at the sound. He first looked timidly on her, and then encouraged by the smile that visited her quivering lips, he sprung forward, and kneeling at her feet, buried his face in her dress, sobbing, while bending over him, her own tears fell on his glossy hair. Lady Brampton and Madeline retired up the aisle, leaving the mother and child alone. "Look up, my Richard," cried the unfortunate widow, "look up, son of King Edward, my noble, my outcast boy. Thou art much grown, much altered since last I saw thee. Thou art more like thy blessed father than thy infancy promised." She parted his curls on his brow, and looked on him with the very soul of maternal tenderness. "Ah! Were I a cottager," she continued, "though bereft of my husband, I should collect my young ones round me, and forget sorrow. I should toil for them, and they would learn to toil for me. How sweet the food my industry procured for them, how hallowed that which their maturer strength would bestow on me. I am the mother of princes. Vain boast. I am childless." The queen, lost in thought, scarcely heard the gentle voice of her son, who replied by expressions of endearment, nor felt his caresses, but collecting her ideas, she called to mind how brief the interview must be, and how she was losing a many precious moments in vain exclamations and regrets. Recovering that calm majesty which usually characterized her, she said, "Richard, arise. Our minutes are counted, and each must be freighted with the warning and wisdom of years. Thou art young, my son. But Lady Brampton tells me that thy understanding is even premature. Thy experience indeed must be small, but I will try to adapt my admonitions to that experience. Should you fail to understand me, do not on that account despise my lessons, but treasure them up till thy increased years reveal their meaning to thee. We may never meet again, for once separated, 10,000 swords, and twice 10,000 dangers divide us perhaps forever. I feel even now that it is given to me to bless thee for the last time, and I would fain to the last be the cause of good to thee. I have lived, how long, and suffered, methinks, beyond human suffering. Let the words I now utter, live in thy soul forever, my soul is in them. Will not my son respect the sacred yearnings of his mother's heart?" Touched, penetrated by this exordium, the tearful boy promised attention and obedience. Elizabeth sat on a low tomb. Richard knelt before her, one kiss she imprinted on his young brow, while endeavoring to still the beating of her heart, and to command the trembling of her voice. She was silent for a few moments. Richard looked up to her with mingled love and awe. Wisdom seemed to beam from her eyes, and the agitation that quivered on her lips gave solemnity to the tone with which she addressed her young auditor. She spoke of his early prospects, his long imprisonment, and late fortunes. She descanted on the character of Henry Tudor, describing him as wise and crafty, and to be feared. She dwelt on the character of the Earl of Lincoln and other chiefs of the House of York, and mentioned how uneasily they bore the downfall of their party. No pains, no artifice, no risk, she said, would be spared by any one of them, to elevate an offspring of the White Rose, and to annihilate the pretensions and power of Lancaster. Still a boy, unmeet for such contest, noble blood will be shed for you, my son, she continued, and while you are secluded by those who love you from danger, many lives will be spent for your sake. We shall hazard all for you, and all may prove too little for success. We may fail, and you be thrown upon your own guidance, your unformed judgment, and childish indiscretion. Alas! What will then be your fate? Your kinsmen and partisans slain, your mother broken-hearted, it may be, dead! Spies will on every side environ you, nets will be spread to ensnare you, daggers sharpened for your destruction. You must oppose prudence to craft, nor, until your young hand can wield a man's weapon, dare attempt aught against Henry's power. Never forget that you are a king's son, yet suffer not unquiet ambition to haunt you. Sleep in peace, my love, while others wake for you. The time may come when victory will be granted to our arms. Then we shall meet again, not as now, like skulking guilt, but in the open sight of day I shall present my son to his loyal subjects. Now we part, my Richard, again you are lost to me, save in the recollection of this last farewell. Her own words fell like a mournful augury on her ear. With a look of agonized affection she opened her arms, and then enclosed in their circle the stripling form of her son. She pressed him passionately to her heart, covering him with her kisses, while the poor boy besought her not to weep, yet, infected by her sorrow, tears streamed from his eyes, and his little heart swelled with insupportable emotion. It was at once a sight of pity and of fear to behold his mother's grief. Lady Brampton and Madeline now drew near, and this effusion of sorrow passed away. The Queen collected herself, and rising, taking Richard's hand in hers, with dignity and grace she led him up to the fair Fleming, saying, "A widowed mother commits to your protection her beloved child. If heaven favor our right, we may soon claim him, to fill the exalted station to which he is heir. If disaster and death follow our attempts, be kind to my orphan son, protect him from the treachery of his enemies, preserve, I beseech you, his young life." Madeline replied in a tone that showed how deeply she sympathized in the Queen's sorrows, while she fervently promised never to desert her charge. "Now depart," said Elizabeth, "leave me, Richard, while I have yet courage to say adieu." Elizabeth stood watching, while the forms of the prince and his protectress disappeared down the dark aisle. They reached the door, it swung back on its hinges, and the sound, made as it closed again, reverberated through the arched cathedral. The unfortunate mother did not speak. Leaning on her friend's arm, she quitted the church by another entrance. They returned to the palace in silence. And when again they conversed, it was concerning their hopes of the future, the schemes to be devised, nor did the aching heart of Elizabeth relieve itself in tears and complaints, till the intelligence, received some weeks afterwards of the safe arrival of the travellers in France, took the most bitter sting from her fears, and allowed her again to breathe freely. Chapter 6. Such when as Margot him did view, he weened well to work some uncouth while. Soon untwisting his deceitful clue, he gan to weave a web of cunning guile. Spencer. The birth of Arthur, Prince of Wales, which took place in the month of September of this same year, served to confirm Henry Tudor on the throne, and almost to obliterate the memory of a second and resisting party in the kingdom. That party indeed was overthrown, its chiefs scattered, its hopes few. Most of the principal Yorkists had taken refuge in the court of the Duchess of Burgundy. The Earl of Lincoln only ventured to remain, preserving the appearance of the greatest privacy, while his secret hours were entirely occupied by planning a rising in the kingdom, whose success would establish his cousin Richard Duke of York, the fugitive Perkin Warbeck, on the throne. The chief obstacle that presented itself was the difficulty of exciting the English to any act of rebellion against the king, without bringing forward the young prince as the principal actor on the scene. The confirmed friendship between the Queen and Lady Brampton had produced a greater degree of intercourse between the former and the Earl, but their joint counsels had yet failed to originate a plan of action, when chance, or rather the unforeseen results of former events, determined their course of action, and brought to a crisis sooner than they expected the wavering purposes of each. Richard Simon had quitted Winchester to fulfill his duties as priest in the town of Oxford. No man was better fitted than Simon to act a prominent part in a state plot. He was brave, but the priestly garb having wrested the sword from his hand, circumstances had converted that active courage, which might have signalized him in the field, to a spirit of restless intrigue, to boldness in encountering difficulties, and address in surmounting them. To form plans, to concoct the various parts of a scheme, wedging one into the other, to raise a whirlwind around him, and to know, or to fancy that he knew, the direction the ravager would take, and what would be destroyed and what saved in its course, had been from youth the atmosphere in which he lived. Now absent from the Queen, he was yet on the alert to further her views, and he looked forward to the exaltation of her son to the throne as the foundation stone of his own fortunes. In what way could this be brought about? After infinite deliberation with himself, Simon conceived the idea of bringing forward an impostor, who, taking the name of Richard of York, whose survival, though unattested, was a current belief in the kingdom, might rouse England in his cause. If unsuccessful, the safety of the rightful prince was not endangered. If triumphant, this counterfeit would doff his mask at once, and the real York come forward in his place. In the true spirit of intrigue, in which Simon was an adept, he resolved to mature his plans and commence his operations before he communicated them to any. He looked round for a likely actor for his new part, and chance brought him in contact with Lambert Simnel, a baker's son at Oxford. There was something in his fair complexion and regular soft features that was akin to York. His figure was slight, his untaught manners replete with innate grace. He was clever, and his beauty having made him a sort of favourite, he had grown indolent and assuming. His father died about this time, and he was left a penniless orphan. Simon came forward to protect him, and cautiously to point out the road to fortune without labour. The youth proved an apartment scholar. To hear speak of princes, crowns, and kingdoms as objects in which he was to have an interest and a share, dazzled his young eyes. He learnt speedily every lesson the priest taught him, and adopted so readily the new language inculcated, that Simon became more and more enamoured of his scheme, and sanguine as to its results. The next care of Simon was to confirm, in the partisans of the House of York, the suspicion they already entertained of the existence of its noblest scion. He dispatched anonymous letters to the chief nobles, and it became whispered through the country, though none knew the origin of the tale, that the surviving son of Edward IV was about to appear to claim the crown. The peaceful sighed to think that the white and red roses would again be watered by the best blood of England. The warlike and ambitious, the partisans of York, who had languished in obscurity, walked more erect. They regarded their disused armour with complacency, for war and tumult was then the favourite pastime of high-born men. It was at this period that, through the intervention of Lady Brampton, Sir Thomas Broughton, a most zealous Yorkist and chief friend of Lord Lovell, was introduced to the Dowager Queen's presence, then residing in London. He came full of important intelligence. He had been roused from his usual repose by one of Simon's anonymous letters, which hinted at the existence of the Duke of York, and counselled a drawing together of such forces as would be willing to support him. Lord Lovell was with him, and at the name of Richard at once prepared for action. He was busied in raising adherents in the south, sending Sir Thomas to London, that he might there receive the commands of the prince's mother. Scarcely had he entered the metropolis, when in one of its narrowest alleys he was accosted by Richard Simon, who had earnestly besought him to obtain an audience for Simon himself from the Queen, acknowledging that he was the author of the reports and commotions, and that he had important secrets to disclose. All this inspired the Queen with the deepest disquietude. She readily arranged with Sir Thomas the desired interview, which, at Simon's request, was to take place that very night, and agreed that he should enter the palace by a private door, Lady Brampton giving him admittance. Broughton departed, and Elizabeth, disturbed and agitated, counted the hours impatiently which must intervene before the riddle was explained. Even this interval was full of wonder. A report was circulated, which soon reached the palace, that the Earl of Warwick, in endeavouring to escape from the Tower in a boat, had fallen into the river, and was drowned before assistance could be afforded. Such was the current tale, but many suspected that the king was privy to a more guilty termination of his unhappy prisoner, of whose death none entertained a doubt. This circumstance added to the Queen's impatience. Life was bound up in the event of the next few hours. The time arrived, all was quiet in the palace, the Queen inhabited Tower Royal, and the Royal Dowager and her friend prepared for their visitor. At the signal given the door was opened, but Simon came not alone. The Earl of Lincoln, Lord Lovell, Sir Thomas Broughton, and an unknown youth, it was Edmund Plantagenet, entered. The tale of the imposture of Lambert Simnel was disclosed, and with it a change of plan, the result of the death of Warwick. Simnel's age and appearance accorded better with this prince than with his younger cousin. It were easy to spread abroad that the report of his death was a fiction contrived by the king, that he had escaped in fact, and was in arms. If a more sinister fate had befallen him, guilt would impose silence on his murderer. If the attempt failed, no evil would occur. If successful, he would give instant place to the superior claims of the Duke of York. Lincoln unfolded these schemes with sagacity and deliberation, and the Queen eagerly adopted his ideas as he disclosed them. It was also the Earl's suggestion that Simnel should first appear in Ireland. The Duke of Clarence had been lieutenant there, and was much beloved throughout the island. Through neglect and forgetfulness all the councillors and officers appointed by Clarence had been unremoved by the new government, and might easily be induced to favour his persecuted son. The Duchess of Burgundy was also to be applied to, and counsel was held as to who should be informed of the truth, who deceived in this hazardous attempt. Night wore away, while still the conspirators were in deliberation. They separated at last, each full of hope, each teeming with gallant resolution. Henceforth the false smile or ill-concealed frown of their enemy was indifferent to them. Their good swords were their sure allies. The very victory gained by Henry at Bosworth raised their expectations. One other battle might give them again all that then they lost. Chapter 7. Within these 10 days take a monastery. A most strict house, a house where none may whisper, where no more light is known but what may make you believe there is a day, where no hope dwells, nor comfort but in tears. Beaumont and Fletcher. With the consciousness of this plot weighing on her mind, Elizabeth Woodville continued her usual routine of life, and made a part of the court of Henry VII. She had long been accustomed to pass from one evil to the other, and to find that when one cause for unhappiness died away, it gave instant place to another. She felt, with all the poignancy of a mother's disappointed pride, the situation of her daughter. Neglect was the lightest term that could be applied to the systematized and cold-hearted tyranny of Henry towards his wife. For not only he treated her like an unfavored child, whose duty it was to obey without a murmur, and to endeavor to please, though sure of being repulsed. At the same time that he refused to raise her above this state of degradation, he reproached her with the faults of maturity, and stung her womanly feelings with studied barbarity. He taunted her with her attachment to her family and its partisans, spoke with triumph of its overthrow, and detailed with malignant pleasure every severe enactment passed by himself against the vanquished Yorkists. Then, again, he accused her of participating in her parents' intrigues, and though proud of the son she had given him, as the heir of his crown, he divided, as much as possible, the infant from the mother, under the avowed, though ridiculous pretense, of preventing her from inculcating principles of rebellion towards his liege father. This last blow sunk deep. She had hitherto borne his harshness meekly, sustained by the hope of overcoming his flinty nature by softness and yielding. She had anticipated that the fresh enmity conceived against her on the event of Lord Lovell's rebellion would be entirely allayed by her pretty Arthur, whose birth was solemnized by many rejoicings. But when she found this last hope fail, every expectation of good died away with it. Among other acts of duty, she had for a long time pursued a system of self-denial, deeming it a breach of duty to complain of her husband, even to her mother. But this mother, acquainted with the secrets of the human heart, and desirous of detaching her entirely from her husband, exerted all the influence that one experienced and firm can exercise over the young and vacillating. She brought her to lament her situation, and to complain of each fresh token of the king's disregard. The barrier of self-restraint once broken through, the sympathy and remonstrances of her parent emboldened her to such a change of conduct towards Henry, as at first excited his surprise, then his contempt. The many rumors afloat concerning the existence of the Duke of York served also to rouse his angry mood. If at first he appeared somewhat complaisant towards his mother-in-law, it was from an endeavor to put her off her guard, and to attract or surprise her confidence on the point which lay nearest his heart. But, when he found that his attacks were vain, his undisguised arrogance and her ill-concealed resentment produced scenes, disgraceful in themselves, and agonizing to the wife and daughter who was their witness. At this moment, when suspicion was abroad, the Lancastrians fearful, the Yorkists erect with renewed hopes, like the bursting of a thunderstorm came the intelligence of the appearance of the Earl of Warwick in Dublin. His enthusiastic reception there, the rising of the people in his favour, and the menaces held out by him of his intention to wrench the sceptre of England from the hand of him who held it. Henry alone heard these momentous tidings with contempt. The Earl of Kildare, Lord Lieutenant of the kingdom, had received the Pretender with princely honours, yet the very circumstance of a false son of Clarence being supported by the Yorkists was the occasion of satisfaction to him. His only fear arose from the probable mystery covered by these designs. He was angry at the disloyalty manifested, but it was in a distant province, and so came not home to him. There appeared no falling off, no disturbance among his English subjects. Still caution and policy were the weapons he best loved to wield, and he dispatched several spies to Ireland, to endeavour to fathom the extent and nature of the rebellion. The chief among them was his own secretary, Frian, a Frenchman, a crafty and experienced implement. He succeeded in bringing back irrefragable proof that the Dowager Queen mingled deeply in the plot. Henry hated Elizabeth Woodville. He considered that it was principally through her restless scheming that he had been forced to marry the portionless, her detested claim to his crown, her only dower, daughter of York, instead of forming an union with a foreign princess, perhaps Mary of Burgundy, or Anne of Brittany, either of whom would have brought gold to his coffers, or extensive domains to his empire. He hated her, because he deeply suspected that she was privy to the existence of a formidable rival to his state. He knew that the young Duke of York had not died in the Tower. In every way she was his enemy. Besides that link to her ruin, was the sweet idea of confiscation, one ever entertained with delight by the money-loving king. He assembled a council in his palace at Sheen, which stood near where Richmond now stands. The chiefs of the English nobility were his councillors. The Duke of Buckingham, son of him who first favoured, and then rose against Richard III. The Lords Daubeny and Broke, who had been raised to the peerage for their services in the same cause. Lord and Sir William Stanley, men to whom Henry principally owed his crown. Others there were of high rank and note, but the king paid most attention to two priests, John Morton, Bishop of Ely, and Richard Fox, Bishop of Exeter, were his private advisers and friends, as well as public councillors. Morton had watched over his interests while in exile. He first had excited the Duke of Buckingham to revolt, and hatched the plot which placed Richmond on the throne. The council held was long and solemn, and the results, brought about more by insinuation than open argument, were different from those expected by most of the persons present. First, it was resolved that a general pardon should be proclaimed to the insurgents. No exceptions were to be made. Those persons then in the very act of setting up his adversary were included, for as, by the second decree, that the real Earl of Warwick should be shown publicly in London, the deception would become manifest. If indeed they were deceived, it was thought more politic to reclaim them by clemency, than by severe measures to drive them to despair. The third and last enactment was levelled against the Queen Dowager. Many of the council were astonished to hear it proposed, that she should forfeit all her goods and lands, and be confined for life in a convent, for having consented to the marriage of her daughter and Richard III, while the ready acquiescence of the king and his chief advisers made them perceive that this measure was no new resolve. These 3 decrees passed, the council separated, and Henry returned to Westminster, accompanied by Sir William Stanley. To him he spoke openly of the treason of the Queen, He even ventured to say that he was sure that some mystery lurked beneath. He commissioned Stanley, therefore, to notify the Order of Council to Her Majesty, but at the same time to show her that disclosure, and reliance on the king, would obtain her pardon. Sir William Stanley was a courtier in the best sense of the term, a man of gentle manners, desirous of doing right, easily excited to compassion, but ambitious and timid, one in truth than whom none could be more dangerous, for his desire to please those immediately before him, led him to assume every appearance or sincerity, and perpetually to sacrifice the absent to the present. Elizabeth heard, with utter dismay, the sentence passed against her. Courage was restored only when she found that her freedom could be purchased by the confession of her son's existence and place of abode. She repelled Stanley's solicitations with disdain, answered his entreaties with an appeal to his own feelings, of how far, if such a secret existed, it were possible that she, a mother, should entrust it to the false and cruel king. Stanley speedily found his whole battery of persuasion exhausted. He withdrew in some wonder as to what the real state of things might be, and full of the deepest compassion. She had indeed scarcely veiled the truth to him, for, calling to mind the fate of the wretched Margaret of Anjou, she asked him, whether, like her, she should expose the young orphan York to the fate of the Lancastrian Prince Edward. But Stanley shrunk from being privy to such disclosures, and hastily withdrew. Henry had now exhausted all his hopes, glad as he was to wreak his vengeance on the Queen, and to secure her possessions to himself. He was not so blind as not to see that the knowledge of her secret were a far greater prize. His next implement was her eldest son, the Marquis of Dorset. Lord Dorset had been so active in his opposition to Richard III, and had done such good service to his adversary, that Henry overlooked his near kindred to the Queen Dowager, regarding him rather as the representative of his father, Sir John Grey, who had fallen in the cause of Lancaster. He became indeed a sort of favourite with the king. Dorset was proud, self-sufficient, and extravagant, but his manners were fascinating, his spirit buoyant, and Henry, who was accustomed to find the storms of party lowering like winter over his domestic circle, found relief only when Dorset was present. The present occasion, however, called forth other feelings in the haughty noble. He might be angry with his mother's plotting, but he was more indignant at the severity exercised against her, and far from furthering Henry's designs, he applauded her resistance, and so irritated the king, that it ended by his sudden arrest, and being committed to the Tower. And now all hope was at an end for the unhappy lady. The various acts of her tragic history were to close in the obscurity and poverty of a convent prison. Fearful that her despair would lead her to some deed that might at least disturb the quiet and order he loved, Henry had resolved that no delay should have place, but that on the very morrow she should be conveyed to Bermondsey. She was to be torn from her family, her 5 young daughters with whom she resided. The heartless tyrant was callous to every pang that he inflicted, or rejoiced that he had the power to wound so deeply one whom he abhorred. Lady Brampton was with her to the last, not to sustain and comfort her. The Queen's courage and firmness was far greater than that of her angry friend. She pointed out the hope that the cruelties exercised towards her might animate the partisans of York to greater ardor, and tears forced themselves into her eyes only, when she pictured Richard, her victorious sovereign and son, hastening to unbar her prison doors to restore her to liberty and rank. The night was spent in such discourses between the ladies. With early dawn came the fated hour, the guard, the necessity for instant departure. She disdained to show regret before Henry's emissaries, and with one word only to her friend, "I commit him to your guidance," she yielded to her fate, submitting to be torn from all she loved, and, without an expressed murmur, entered the litter that bore her singly to her living grave. The same sun that rose upon the melancholy progress of Elizabeth Woodville towards Bermondsey, shone on a procession, more gaudy in appearance, yet, if that were possible, more sad at heart. This was the visit, ordered by the king, of the Earl of Warwick to St. Paul's Cathedral, thus to contradict to the eyes of all men the pretender in Ireland. Warwick had spent a year in the Tower, in almost solitary imprisonment. Hopeless of freedom, worn in health, dejected from the overthrow of all the wild schemes he had nourished at Sheriff Hutton, linked with the love he bore his cousin, the Lady Elizabeth, now Queen of England, he could hardly be recognized as the same youth who had been her companion during her residence there. He was pale, he had been wholly neglectful of his person, carking sorrow had traced lines on his young brow. At first he had contemplated resisting the order of being led out as a show to further his enemy's cause. One futile and vague hope, which could only have sprung up in a lover's heart, made him concede this point. Perhaps the Queen would be there. He met several noble friends, commanded by Henry to attend him, for it was the king's policy to surround him with Yorkists, so to prove that he was no counterfeit. Alas, These cloudy princes, and heart-sorrowing peers, assembled like shadows in the dim abyss, mourning the splendor of the day forever set. They entered the cathedral, which stood a heavy Gothic pile, on a grassy mound, removed from all minor edifices. There was a vast assemblage of ladies and knights, all looked compassionately on this son of poor murdered Clarence, the luckless flower, brought to bloom for an hour, and then to be cast into perpetual darkness. The solemn religious rites, the pealing organ, the grandeur of the church, and checkered painted light thrown from the windows, for a moment filled with almost childish delight the Earl's young heart, that this scene, adapted to his rank, should be so single and so transient, filled his soul with bitterness. Once or twice he thought to appeal to his noble friends, to call on them to resist the tyrant Elizabeth's husband. His heart chilled at the idea, his natural timidity reassumed its sway, and he was led back to the prison fortress, despairing, but unresisting. Yet, at this hour, events were in progress which filled many hearts with hope of such change as he would gladly hail. On the news of the Queen's arrest, Lord Lincoln had departed with all speed to Flanders, to his aunt, the Duchess of Burgundy, to solicit her aid to attack and overcome the enemy of their vanquished family. The Lady Margaret, sister of Edward IV of England, and wife of Charles the Rash of Burgundy, was a woman distinguished by her wisdom and her goodness. When Charles fell before Nancy, and his more than princely domains descended into the hands of his only child, a daughter and the false Louis XI of France, on one hand, and the turbulent Flemings on the other, coalesced to rend in pieces, and to prey upon, the orphan's inheritance. Her mother-in-law, the Lady Margaret, was her sage and intrepid counsellor, and when this young lady died, leaving 2 infant children as co-heirs, the Dowager Duchess entirely loved, and tenderly brought them up, attending to their affairs with maternal solicitude, and governing the countries subject to them with wisdom and justice. This lady was warmly attached to her family. To her the Earl of Lincoln and Lord Lovell resorted, revealing the state of things, how her nephew, young Richard, was concealed in poor disguise in French Flanders, and how they had consented to Richard Simon's plots, and hoped that their result would be to restore her brother's son to the throne of their native land. The Duchess of Burgundy possessed a proud and high spirit. The abasement in which her niece, the Lady Elizabeth, was held by the Earl of Richmond, she, the real giver of his crown, not having herself been crowned, the rigor exercised towards the Yorkist chiefs, many of whom had been her defenders and friends in time of flight and defeat, the calumnies heaped on the various members of the royal house, made a prospect of displanting Henry, and of revenge, grateful to her. She acceded to the Earl's request, gave him an aid of 2,000 Germans, led by Martin Swartz, a man of family and note in Germany, providing them with vessels to take them to Ireland, and blessing their expedition with her best and earnest wishes. On their arrival in Dublin a gay and brilliant scene was acted, which raised the enthusiasm of the Irish, and spread a glory round the impostor they supported. The exhibition of the real Earl of Warwick had produced no effect in Ireland. Thomas Geraldine, Earl of Kildare, asserted that Henry had brought forward a counterfeit, and Lambert Simnel lost no credit among them. He was proclaimed King of England. He was crowned by the Bishop of Meath with a diadem taken from an image of the Blessed Virgin. A parliament was convoked in his name, and every measure taken to ensure his power in Ireland, and to gather together forces wherewith to invade the sister island. The English lords felt far more anxiety than their allies in the result of this insurrection. Although it had been disregarded by the Irish, the effect produced in England by the visit of Warwick to St. Paul's was such as Henry had anticipated, and the counterfeit in Ireland found few supporters among the Yorkists. Still it was necessary to end as they had begun, to acknowledge the imposture, so to bring forward the young son of Edward, would have been to all appearance too barefaced a cheat. Lovell, as a gallant soldier, was ready to spend his blood in any enterprise that promised to advance the White Rose, but he, as well as the Earl of Lincoln, mingling sad memories of the past with careful forethought, looked forward to the result of Richard Simon's contrivance with well-founded dread. Still they entertained no thought of retreat, but mustered their forces, and counselled with their associates for the furtherance of the cause. On the 4th of June, Lambert Simnel, under the name of Edward VI, with his so-called cousin, de la Pole, Lord Lovell, and their constant attendant young Edmund Plantagenet, the Lords Thomas and Maurice Geraldine, with their force of savage scarce-armed Irish, and Martin Swartz with his German auxiliaries, landed at the Isle of Foudry in Lancashire, where they were soon after joined by Sir Thomas Broughton, who brought some few English to fight and die for this unhappy conspiracy. Henry was prepared for their arrival. To gain grace in his subjects' eyes, he first made a pilgrimage to Our Lady of Walsingham, and then, proceeding to the Midland counties, held council to know whether it were best to encounter his foes out of hand, or to let them drag on, so to weary them by delay. A number of nobles and their followers joined the king, and it was agreed among them to press forward, before the enemy should gather force in England. Henry had a further view in this. He could not tell how far the secret of their plot, which he felt assured was the design to advance the young son of Edward, was divulged among the Yorkists, and how far believed. As yet the enterprise bore no ill guise for him, having at its head a manifest impostor, so he hastened onward to crush it utterly, before it assumed a more fearful form. The Earl of Lincoln, eager to try the fortune of battle, advanced also on his side, and the rival armies drew nigh each other at Newark-upon-Trent. The king pitched his tents 3 miles beyond the town, and on the same night the Earl encamped at Stoke, but a few miles distant. And now, after a reign of 2 years, as he had forced King Richard to fight for his crown against him, an adventurer and an invader in his realm, did Henry Tudor find himself in his adversary's position, about to risk life and kingdom on one cast of the die against troops as ill-assorted but as desperate and brave as his had been. Henry felt in his heart's core the thrilling pang, which a conviction that all is in the hands of fortune must ever impart to a human being who is her slave. He felt that his crown was but an usurpation, that his anointed and sacred head claimed no reverence from these enemies. He was degraded in his own eyes from being a sceptred king upheld by the laws, to a wild adventurer. His good sword his right, a fierce but disciplined anger filled his heart, his brows were bent. His voice was attuned to harshness, his thoughts were conversant with overthrow and death. The hour was come, he was impatient for its passing, and he led forth his troops, all well-appointed English soldiery, in such hope as the sight of a noble army might well inspire, in such dread as was the natural offspring of the many chances and changes that had occurred to the sovereigns of England during the late struggles. The Earl of Lincoln cherished still mightier fears, yet there was more of calm and dignity in his meditations than in the impatient misgivings of Henry. His heart sickened at the idea of battle and bloodshed. He felt himself responsible for the lives of all, and, while this nerved his heart to courage, it took rest from his eyes, and planted sorrow deep in his manly breast. The morrow. Oh, the morrow. Hours full of fate. Whoso looks forward and sees in the morrow the crown or ruin of the hopes of many, may well pray the swift pacing hours to lag, and night to remain forever as a spell to stop the birth of time. But the morrow came, a day of slaughter and captivity for the Yorkist party. The battle was hard fought. The German auxiliaries were veteran soldiers, who spared neither blows nor blood. Their leader, Martin Swartz, for valor, for strength, and for agility of body, was inferior to none among the warlike captains of those times. The Irish, though half-naked and ill-armed, fought with desperate bravery. In vain, the valor of Henry's soldiers was equal, their discipline and numbers superior. First the noble Lincoln fell, and his comrades were slaughtered around him avenging his death. The Lords Geraldine, Swartz, and Sir Thomas Broughton were found among the slain. Lord Lovell was never heard of more. The young Edmund Plantagenet, struck in the side by a dart, lay for dead upon the ground. Richard Simon and his false-seeming pupil were among the prisoners. Such was the event of the last attempt of the Yorkists to raise the bruised White Rose to its sole supremacy. All of high rank and power that owned this symbol were gone. Lincoln, the best column of its fortunes, was destroyed. Nothing remained, save the orphan prince, the royal exile, a boy of 13 years of age, brought up as the child of a Flemish moneylender. To hide himself in safe obscurity was his only wisdom, till time should give strength to his arm, sagacity to his plans, and power to his acts, happy if he could find any concealment sufficiently obscure, to baffle the discernment of Henry, and to save him from the arts of those whom he would employ to discover and seize on him. Henry again felt himself secure on his throne. He deeply lamented the death of Lincoln, as he had hoped to learn from him the secret of the conspiracy. He found in Lambert Simnel the mere tool of others, and in contempt made him a scullion in his kitchen, so to throw derision on the attempt which had been made to exalt him. He dealt otherwise with Richard Simon. In the secrecy of his prison every art was practiced to induce him to make a full confession. Simon played a dastardly and a double part, half revealing, half disguising the truth. Henry became assured that his rival, the Duke of York, survived, and he was led in some sort to guess at the place of his abode. He had promised liberty to Simon when the young prince should be in his hands. Meanwhile he was imprisoned in the monastery in which he was fated to close his existence. Chapter 8. Our king he kept a false steward, Sir Aldingar they him call. A falser steward than he was one, served not in bower nor hall. Old Ballad. Whoever writes concerning the actions of the men of the olden time, must sadden the reader by details of war, descriptions of fields of battle, narrations of torture, imprisonment, and death. But here also we find records of high virtues and exalted deeds. It is at first sight strange, that men, whose trade was murder, who habitually wore offensive weapons, whose chief happiness was derived from the glory they acquired by inflicting misery on others, should be among those who live in our memories as examples of what is most graceful and excellent in human nature. Too great security destroys the spirit of manhood, while the habit of hazardous enterprise strengthens and exalts it. It was not because they destroyed others that the warriors of old were famous for honor, courage, and fidelity, but because, from some motive springing from the unselfish part of our nature, they exposed themselves to danger and to death. It was at times such as these that friendship formed the chief solace of man's life. The thought of his lady love supported the knight during his wanderings, and rewarded him on his return, but the society of his brothers in arms shortened the weary hours, and made peril pleasure. Death, the severer of hearts and destroyer of hope, is in its actual visitation the great evil of life, the ineffaceable blot, the tarnisher of the imagination's brightest hues. But if he never came, but only hovered, the anticipation of his advent might be looked upon as the refiner of our nature. To go out under the shadow of his dark banner, hand in hand, to encounter 1,000 times his grim likeness, to travel on through unknown ways, during starless nights, through forests beset with enemies, over mountains, whose defiles hid him but to assure his aim, to meet him arrayed in his full panoply on the field of battle, to separate in danger, to meet on the verge of annihilation, and still through every change to reap joy, because every peril was mutual, every emotion shared, was a school for heroic friendship that does not now exist. In those times also man was closer linked with nature than now, and the sublimity of her creations exalted his imagination, and elevated his enthusiasm. Dark woods, wild mountains, and the ocean's vast expanse, form a stage on which, when we act our parts, we feel that mightier natures than our own witness the scenes we present, and our hearts are subdued by awe to resignation. Edmund Plantagenet, the forest-bred son of Richard III, the late companion of the illustrious Lincoln and gallant Lovell, lay long insensible on the field of battle. Surrounded by the dead, he awoke from his swoon to the consciousness that they lay strewed around him, dead, whom he had worshipped as heroes, loved as friends. Life became a thankless boon. Willingly would he have closed his eyes, and bid his soul also go on her journey to the unknown land, to which almost all those to whom he had been linked during his past existence had preceded him. He was rescued by a charitable friar from this sad state. His wound was dressed life, and with it liberty, restored to him. After some reflection, the first use he resolved to make of these gifts was to visit the young Duke of York at Turn. Edmund's mind, without being enterprising, was full of latent energy, and contemplative enthusiasm. The love of virtue reigned paramount in it, nor could he conceive happiness unallied to some pursuit, whose origin was duty, whose aim was the good of others. His ambition and his downfall were perpetual subjects for reflection. To atone for the first and redeem the last in the person of his nephew, became, in his idea, the only fitting end of his life. Fostering this sentiment, he speedily formed the determination of attaching himself to the exiled Duke of York, first, to devote himself to the preserving and educating him during childhood, and secondly, to fight and die for him when the time was ripe to assert his rights. During his hazardous journey to Flanders, Edmund was supported by that glowing sensation which borrows the hues and sometimes the name of happiness. It was an ecstatic mood that soared above the meaner cares of life, and exalted him by the grandeur of his own ideas. Self-devotion is, while it can keep true to itself, the best source of human enjoyment. There is small alloy when we wholly banish our own wretched clinging individuality, in our entire sacrifice at the worshipped shrine. Edmund became aware of the value of his own life, as he planned how in future he should be the guardian and protector of his unfriended, peril-encircled, orphan cousin. A religious sentiment of filial love also influenced him, for thus he could in some sort repair the wrongs committed by his father. There was much in Edmund's temperament that might have rendered him a mere dreamer. The baser ends of common men possessed no attractions for him, but a lofty purpose developed the best points of his character. It was early dawn, when, a month after the Battle of Stoke, Plantagenet, in pursuance of his design, arrived at the cottage of Madeline de Ferro, where, under the lowly name of Perkin Warbeck, dwelt the noble scion of the House of York. It was a lovely spot. Trees embowered the cot, roses bloomed in the garden, and jessamine and woodbine were twined round the porch. The morning breeze and rising sun filled the atmosphere with sweets. Already the cottagers were enjoying its fragrance, and Edmund, as he alighted, beheld the object of his journey, the fair-haired stripling prince and his protectress Madeline. Edmund was 21, but his brow was more bent, his eye more thoughtful, his cheek more pale and sunk than befitted his age. It was only when he smiled that frankness displaced solemnity, and those who conversed with him were ever eager to call forth those smiles, which, like sunbeams that chase the shadows on a green hillside, made darkness light. Confidence readily springs up between the open-hearted and good, and Edmund and the inhabitants of the cottage found no impediment to entire reliance on each other. Madeline was overjoyed that her young charge should find manly guardianship in his cousin, and mentioned how often her fears had been awakened on his account, and how suspicions had got abroad concerning him among the citizens of Turin. Madeline, the sister of the Fleming, John Warbeck, was married to a Spaniard in the service of Portugal. In those days, just previous to the discovery of America by Columbus, while that illustrious man was offering his unesteemed services at Lisbon, the Portuguese were full of the spirit of enterprise and the maritime adventure. Each year new vessels were sent southward along the unexplored shores of Africa, to discover beyond the torrid zone a route to India. Hernando Ferro was a mariner. It was during one of his voyages to Holland that he had seen and married Madeline, and he left her in her native country, while he pursued his fortunes down the Golden Coast as far as the Cape of Good Hope. He had been absent longer than she had anticipated, and each day might bring the wanderer back, when he purposed taking her with him to his native Spain. What, then, must become of Richard? Plantagenet saw at once the necessity of visiting the court of Burgundy, and of placing her nephew at the disposition of the Duchess Margaret. The young prince was now 14. He had shot up in height beyond his years, beautiful in his boyhood, and of greater promise for the future. His clear blue laughing eyes, his clustering auburn hair, his cheeks, whose rosy hue contrasted with the milk white of his brow, his tall and slender but agile person, would have introduced him to notice among a crowd of strangers. His very youthful voice was attuned to sweetness. If Edmund found the Lady Margaret lukewarm, he need only lead the noble boy into her presence to interest her in his favour. Richard heard with tearful eyes of the imprisonment of his mother, and the slaughter of his kinsmen and friends. His heart for the moment desired vengeance. He would himself seek his aunt of Burgundy, and aided by her attack the usurper. With difficulty he permitted his cousin to depart alone, but he was obliged to yield, and Plantagenet set out for Brussels, promising a speedy return. About a week after Edmund's departure, another visitor arrived at the cottage of the exile. A violent storm had overtaken Duke Richard and his constant companion, Madeline's daughter, in one of their wanderings in the fields near Turin. As they stood for shelter under a half-ruined building, a traveller came to share the asylum. He was a Frenchman, a Provençal by his accent, for he immediately entered into conversation with them. As he is a man spoken of in the chronicles, he shall receive his name at once. This apparently chance traveller was Frian, Stephen Frian, King Henry's secretary. He had been employed to search out the young prince by such tokens as Richard Simon had given, and chance had caused him to fall in with Edmund, whom he had before remarked in attendance on the Earl of Lincoln. Easily guessing that Edmund's journey might have connection with his own, he tracked him to Turin, and then by some untoward chance lost sight of him. The indefatigable spy had spent the last week in a particular survey of every spot round the town and in the neighbouring cities, to discover his lost clue. Overtaken by a storm on his return from Lisle, he suddenly found himself under a shed with a youth whose appearance at once excited his strongest curiosity. What Frian loved beyond all other things was power and craft. He had been a subject of the poetical King René of Provence, but, dispatched on some occasion to Louis XI, he entered into the service of that monarch, whose subtlety and faithlessness were a school of wisdom to this man. On one subject did he love to dwell: the contrast between Charles of Burgundy and Louis of France, the first commencing his reign by combating and vanquishing the latter, and dying miserably at last by a traitor's hand, his armies cut to pieces, his domains the unresisting prey of his rival, while Louis, by serpent ways, by words not deeds, gained every point, won every follower, and established his rule at last over the greater part of the wide territories of the fallen duke. In a minor way Frian aimed at imitating Louis, but he was naturally more fiery and rash. He had visited Italy also, and studied the wiles and cruelties of the Italian lords. Crossing back to Marseille, he had been seized by Corsairs and carried to Africa. Here he put in practice some of his lessons, and contrived to make himself a favourite with his Mahometan master, who afterwards crossed to Spain to serve under the Moorish king of Granada. Frian was quickly distinguished for his sagacity in the divided counsels of this distracted kingdom, and became the trusty adviser of him called Boabdil Chico. When this unfortunate sovereign was taken prisoner by the Spaniards, Frian was a chief mediator between them and the Sultana Ueza. At the court of Ferdinand and Isabella he met several Frenchmen, who awakened in his heart a keen desire to revisit his native country. He took advantage of an embassy thither from the court of Spain, to fulfill his wishes, but arrived at Plessis only in time to witness Louis's death. 2 years afterwards he was found in the train of the Earl of Richmond, the future secretary, spy, and favourite of Henry VII, now travelling by his order to find, seize, or destroy, the last blossom of the uprooted white rose. Phryne was rather handsome in appearance, with bright black eyes and dark hair, a complexion embrowned by the sun, a look of gaiety unless when controlled by the will of a superior. He was always laughing, a quiet kind of sarcastic laugh. He looked not the man Caesar would have feared, except that his person was rather inclined to leanness, but he was active and well versed in martial exercises, though better in clerkly accomplishments. His early youth had been chiefly employed in copying poetry for King René. He wrote beautifully, and his small white hands were the objects of his own very great admiration. Such was his outward look. He had stores of science and knowledge within, which he seldom displayed, or, when necessary, let appear with all the modesty of one who deemed such acquirements were of little worth, useful sometimes, but fitter for a servitor than his lord. No words could describe his wiliness, his power of being all things to all men, his flattery, his knowledge of human nature, his unparalleled artifice, which, if it could be described, would not have been the perfect thing it was. It was not silken, it was not glossy, but it wound its way unerringly. Could it fail, the rage and vengeance to follow were as certain as dire, for, next to love of power, vanity ruled this man. All he did was right and good, other pursuits contemptible and useless. Such was the serpent-spirited man who contrived to partake Richard's shelter. He eyed him keenly, he addressed him, and the prince replied to his questions about an asylum for the night, by a courteous invitation to his home. The boy speaks not like a cotter, his eye beams with nobleness. What a freak of nature, to make one in appearance a king's son, the plodding offspring of a rude Fleming. As these thoughts passed through Phryne's mind, the truth came not across him, and he even hesitated for a moment whether he should not, now the storm had passed, pursue his way, but his garments were wet, the ways miry, night at hand. At a second thought he accepted the invitation, and leading his horse, he accompanied the youthful pair to their cottage home. Madeline, unsuspicious of one obviously a Frenchman, received him without fear, and after a fire had dried the visitor's dress, they sat down to a frugal supper. Phryne, according to his usual manner, strove to please his hosts. His gay discourse, the laughable yet interesting accounts he gave of various adventures that had befallen him, made all three, the fair Madeline, the ardent princely boy, and the dark-eyed daughter of de Ferro, sit in chained attention. When he heard that Madeline was united to a Spaniard, he spoke of Spain, of Granada and the Moorish wars. Richard's eyes flashed, and the dark orbs of the girl dilated with wonder and delight. At length he spoke of England, and his words implied that he had lately come thence. "How fares the poor island?" asked the youth. "Such stories of its tyrant reach us here, that methinks its fields must be barren, its people few. Had you been my comrade, young master, through merry Kent," said Phryne, "you would speak in another strain. Plenty and comfort, thanks to King Harry and the Red Rose, flourish there. The earth is rich in corn, the green fields peopled with fat kine, such as delight yon islanders. Give an Englishman beef and mustard, says our French proverb, and he is happy. They will find dearth of neither, while the sage Henry lives, and is victorious. Yet we are told here," cried the youth, "that this Welsh Earl, whom you call king, grinds the poor people he has vanquished to the dust, making them lament him. They named Crookback, who, though an usurper, was a munificent sovereign." These words from a Fleming or a Frenchman sounded strange to Phryne. The doubt, which he wondered had not before presented itself, now came full-fledged, and changed at its birth to certainty. Yet, as the angler plays with a hooked fish, he replied, "I, a stranger in the land, saw its fair broad fields, and thought their cultivators prosperous. I heard that the king was victorious over his foes, and deemed his subjects happy. Yet, I bethink me, murmurs were abroad, of taxes and impositions. They spoke, with regret, of the White Rose, and scowled when they said that Elizabeth of York was rather a handmaiden in her husband's palace, than queen of fertile England. Now, were I an English knight, with golden spurs," said the stripling, "I would challenge to mortal combat that recreant Tudor, and force him to raise fair Elizabeth to her fitting elevation, while the while, all England's good kings are slain, and the noble Lincoln, the last and best of all, has perished." "You speak unwisely and unknowingly of things you wot not of," said Madeline, alarmed at the meaning glance of Phryne. "Good nephew, Perkin, your eyes see not even the English white cliffs, much less can your mind understand its dangerous policy." "Nay, dear mother," remarked her little daughter, "you have told me that the noble Earl and the good Lord Lovell had been kind guardians to my cousin Peterkin. You chid him not when he wept their death, and you may suffer him to reproach their foe. "I know nothing of these lords," said Frian, "whose names are a stumbling block to a Frenchman's tongue. But methinks it is well for us that they aim at each other's hearts, and make booty of their own provender, no longer desolating the gay fields of France with their iron hoofs." And now, since that he had found him whom he sought, Frian talked again of other matters, and, as before, his smooth and gay discourse gained him pleased auditors. At length the peaceful cottagers retired to rest, and Frian sunk to sleep under their hospitable roof, after he had thought of various plans by which he might possess himself of the prince's person. The readiest and safest way was to entice him to accompany him alone some little space, no matter how short. He trusted to his own skill to draw him still further and further on, till he should be put on board the boat that would ferry him to his own revolted England. Chapter 9. In the high chamber of his highest tower, sate Comrade, fettered in the Pasha's power, Byron. Gilderoy was a bonny boy, had roses tell his shoon. His stockings were of silken soy, with garters hanging doon. Old ballad. It was a simple scheme, yet with the simple simplicity succeeds best. A new face and talk of distant lands had excited York beyond his wont. He could not rest during the long night, while the image of his disastrous fortunes haunted him like a ghost. "Were I the son of a falconer or hind," he thought, "I could don my breastplate, seize my good crossbow, and away to the fight. Mewed up here with women, the very heart of a Plantagenet will fail, and I shall play the girl at the sight of blood. Wherefore tarries Sir Edmund, our gentle cause? If he be a true man he shall lead me to danger and glory, and England, ere she own her king, shall be proud of her outcast child." To a mind thus tempered heated like iron in a smith's forge, Frian, on the morrow, played the crafty artisan, fashioning it to his will. He and the prince rose early, and the secretary prepared for immediate departure. As he hastily partook of a slight repast, he renewed the conversation of the preceding night, and like the Sultaness Scheherazade, perhaps he had heard of her device among the Moors, he got into the midst of the quarrels of Elzevir and El Chico, the kings of Granada. "At the moment it was necessary for him to hasten away. Good youth," said he, "I play the idle prater, while mine errand waits for me. Lead me to the stable, and help me to saddle my nag. If you will serve me as a guide to Lisle, you will do a good deed, and I will reward it by finishing the strange history of the Moorish kings." The horse was quickly in order for departure. "I will but say good day to my kinswoman, and go with you," said Richard. "That were idle," replied the secretary. "The sun has hardly peeped out from his eastern window, and Dame Madeline and her dark-eyed daughter sleep. We kept them waking yesternight, they will scarce have risen ere you return." The Duke suffered himself to be persuaded with his hand on the neck of the horse. He strode beside his tempter, listening to his cunning tales of Moorish ferocity and Christian valor. "The walls of Lisle at length appeared. Here we part," said the Duke, who remembered the caution given him, never to enter these border towns, where the English nobles often resided for a space, and the appearance of the gallant stripling, and his close resemblance to other members of the princely house of York, might beget suspicion and danger. "Wherefore this haste, Sir Perkin?" said Frian, cooped up under a thatched roof from Lent to Shrovetide. "Methinks you should be glad to stretch your chain. I remain brief space in yonder walls, leave me not till I depart." "Who told you I was cooped up?" said the prince, hastily. "If I am chained, the key of my fetters is in my own hand. Put it swiftly in the wards then, and cast away the heavy iron. Come on with me, to where thou shalt ruffle bravely with satin-coated squires." Frian judged his prize already won, and almost threw aside his usual caution. Richard liked not the expression his sharp, black eye assumed, nor the wrinkling of his brow. He began to wonder what there had been in this man so to allure him into friendly converse. Now that in a familiar tone he invited him to continue his companion, his haughty spirit revolted. "Good sir," said he, "I now have done a host's duty by you. I saved you from a storm, restored you to your road. Yonder path, shaded by poplars, leads at once to the town's gate. Farewell. I am but an unmeet comrade for you." "Gay gentleman," said Frian, "pardon me if I have said aught unfitting the cottager of Tourne to hear. I now go the noble knight, the Sire Beverham, and I would fain have shown him what striplings these swamps breed. Methought his gilt palace were fitter dwelling than yonder hut for one, who, if his face light not, aspires to nobler acts than weeding a garden or opening a drain. Come, my lord, how dripped my tongue? But your eye is so lordly that the word came of itself. Gentle youth, trust yourself with one who loves to see the fiery youngster amid his mates." The gallant boy looked on with love and favour by the noble and valiant. Prudence whispered to Richard that this was dangerous sport, pride told him that it were unfit, nameless, and ushered thus, to appear before the high-born but thoughtless youth urged him on. and even as Frian spoke, at a quick pace they approached the town gate. The Sire de Beverham too, whom the wily Frenchman named, had been favoured by Edward IV, and was his guest in London. Let the worst come, and it were well to have made such a friend. I will bear myself gallantly, thought York, and win the good knight's smile. It may profit me hereafter. Now I shall see how the world goes, and if any new device or fashion have sprung up among our chivalry, that I may seem not quite untaught when I lead the sons of my father's friends to the field. Be it as you please, he said to his seducer, before now my hand has grasped a foil, and I will not shame your introduction. Frian went forward conning his part. He felt that his task was not so easy as he had imagined. The boy was wild as a bird, and so gave in to the lure, but, like a bird, he might away without warning, and speed back to his nest ere his wings were well limed. It was many miles to the coast. Frian's resolution had been hastily formed. The Lord Fitzwater, a partisan of Henry, was then sojourning at Lisle. He had been to Brussels, and on his return towards Calais a sickness had seized him, which forced him to remain some weeks under the roof of the Sire de Beverham. He was recovering now, and on the eve of his departure, without confiding the whole secret to him. The papers and tokens Frian bore must vouch that the king would thank any of his lieges who should aid him in bringing by force or decoy a pretended son of the traitor Earl of Lincoln, for thus Frian resolved to name his victim, to the English shores. Yet the decoyer had a difficult part to play. There was a quickness in the prince's manner which made him fear that, if his intentions changed, his acts would not lag behind, and though he did not betray suspicion, he was so perfectly alive to everything said and done, that any circumstance of doubt would not fail immediately to strike him. Although they had hitherto discoursed in French, yet it was certain that his native English had not been forgotten by him. Nay, the appearance of the Lord Fitzwater's attendants, their livery, their speech, must awaken the prince's fears, and confound the wiles of his enemy. Frian pondered on all these obstacles, as he rode gently through the narrow streets of Lisle. At length, they reached the abode of the French noble, and here Frian halted, while the Duke, beginning to be ill-satisfied with the part he played and his promised presentation by such a man, almost resolved to break from him here and to return. Shame of appearing feeble of purpose alone prevented him. At last, passing through the courtyard up a dark and massy staircase, he found himself in a hall, where several men-at-arms were assembled, some furbishing pieces of armor, others engaged in talk, one or two stretched along the benches asleep. Pride awoke in the youth's breast. He had gone too far to retrace his steps, and he resolved to bear himself gallantly towards the noble to whom he was about to be presented. Yet pausing for a moment, my memory, he thought, leads me far afield, or some of these men bear English badges, and their wearers seem grey-eyed Englishmen. Frian meanwhile, selecting with quick tact one of the followers of the Sire de Beverham who chanced to be among these men, requested an instant introduction to Lord Fitzwater, using such golden arguments that the man, half afraid of being called on to divide the spoil, motioned him quickly to follow, and, passing through a suite of rooms, as he approached the last, said, "He is there, I will call his page." "It needs not," said Frian. "Await me here, Sir Perkin," and pushing forward, to the astonishment of the attendant, entered unannounced to the Baron's presence. Richard thought he heard a "By St. Thomas," uttered as the door closed hastily. But some Englishman might be with the French noble, and though a momentary wonder crossed him, no doubt of Frian's integrity was awakened. "By St. Thomas!" exclaimed the Lord Fitzwater, as Frian almost burst into his apartment. "What shrewd varlet is this? A serf so used to enter a baron's chamber in France?" "Most noble sir," said Frian, "if in 3 words, or, if you refuse me these, if in one eye glance, I do not satisfy you, bid your men beat me with staves from the door. I am here in King Henry's service, God save him," said the noble, "and you, sir knave, from the fate you name, which will be yours undoubtedly, if you do not give me good reason for your ill-mannered intrusion." Frian looked round. Except the Baron there was no one in the room, save a stripling of about 16 years. The lad, though short in stature, was handsome, yet there was a look that indicated the early development of qualities, which even in manhood detract from beauty. He seemed conversant in the world's least holy ways, vain, reckless, and selfish, yet the coarser lines drawn by self-indulgence and youthful sensuality, were redeemed in part by the merry twinkling of his eye, and the ready laugh that played upon his lips. "My words are for your ears alone, my lord," said Frian, "and be assured they touch your liege nearly." "Go, Robert," said Fitzwater, "but not further than the antechamber." "There is one there," said Frian anxiously. "He must not quit it, he must not escape, nor learn in whose hands he is." "Your riddles, sir, ill please me," replied the noble. "Look at this paper, my lord, and let it vouch for the heavy import of my business." Lord Fitzwater recognized his royal master's signature, and with an altered tone he said, "Leave us, Robert, tarry not in the antechamber, but bear my greeting to my noble host, and ask him when I may, at his best leisure, pay my thanks to him and my kind lady. I depart tomorrow at dawn, and mark, speak not to the stranger who waits without." The youth made obeisance, and departed. A piece of tapestry hung before the door, which, together with the massy boards themselves, prevented any sounds from piercing to the other side. The lad was about to proceed on his errand, when curiosity prompted him to look on the stranger, with whom he was commanded not to parley. Richard stood in the embrasure of one of the windows, but turned quickly as the folding door shut with no gentle sound. His candid brow, his bright blue eyes, his frank-hearted smile, who that had ever seen could forget them, nor were the traits of the other's countenance less marked, though less attractive. The words burst at the same instant from either my Lord of York. "Gentle Robin Clifford, my prison playfellow," cried the prince, "this for me is a dangerous recognition. I pray you be wise, and as you were ever kind, and keep my secret close." "Alas, my lord," said Robert, "you have opened your hand, and let the winged fowl fly unwittingly, if you think it has not been discovered by yonder false loon. Know you where you are? Then I am betrayed. I see it, feel it. Farewell, Robin, my fleet legs will outrun their slow pursuit." "Nay, and that were possible," said Clifford, "but it is not. Let me better advise your highness. Trust me, you shall be free, but, hark, they come. I must not be found here. Show no suspicion, yield to your fate as if you knew it not, and confide in me, my hand on it. This night you are at liberty." Clifford quitted the apartment by the opposite door, while Frian entered from the other, beckoning the Duke to approach. He took him by the hand, and led him to Lord Fitzwater, who started back when he saw him, and was about to exclaim, but Frian, in French, addressing him as the Sire de Beverham, entreated his kind favour for Perkin Warbeck, the gallant youth before him. The Baron evidently was ill-pleased at the part he had consented to play. He said a few words with an ill grace, and bidding Perkin welcome, promised him favour, and permission for the present to remain in his abode. Richard saw through the flimsy disguise which the Englishman threw over his native speech, though he did not know who his receiver was, but, feeling that it was best to follow his young friend's counsel, he replied, also in French, that, at his guide's invitation, he had eagerly sought an interview with the renowned Sire de Beverham, that the honour done him would be deeply engraven in his heart, that on some future occasion he would gratefully avail himself of his offers, but that, at the present time, he had left his home without intimating any intention of a prolonged absence, and that he owed it to a kind kinswoman not to disquiet her by delaying his return. He prayed the noble to dismiss him therefore, craving leave only to attend him some other day. "Be it so," said Fitzwater, "tomorrow at dawn you shall depart hence, but you must not refuse my proffered hospitality. I shall introduce you to my household as one who ere long will be admitted into it, and show my friend, Sir Lelaine, who is now here, what gentle boars our Flanders breeds. I can return tomorrow, my good lord," Richard began, but the noble not heeding him, added, "Stay till my return, I now go to hear mass," and passed hastily from the chamber. The prince's first impulse was to reproach Frian's knavery, assert his freedom, and, ere any measures has been taken to secure his person, to quit his new prison. But he did not know how deep laid the plot might be. He was inclined to think that all was prepared for his reception and safe custody, so that any open attempt to regain his liberty would be resisted by force, while, through the assistance of his friend Clifford, he might hope to escape, if, giving in to the stratagem, he took occasion by the curb, and forced it to his purpose. "Are you mad," said Frian, "my rustic, that you resist the proffers of a high and powerful man of your native land?" Richard wondered, when he beheld Frian's sneer and crafty glance, how he had not mistrusted him from the moment he beheld him. The double meaning of his words, and the familiar tone in which they were uttered, grated him like a personal insult. He repressed the angry reply rising to his lips, and said, "It seems I must submit, yet I should be beholden to you if you contrived an excuse, and lent me your horse, that I might ride back and inform Dame Madeline. Tomorrow I might return." Frian opposed this intention, and led the prince to a chamber at some distance from any other, at the end of a corridor, saying, that it had been assigned to him, and after a short conversation left him. Richard heard the shooting of the bolt as the door closed. "Son of King Edward," he thought, "thy folly disgraces thy parentage, thus at once to have run into the gin. Yet I am of good cheer, and my heart tells me that I shall relate the merry tale of my escape to Madeline and my sweet cause. and dry this night the tears my disappearance has caused them to shed. It soon appeared, by the long absence of his betrayer, that it was not intended to continue the fast longer, but that, from the moment he had entered that chamber, he was in treatment as well as in fact a prisoner. After several weary hours had elapsed, his blithe spirit began to sink. He reflected that Clifford had probably promised more than he could perform, but courage awoke with a sense of danger. He resolved to be true to himself, and to effect his escape singly, if he could gain no assistance. Men have ears and hearts, he thought, and I can work on these, or they may be neglectful while I am on the alert, and I can profit by their carelessness. In all forms my fortune may take, I will not fail to myself, and there is small danger in any change for a true man. With my light spirit and resolved will, I could, I doubt not, persuade an armed band to make way for me, or open prison bolts with charming words, though my witchcraft be only that of gentle courtesy, moulding with skillful hand the wax of soft humanity. Pacing the apartment, he continued these meditations, imagining every circumstance that might and would arise, and how he was to turn all to the best advantage. He framed persuasive speeches, wily answers to ensnaring questions, cautious movements, by which he might withdraw himself from the hands of his enemies, and while he thus occupied himself, his eyes gleamed, and his cheeks glowed, as if the moment of action had come, and his life and liberty depended on instant deed. At 2 hours past noon the door was unclosed, and a servant entered bearing food. Impatient to begin his plans of escape, Richard was about to speak to him, when, in the doorway, he beheld the slight, stunted figure of Clifford, whose forefinger was pressed on his lips, and who, after exchanging one glance with his friend, cast aside his stealthy expression of countenance, entering with a half-swaggering look, and saying, in French, "My lord, young sir, has sent me on a pleasant embassage, even that of dining with your pageship, saying, 2 boys like us were better and merrier together than in the great hall with the arrogant serving men." Richard felt no great appetite, but taking the tone from his friend, he thanked him, and they felt on the viands. "Now, kind Thomas," said Clifford, "of your bounty bring us a stoup of wine. The day is rainy, and we cannot abroad, so my gossip and I will tell long stories over our bottle, and lay some plan of merry mischief which you and your fellows may in good time rue." The domestic obeyed, nor till the wine was brought, the servant fairly dismissed, and the door closed, did Clifford put aside the character he had assumed of a stripling page, in a noble master's abode, entertaining a stranger visitant of his own years. At length, when they were quite alone, the merry boy put his hands to his sides and indulged in so gay a peal of laughter, that the prince, who at first stared in wonder, at last caught the infection, and laughed too, while tears from superabundant glee streamed down their cheeks. Once, twice, and thrice, did Richard check himself, and turn seriously to inquire the cause of this merriment, and Clifford strove to answer, but laughter bubbling up choked his voice, and both again yielded in accord to the overpowering fit. At last gasping, holding their sides, and by degrees commanding their muscles, the Duke said, "I would ask you, friend Robin, what this means." But at the word, "Lo, your very voice is lost. Now prithee feel half as weary as I do of this folly, and you will be as grave as Tumbledown Dick. Do you remember the simpering fellow we made good sport of in the tower? You have broke the spell, my lord," said Clifford. "That word suffices to make me as grave as Brakenbury himself, when he looked on your brother's corpse. Ah dear, your highness, the name of the tower is worse than a raven's croak. God and St. Thomas preserve you from ever getting the other side of its moat." "Amen, Robin, with all my heart," said Richard. "A shudder runs through my limbs down to my fingertips, making the skin on my head creep, when I think there is any chance of my passing long years in those dreary cells, with their narrow deep windows, the courtyards, which the sun seldom visits, the massy dark walls, whose black stones seem to frown angrily, if our child's voices were ever heard in sport." "Your cousin, my lord of Warwick, pines out his melancholy days," replied Clifford, "and that is your destined abode. My grandfather was slain by Queen Margaret's side, and stained the red rose with a blood-red dye, falling in its cause. Your father and his brothers did many a Clifford much wrong, and were in mourning possessed my house till the line of Lancaster was restored. I cannot grieve therefore for the exaltation of the Earl of Richmond, yet I will not passively see my playmate mewed up in a cage, nor put in danger of having his head laid on that ungentle pillow in Tower Yard. The daughter of Warwick, our Edward's affianced bride, your crook-backed uncle's wife, loved my pranks and nurtured my youth, and by her good leave, many a mirthful hour I spent in the dark place you name. May neither of us ever see it more. You will then assist my escape?" asked Richard. as faithfully, gossiped Dickon, as God his grace shall await me at the last day! And now I will tell you a merry tale. Chapter 10. It is thy merit, to make all mortal business ebb and flow. By Rogery, Homer's hymn to Mercury, and then, with you, my friends, and the old man, we'll load the hollow depth of our black ship, and row with double strokes from this dread shore, the Cyclops. Notwithstanding the promise Clifford made of a merry tale, both he and his auditor looked grave as he commenced. Richard expected, with some anxiety, an explanation from his friend, and the other assumed the self-consequence resulting from having achieved a victory. No two beings ever displayed, in their way, a greater contrast than these youths. The prince was many inches taller than his companion, and his slim make promised increase of height. His brow was smooth as infancy, candid as day, his bright blue eyes were lighted up with intelligence, yet there was a liquid luster in them that betokened tenderness, nor did his lips, that nest of the heart's best feelings, belly his eyes. They were full, a little curled, can we say in pride, or by what more gentle word can we name a feeling of self-elevation and noble purpose, joined to benevolence and sweetness? His oval cheeks were rounded by the dimpled chin, and his golden hair clustered on a throat of marble whiteness, which, as the white embroidered collar thrown back over the doublet, permitted the outline to be seen, sustained his head as the Ionic flute rears its graceful capital. Clifford was shorter, but firm-set and more manlike in form. His grey eyes were bright or dull as his soul spoke in them, his brow slightly scowled, pending over, and, even thus early, lines were delved in it, hardly seen when he was in repose, but which, as he spoke, showed deep and distorted. His smile was tinctured by a sneer, his voice attracted no confidence, yet Richard now hung intently on it as he spoke. When I returned from doing my lord's bidding, I found him moving about the room, more like a parched pea than a stately noble, for now he stood still, and then shot off with a quick step, showing every sign of being ill at ease. Now, boy as I am, for I can number but 16 summers, my lord more than loves me, he trusts me, and not without cause, for when at hazard but my story will be too long enough that ere now I have done him service. Had I not known the cause of his disquiet I should have asked it, but, believing myself fully aware of what this all meant, I went to my post, and busied myself in making some flies for angling, seeming most intent upon my work. My lord stood over me, and twice or thrice fetched a sigh, and then strode away, and came again, saying, I am a fool, a dolt. The king can mean no ill to this lad, and yet I cannot tell you how long this indecision lasted, while I patiently toiled at a fly of green and gold, bright as those which trouts love to snap at in clear streams during May. At length he asked me, Robin, did you mark the boy that stood in the antechamber? Aye, my good lord. And what thought you of him? Thought, my lord? I spoke inquiringly, for it suddenly came across me that he did not know you, and it was not for me to betray your secret. Aye, he replied, thought? Does he resemble anyone you ever knew? Of what country do you divine him to be? These Flemings are sandy-haired, I said, yet he does not look of Flanders. Methinks he seems English-born. You are right, said he, English he is confessedly. This Frian calls him a natural son of de la Poole of the late Earl of Lincoln. He says that he has knowledge of a secret treasure concealed by his father before this last rebellion, and the king wishes to get him into his hands, thus to secure gold. The tale is not unlikely, for the Tudor ever loved the glitter, nay, the very dust of the precious metal, and the boy resembles strangely the House of York. Yet, I care not for the task put upon me of kidnapping a child, and of betraying him into his enemy's hands, perhaps of delivering him up a prisoner for life, for the sake of poor fellow. If he know aught of a concealed treasure, in God's name, let him confess it while on this side the fatal channel that now divides him from tyranny or death. Let me deal with him, I said, let me throw out some toy, such as is this gold and green thread to a silly fish, and learn the truth. If he discover the hiding place of this so coveted coin, we may spare him the trouble of his enforced journey. I know not that, answered my patron, Master Frian is earnest for his safe keeping, and no one is nearer our liege's inner wishes than this provincial, who served him in exile, and who followed him in his expedition thence, and yet there is a noble daring in the boy, a mountain freshness in his cheek, a springy freedom in his gait, that it were 1,000 pities to fetter and limit within narrow prison bounds. Seeing that my lord was thus favourably inclined, I used all my poor eloquence to urge him further, and at last brought him to consent that I should converse with you, learn, if possible, your secret, inform you of your danger, and advise you to escape. One only difficulty remained. My lord had promised this master secretary that none should be admitted to talk with you, but when the subtle fiend, the double-dealing Frenchman entered. I told him with a long visage, that our noble host, the Sire de Beverham, had heard that we were carrying off, by force, a Fleming, and that, considering his hospitable mansion stained by the act, he had commanded strict watch to be kept on the morrow, that if any of the English suite were unwilling to go, or appeared in durance, he should be rescued. It was advisable therefore, that you should be kept in good humour till fairly beyond the gates of Lisle, and this my wisdomship offered to do, if admitted to parlance with you. You look grave, Sir Prince, but had you seen Friar's sage look of hesitation, and heard his many exhortations that I would by no means betray my knowledge of who you really were, and how I, with a bow, careful as if my curls were white from years, promised discretion, you would laugh as I did, when, the mime over which I played before the servitor, I doffed my page's seeming equality, and in duteous phrase to his Highness of York, offer my best services to liberate him. That seems already done, said Richard. Usher me to the Lord Fitzwater. I will declare myself to him. His compassion already excited, would then be cool as snow at Christmas. Wise young sir, Baron Fitzwater wears the blushing rose, and for him there is wormwood in the name of York. Now, as a chance offshoot of the white thorn, he only sees in you a harmless boy, whom it was sin to injure, but give yourself a name whose very echo would bring St. Albans, Tewkesbury, Bosworth Field, and 1,000 scaffolds streaming with his kinsman's blood before him, and without remorse he would let Friar have his will of you. Even I, Duke Richard, I am sprung from those who fell for Lancaster. Enough, replied the prince haughtily. I am content to stand alone, to achieve my freedom singly, or to submit to my fate. Not so, my noble playmate, said the other. I will not offer you my knee, my oath, my sword, for my allegiance belongs to the anointed King of England, but, I beseech you, suffer Robin Clifford to assist high-born Plantagenet to escape from a prison or from death, permit him to pay, if not the duty of a subject, yet that of a loving friend to the former companion of his childish sports. Richard listened somewhat sullenly to these offers. He ill-brooked the thought that any of English parentage should, knowing who he was, refuse to acknowledge him for his liege. But Clifford would not be refused, while it was hardly worthwhile to contend with his light spirit, which appeared incapable of a serious or profound idea. After a short resistance, therefore, the Duke entered willingly into a discussion of the best means of effecting his escape in such a way, that he should have several hours the start of Friar, and be distant from danger, before his seducer could discover that he was not still safe in his hands. In the midst of this discussion, Friar suddenly entered. The stake for which he played was too momentous to trust it wholly to the stripling page, and distrust of the wily boy entered also into his calculations. He broke in therefore, not only unannounced, but with such stealthy quiet as showed that he meant to pounce on his victim unawares. The youths sat, their stools drawn close. Clifford was leaning forward earnestly propounding his schemes, and Richard listened, his whole soul in his countenance. Friar was close upon them before he was perceived by either, his eyes glimmering with their usual suspicious look. The artless Richard started, and would with a conscious mien have drawn back, but Clifford, more used to the wiles and watchfulness of others, and his own double mode of action, continued to speak in the same tone the same words, without moving a muscle. The prince wondered, and regained his self-possession, not from entering into the deceit of his companion, but from the haughty sentiment of his own dignity, which he even in danger refused to cower. Clifford had been saying I will hence to the sire, a word to him, of whose secretary this provincial is, an insinuation that he is now on a secret expedition to the Flemish towns, will awaken his curiosity. He will send for him. Fortunately the good knight speaks so slow that a mass can be said while he is introducing the subject of his inquiries. As each word expires, he pauses while a requiem might be sung for its death. Our antagonist will writhe, and in a glance askance informed the speaker that this man was at his side. He continued and strive vainly to escape. The heavy weight will be too much for him. He must submit. Such feints suit well us boys who have not strength nor skill for more declared warfare. Tomorrow's dawn I will practice with you in the court of the castle ere you depart. But indeed, my gossip, you must promise to be at Calais on the 16th, when we shall see a combat of good knights fit for royal princesses to look on. And now, fair sir, farewell, here is your friend. The Sire de Beverham commanded my presence at this hour. If I see you not again tonight, the saints have you in their keeping. When Clifford with his page-like vivacity ran from the room singing a gay romance, Friar felt himself embarrassed, and more so when Richard said, my guest, it is hard, after giving you harbourage last night, that I should be forced, whether I will or not, to tarry here, leaving my kinswoman in dread and doubt. Make you my excuse to the Chevalier, and delay me no longer, I beseech you. Friar, without directly replying, said, "Anon I will speak of that. Meanwhile I have news for you," and he entered into a long account of an expected sedition in Flanders, and how the Sire de Beverham had promised to enlist Perkin Warbeck in his particular troop, when with courage and good fortune he could not fail to rise. While he was talking, one of the men-at-arms of the noble entered, and notified to Frian that his lord desired an instant interview with him. The secretary hastened to obey. He thought that good fortune itself provided this excuse for him to escape from his victim, and resolved not again to present himself before him. He was scarcely gone when Clifford returned. "Now quick," he cried, "down the back staircase. My own steed stands saddled for you. Ride fast and far, but whither do you intend to go?" "In the first place to Dame Madeline's cottage." "That were midsummer madness," cried Clifford. "Frian will never rest till he ensnares his bird again, nay, though I trust he will not discover your escape till tomorrow morning, that part of my scheme may fail, and his papers from the king are such that my lord could not refuse to aid him. I pray you set space and cloudy mystery between you." "It shall be so. Probably I shall seek refuge at Brussels, but I must see my gentle guardian and my sweet cousin, calm their fears, and bid them farewell." They had descended a narrow winding staircase. Clifford unlocked a postern, opening on a dark alley. A small light-limbed horse stood without, held by a stout, almost gigantic fellow. "Here, Brian," said Clifford, "this is the smuggled article of which I spoke. Convey it in safety to the gate. Once without, the road is known. How now, sweeting? You sit your steed as if you were used to this gear. In truth thou art a false one, yet take care, fold your cloak thus, not one kiss ere we part." He sportively snatched the prince's hand, and pressing it to his lips, continued, "No weeping, lovely, my merry heart hates tears like verjuice. The blessed Virgin protect you, I must in. Remember in every ill Robin Clifford is your fast, your sworn friend. Look at her, Brian, one would swear by her bearing it were a beardless page, and not a long-haired girl. Remember, though gamesome, she is gentle, and respect her on your life." Laughing at his own deceits, the guileful boy re-entered the mansion, nor could Richard avoid smiling at the merry and ready subterfuges which his friend had at command on every occasion. Brian demurely held the rein, and hardly hazarded a look or covert joke, as with a pace that put the pony to a trot, he led the prince through the narrow streets to the western gate. The youth breathed freely when, after having passed the hollow-sounding drawbridge, he saw the dark wall of the town behind him, and before, the green plain. In his haste he scarcely bestowed a benison on his guide, but snatching the rein from his hand, and with the other throwing some money at his feet, and exclaiming, "Beware of prating, as thou art willing to save thyself from the whipping post," he impatiently struck his unarmed heel against the horse's sides, and bounded swiftly forward. Brian picked up the angles, and told them slowly, as he said, "I meant to have paid myself in other coin, but, by St. Julian, she rides more like a trooper than a gentle dame, and her speech Master Robert has before now entrusted a damsel to my guidance, but they ever spoke me lovingly, with fair sir, and sweet Brian. Forsooth, Flemish girls ruffle more like branksome pages than soft-cheeked wenches." The thought of his conductor had passed as swiftly from the prince's thoughts, as he made the ground fly from under his horse's hoof. He was aware that he did neither the safest or best thing in seeking, like a hunted hare, the form from which he had been roused in the morning, but the desire of calming Madeline's anxiety, and imprinting a farewell kiss on the sweet lips of her daughter, prevented him from altering his first purpose. The night was cloudy and very dark, but the road was known to him, and he continued at full speed till a voice, calling aloud, attracted his attention. The words could not be mistaken. His own name, Perkin Warbeck, sounded through the night. His first thought was, that he was pursued, but reflection told him that assuredly his pursuers would not halloo to him, while any sent in search of him by Madeline, might naturally so try to stop him as he rode so fast through the dark. He checked his speed, therefore, and in a few moments a cavalier, a stranger, was at his side, mounted on a tall black horse. His form seemed gigantic, and little else could be discerned. The stranger spoke to him in French, with a foreign accent. He asked him, "Are you not he they call Perkin Warbeck?" This address was sufficiently startling, and the youth haughtily replied, "My name imports not to you, while to me this interruption is unseasonable. Enough, you go towards the cottage of Madeline de Ferro, I follow your highness thither." Richard grasped the small poignard which hung from his belt, yet how could he, a child, contend with the tall and muscular form beside him? "Whoever thou art," he cried, "and whoever I may be, follow me not. I am no serf to be seized and carried back to his suzerain. Depart in God's name, that the fingers of neither may receive an ill stain. Thou art a gallant boy." cried the stranger, as placing his hand on the youth's arm, his most gentle touch was felt as an iron vice pressing on his flesh. "Pardon, my lord. The interference of one unknown to you, though I will not call myself a stranger. I am Hernando Pharaoh, the husband of Dame Madeline. Now stay not your speed, while we hasten to relieve her thousand fears. I am come in search of you." The heart of Richard warmed towards his new friend. He felt that with him on his side, he might defy Frian, Fitzwater, and all their followers, for there was something in their Pharaoh's mien, which spoke of 1,000 combats, and as many victories. His deep voice outroared the elements, his hand might arrest a wild horse in mid-career. When they arrived at the wicket entrance to the cot, he lifted the boy from the saddle, as a child would handle a toy, and shouted aloud in his own language, "Viva el Duque de Inglaterra y el Marinero, Hernando Pharaoh." The dangers Richard had run, and the delight she experienced in seeing him, when again under the roof, stopped all Madeline's reproaches. "Is he not worthy all my fears?" she said to her husband, who stood eyeing the boy as he caressed his daughter. The Pharaoh stretched out his hand, saying, "Will you, Senor Don Ricardo, accept my services, and my vow to protect you till the death, so help me the Blessed Virgin and the Holy Trinity?" The Pharaoh was a mariner who had sailed in the service of the King of Portugal, along the unsounded shores of Africa, and sought beyond the equator a route to the spicy Indian land. His dark skin was burnt to a nearly negro dye. His black curled hair, his beard and mustachios of the same dusky hue, half hid his face, his brow somewhat lowered over eyes dark as night, but, when he smiled, his soft mouth and pearly teeth softened the harshness of his physiognomy, and he looked gentle and kind. Every nerve, every muscle, had been worn and hardened by long toilsome navigation. His strong limbs had withstood the tempest, his hands held unmoved the cordage, which the whirlwind strove vainly to tear from his grasp. He was a tower of a man, yet withal one, to whom the timid and endangered would recur for refuge, secure of his generosity and dauntless nature. He heard the story of Richard's dangers. His plan was formed swiftly. He said, "If you choose, Sir Prince, to await your foes here, I am ready, having put these girls in safety, to barricade the doors, and with arquebus and sword to defend you to the last. But there is a safer and better way for us all. I am come to claim my Madeline and our child, and to carry them with me to my native Spain. My vessel now rides off Ostend. I had meant to make greater preparation, and to have laid up some weeks here before we went on our homebound voyage, but, as it is, let us depart tonight." The door suddenly opened as he spoke. Madeline shrieked. Richard sprung upon his feet, while the Pharaoh rose more slowly, placing himself like a vast buttress of stone before the intruder. It was Clifford. "All is safe for the night," he cried. "Your Grace has a few hours the start, and but a few, dally not here." Again the discussion of whither he should fly was renewed, and the Duke spoke of Brussels, of his aunt, of poison and pitfalls. Cried Robert, "Think you, boy, as you are, and under pardon, no conjurer, that the king will not contrive your destruction?" Probably self-interested motives swayed Clifford, but he entered warmly into the Pharaoh's idea of hastening to the sea coast, and of sailing direct for Spain. "In a few years you will be a man, in a few years, forgotten. Yes, I may go, but a few months shall mark my return. I go on one condition, that you, Clifford, watch for the return of my cousin, Sir Edmund, and direct him where to find me. I will not fail." "Sir Mariner, whither are you bound?" "To Malaga." And now, urged and quickened by Clifford, who promised to attend to all that this sudden resolve left incomplete, the few arrangements for their departure were made. Favored by night, and the prince's perfect knowledge of the country, they were speedily on their way to Ostend. Clifford returned to Lisle, to mark and enjoy Frian's rage and Fitzwater's confusion, when, on the morrow, the quarry was found to have stolen from its lair. Without a moment's delay, the secretary followed. He hoped, upon his track, he directed his steps to Brussels. A letter meanwhile from Ostend, carefully worded, informed Clifford of the arrival and embarkation of his friends. Again he was reminded of Plantagenet, nor had he long to wait before he fulfilled this last commission. Edmund had found the Lady Margaret glad to receive tidings of her nephew, eager to ensure his safety and careful bringing up, but dispirited by the late overthrow, and deeply grieved by the death of the noble and beloved Lincoln. No attack could now be made. It would be doubly dangerous to bring forward the young Richard at this juncture. She commissioned Plantagenet to accompany him to Brussels that she might see him, and then they could confer upon some fitting plan for the privacy and security of his future life, until maturer age fitted him to enter on his destined struggles. Edmund returned with brightened hopes to Tourne, to find the cottage deserted, his friends gone. It may easily be imagined that this unexpected blank was a source of terror, almost of despair to the adventurer. He feared to ask questions, and when he did propound a few, the answers only increased his perplexity and fears. It was not until his third hopeless visit to the empty dwelling, that he met a stripling page, who with an expression of slyness in his face, spoke the watchword of the friends of York. Edmund gladly exchanged the countersign, and then the boy asked him, whether he called himself cousin to the fugitive Duke of York, laughing the while at the consternation his auditor exhibited at the utterance of this hidden and sacred word. "You come to seek your prince," he continued, "and wonder whither he may be flown, and what corner of earth's wilderness affords him an abode. He is now, by my calculations, tossing about in a weather-beaten caravel, commanded by Hernan de Faro, in the Bay of Biscay. In another month he may anchor in the port of Malaga, and the dark-eyed girls of Andalusia will inform you in what nook of their sunny land the fair-haired son of England dwells. The king is defeated, Master Frian balked, and Lord Fitzwater gone on a bootless errand. The white rose flourishes free as those that bloom in our Kentish hedges." Without waiting for a reply, but with his finger on his lip to repel further speech, the youth vaulted on his horse, and was out of sight in a moment. Edmund doubted for some time whether he should act upon this singular communication. He endeavoured to learn who his informant was, and at last became assured that it was Robert Clifford, a young esquire in Lord Fitzwater's train. He was the younger son of the Lord Clifford who fell for Lancaster at the Battle of St. Albans. By birth, by breeding he was of the Red Rose, yet it was evident that his knowledge was perfect as to the existence of the Duke of York, and the return of Lord Fitzwater and King Henry's secretary to Lisle, disappointed and foiled, served to inspire confidence in the information he had bestowed. After much reflection Plantagenet resolved to visit Paris, where he knew that the brother of Madeline, old John Warbeck, then sojourned, and, if he did not gain surer intelligence from him, to proceed by way of Bordeaux to Spain. Chapter 11. A day will come when York shall claim his own. Then York be still a while, till time do serve. Shakespeare. The further Edmund journeyed from the late abode of his lost cousin, the more he felt displeased at the step he had taken, but on his arrival in Paris his uncertainty ended. Warbeck had received intimation of the hurried embarkation of his sister, and here also he found Lady Brampton, whose husband had taken refuge in Paris after the Battle of Stoke. Like the Queen Dowager, the fate of Margaret of Anjou's son haunted this lady, and she warmly espoused the idea of bringing the Duke of York up in safe obscurity, until his own judgment might lead him to choose another line of action, or the opposing politics of Europe promised some support to his cause. She agreed to repair herself to Brussels, to take counsel with the Duchess, to use all her influence and arts, and as soon as time was ripe to proceed herself to Spain to announce it to the prince. Meanwhile Plantagenet, following his former purpose, would take up his abode with Richard in Spain, teach him the science of arms, and the more difficult lessons of courage, self-command, and prudent conduct. In pursuance of this plan, Edmund lost no time in going to Bordeaux, whence he embarked for Malaga, and following his friend's steps, arrived shortly after him at the retreat de Faro had chosen among the foldings of the mountains on the borders of Andalusia. De Faro's was a singular history. In those days that part of Andalusia which comprised the kingdom of Granada, was the seat of perpetual wars, and even when armies did not meet to deluge its fertile plains and valleys with their blood, troops led by noble cavaliers and illustrious commanders overran its districts in search of plunder and glory. During one of these incursions, in the year 1452, some impulse of religion or humanity made a Spanish soldier snatch from a couch in the country house of a noble wealthy Moor, already half consumed, an infant hardly a year old. The band was already in full retreat, and, fortunately, this incident took place on the very frontiers of Granada, or the benevolence of the soldier would hardly have been proof against the trouble his little charge occasioned him. Toiling up the mountains on their return to the kingdom of Chn, they entered the little town of Alcalá, where on the side of the mountainous road rose the walls of a monastery. How better, thought the soldier, save the soul of this boy than by giving him to the monks? It was not perhaps the present they would most readily have selected, but compassion and piety forbade them to refuse it. The little Moor became a Christian by the name of Hernan, and was brought up within the sacred precincts of the convent. Though the monks were able to make a zealous Catholic of their nursling, they did not succeed so well in taming his fiery spirit, nor could they induce him to devote himself to the inactive and mortifying life of a priest. Yet he was generous and daring, and thus acquired their affection, next to being a recluse vowed to God. The vocation of a soldier for the faith, in the eyes of these holy men, was to be selected. Hernan, advancing in life, and shooting up into strong and premature manhood, was recommended by the abbot to his cousin, the illustrious Don Rodrigo Ponce de Leon, Marquis of Cadiz. He fought several times under his banners, and in the year 1471 entered with him the kingdom of Granada, and was wounded at the taking of Cardla. In this last action it was, that a sudden horror of taking up arms against his countrymen sprung up in Hernan's breast. He quitted Spain in consequence, and, visiting Lisbon, he was led to embrace a seafaring life, and entered the marine service of the King of Portugal, at one time visiting Holland, where he sought and won the hand of Madeline, and afterwards, with Bartholomew Diaz, he made one of the crew that discovered the Cape of Good Hope. He sailed with 3 vessels, one of which lost company of the others, and its crew underwent various and dreadful perils at sea, and from the blacks on land. After 9 months they again fell in with their companions, 3 sailors only remaining. One of these was Hernan de Faro. His skill, valor, and fortitude had saved the vessel. He was exalted to its command, and now, in safer voyage overseas more known. He had freighted it with the fugitives from Turn. During all his wanderings, even in the gay and rich Portugal, Hernan turned with fond regret to his mountain home. To its rugged peaks, its deep and silent dells, its torrents, its verdure, its straggling and precipitous paths, its prospect over the rich and laughing Vegal of Granada. He had promised himself, after weary toils, a long repose in this beloved spot, and hither he now led his wife, resolving to set up his tent forever in the land of his childhood, his happy childhood. It was a strange place to choose, bordering on Granada, which at that time was as lists in which death and havoc sat umpires. But the situation of Alcalá Real preserved it secure, notwithstanding its dangerous neighborhood. It was perched high upon the mountain, overlooking a plain which had been for many years the scene of ruthless carnage and devastation, being in itself an asylum for fugitives, a place of rest for the victor eagle's nest, unassailable by the vultures of the plain. Here then Plantagenet found his cousin, here in lovely and romantic Spain. Though defaced and torn by war, Andalusia presented an aspect of rich and various beauty, intoxicating to one whose life had been spent in the plains of England, or the dull flats of Flanders. The purple vineyards, the olive plantations clothing the burning hillside, the groves of mulberry, cork, pomegranate, and citron, that diversified the fertile Vegas or plains, the sweet flowing rivers, with their banks adorned by scarlet geranium and odoriferous myrtle, made this spot nature's own favored garden, a paradise unequaled upon earth. On such a scene did the mountain home of the exiles look down. Alcalá too had beauties of her own. Ilex and pine woods clothed the defiles of the rugged Sierra, which stretched far and wide, torn by winter torrents into vast ravines, variegated by 1,000 intersecting lines, formed by the foldings of the hills. The clouds found a home on the lofty summits, the wandering mists crept along the abrupt precipices, alternate light and shadow, rich in purple and golden hues, arrayed each rocky peak or verdant slope in radiance all their own. All this fair land had been under the dominion of the Moors. Now, town by town, stronghold by stronghold, they had lost it. The riches of the land belonged to the Christians, who still, by military conquest or policy, pressed the realm of the Moorish sovereign into a narrower compass, while, divided in itself, the unhappy kingdom fell piecemeal into their hands. De Faro was a devout Catholic, but, with all his intrepidity, more humanity than belonged to that age, warmed his manly heart. He remembered that he was a Moor, whenever he saw a Muslim prisoner in chains, or a cavalcada of hapless women driven from their native towns to slavery. The blood in his veins moved with instinctive horror, and the idea that among them might pine and groan his parents, his own relatives, burned like living coal in his breast. He had half forgotten this, when he came to Alcalá, bringing his wife and child, and resolved to set up here his home. But when, in the succeeding spring, the Spanish army assembled on the frontiers of Murcia, and swept on towards the south, when deeds of Moorish valor and Moorish suffering reached Alcalá, when the triumph of the Christians and their ravages were repeated, the gallant mariner could endure no longer. "It is a fruitless struggle," he said. "Granada must fall, and God, who searches hearts, knows that his victory will be dear to me when the cross floats from the towers of the Alhambra. But I cannot behold the dark, blood-stained advances of the invader. I will go where man destroys not his brother, where the wild winds and waves are the armies we combat. In a year or two, every sword will be sheathed, the peace of conquest will reign over Andalusia. One other voyage, and I return." He went without fear, for Alcalá appeared a safe retreat, and left his family spectators of the war. What a school for Richard! Edmund rejoiced that he would be accomplished in knightly exercise in the land of chivalry, but he was not prepared for the warlike enthusiasm that sprung up in his cousin's heart, and even in his own. It was the cause of God that armed the gentlemen of Spain, that put daring into the politic Ferdinand's heart, and inspired with martial ardor the magnanimous Isabella. The veteran cavaliers had lost many relatives and companions in arms, in various defeats under the rocky castles, or within the pathless defiles of Andalusia, and holy zeal possessed them, to avenge their deaths, or to deliver those who pined in bondage. The younger knights, under the eye of their sovereigns, emulated each other in gallantry and glory. They painted war with pomp, and adorned it by their virtues. Not many months before, the Earl of Rivers, with a band of Englishmen, aided at the siege of Loxa, and distinguished himself by his undaunted bravery, his blunt but gay humor, his eager emulation with the Spanish commanders. The Duke of York heard, with a leaping heart, his mother's brother's name. Had he still been there, but no, he had returned to fall in a fray in Brittany, the victim of Tudor's heartless desertion. This circumstance had given distinction and honour to the name of Englishman, nor did Edmund feel inclined to lower the national character by keeping away from the scene of glory. What was to be done? York was a mere boy, yet, when Plantagenet spoke of serving under one of the illustrious Catholic chieftains, York said, "I follow you, I will be your squire, your page, your stirrup boy, but I follow." In 1489 the siege of Barca was formed. It was defended with desperate valor by the Moors, while every noble Spaniard, capable of bearing arms, assembled in Ferdinand's camp, which glittered in silks and gay caparisons, yet the very luxury of the warriors was ennobled by their valor. The sallies on the part of the besieged were furious, the repulse they sustained, determined and successful. When closely hemmed in, the Moors relaxed in their desperate efforts. The younger Christian cavaliers used the leisure so afforded them, to unite in making incursions in the surrounding country, to cut off supplies, and to surprise the foraging parties of the enemy. Two youths became conspicuous in these exploits, both proclaimed their English origin. One bore a knight's golden spurs. Edmund had been knighted on the eve of the Battle of Stoke by the Earl of Lincoln, and boasted of his royal, through illegitimate, descent. The other, a beardless, fair-haired, blooming boy, was nameless, save by the Christian appellation of Ricardo, to which was added the further designation of El Muchacho, from his extreme youth. It was a lovely, yet an awful sight, to behold this pair. The elder, whose dark eyes and dun complexion gave him a greater resemblance to his southern comrades, never lost sight of his young friend. Side by side, his shield before Richard's breast, they went to the field. When Edmund would otherwise have pressed forward, he hung back to guard his cousin, and when the boy was hurried forward in the ardor of fight, still his kinsman's gaze was on him, his sword protecting him in every aspect of danger. If the stripling were attacked, Edmund's eyes flashed fire, and mortal vengeance fell upon his foe. They became the discourse of the camp, and Plantagenet's modesty, and Richard's docility in all, save avoiding peril, advanced them still further in the favour of the grave courteous Spaniards. "Art thou then motherless?" Isabel asked. "If thou art not, thy gentle parent must pass many wakeful nights for thee." At length, in one skirmish, both the youths got surrounded by the foe. Richard's young arm, wearied by the very sword he bore, gave ineffectual blows, forgetting that he left himself unguarded. Edmund rushed between him and his assailant. Others came to their assistance, but Plantagenet was already struck to the ground, and for many weeks York forgot even the glorious emulation of arms, while watching over his best and dearest friend. Meanwhile Baza surrendered, and the cousins returned to Alcala, to Madeline and her fair child, and domestic peace succeeded to the storms of war. Richard loved Madeline as his mother. Her daughter was his sister, his angel sister, whose tenderness and heroism of character commanded deep affection. Monina de Ferro was, even in childhood, a being to worship and to love. There was a dreamy sweetness in her countenance, a mystery in the profound sensibility of her nature, that fascinated beyond all compare. Her characteristic was not so much the facility of being impressed, as the excess of the emotion produced by every new idea or feeling. Was she gay? Her large eyes laughed in their own brightness, her lovely countenance became radiant with smiles, her thrilling voice was attuned to lightest mirth, while the gladness that filled her heart, overflowed from her as light does from the sun, imparting to all around a share of its own essence. Did sorrow oppress her? Dark night fell upon her mind, clouding her face, oppressing her whole person, which staggered and bent beneath the freight. Had she been susceptible of the stormier passions, her subtle and yielding soul would have been their unresisting victim, but though impetuous, wild, the slave of her own sensations, her soft bosom could harbour no emotion unallied to goodness, and the devouring appetite of her soul was the desire of benefiting all around her. Her countenance was the mirror of her mind. Its outline resembled those we see in Spanish pictures, not being quite oval enough for a northern beauty. It seemed widened at the forehead, to give space for her large long eyes, and the canopy of the darkly fringed and veined lid. Her hair was not black, but of a rich sunny chestnut, finer than carded silk, and more glossy. Her skin was delicate, somewhat pale, except when emotion suffused it with a deep pink. In person, she was not tall, but softly rounded, and her taper, rosy-tipped fingers, and little feet, bespoke the delicate proportion that molded her form to a beauty, whose every motion awakened admiration and love. With these companions Richard passed the winter. The following spring brought war still nearer to the English exiles. Baza had fallen. One of the kings of Granada, surnamed El Zagel, the Valiant, had submitted to the Spaniards, and now Ferdinand commanded his former ally, Boabdil el Chico, to deliver up to him proud Granada, the loved city of the Moors. Poor Boabdil, whose misfortunes had been prophesied at his birth, and whose whole career had been such as to affix to him the surname of El Zogoipi, or the Unfortunate, was roused from his state of opprobrious vassalage by this demand, and followed up his refusal by an inroad into the Christian country, near Jaen. Count de Tendia, a veteran warrior of high reputation and brilliant exploits, commanded this district. His headquarters were in the impregnable fortress of Alcalá la Real itself, and when the cry came that the Moors had passed his border, he resolved to stoop from his eagle's eyrie, and to pounce upon the insolent foe, as they returned from their incursion. He chose 150 men, and lay in ambush for them. Plantagenet was of the number, and our young warrior also, though with sage entreaties Edmund, and with tears Madeline, had besought him to stay. The Count succeeded to his wish. The Moors fell into his toils. Few escaped slaughter or capture, but while the Christian hero exulted in victory, a messenger, pale with horror, spent with weariness, came to tell that a band of Moors had taken advantage of his absence, to fall upon Alcalá. Indignation and fury possessed the noble captain. He left half his troop to protect his spoil, and with the rest, all weary as they were, he hurried back to Alcalá, eager to fall upon the marauders before they should have secured their prey in a neighboring fortress. Edmund and Richard were among the foremost. Their rage could only be calmed by the swiftness with which they returned to deliver or avenge their friends. The sun was sinking in the west when they arrived at the foot of the Sierra. At first Tendia desired that his weary troop should repose, but several stragglers among the enemy, perceiving them, gave the alarm to their comrades, who, laden with booty, were preparing to depart. Harassed as the Christians were, they had no choice, while their position, on the lower ground, rendered their attack very disadvantageous. But nothing could check their fury. With loud cries and flashing weapons they fell upon the enemy, who, burthened by their prey, and wearied by their very outrages, could ill resist men fighting to avenge their desolated hearths. Still, so accustomed to war, so innately brave was every soldier on either side, that the combat was long and sanguinary. Night, the swift-walking darkness of the Knights of the South, came suddenly upon the combatants. The casques of the one party, and the turbans of the other, were scarce perceptible, to guide the cimeter, or to serve as a name for the arquebus. The discomfited Moors, leaving their booty, dispersed along the defiles, and, forgetful of their prisoners, availed themselves of the obscurity to make good their flight. Alcalá was retaken, and through the shadows of night, husbands and fathers called aloud on their wives and children to tell them if they were safe, while many a sound of woman's wail arose over the corpse of him who had died to save her. The troop, diminished in number, was drawn up the following morning in the square of Alcalá. "Where," asked the Count, "are my 2 English soldiers?" "I saw the elder leading 5 others across a steep mountain path, so as to fall on the enemy's rear. It was a sage measure, and succeeded well." Ricardo I beheld contending with 2 bearded Moors, who held in their fierce grasp a young and fainting girl. I sent Diego to his rescue. Diego, they say, was slain. Night prevented me from knowing more. Have both these strangers fallen? I would pay them a Spaniard's thanks for their aid, a knight's praise for their gallantry. Alas! Both thanks and praise would have visited their ears coldly. They had forgotten Tendia, his troop, the very Christian cause, in the overwhelming calamity that had befallen them. Assisted by Diego, who was cut down in the conflict, Richard had delivered Monina, and, forcing his way through the enemy, now already scattered, clambered with her in his arms to their mountain abode. He was guided towards it by the glaring light of the flames that destroyed it. Meanwhile, the fight still raged. York placed Monina in safety, and returned to share its perils. The peace of desolation that came with the morning, united the cousins, and they sought the ruins of their home, and their miserable friend, whose broken and harrowing tale recorded how Madeline had fallen a victim to the savage cruelty of the enemy, as she strove to defend her daughter from impending slavery. This was the result of Moorish war's death and misery. Richard's young heart had bounded to the sound of trump and clarion, and he returned to hear the melancholy bell that tolled for death. Their very home was in ruins, but it was long before, amidst deeper woe, they remembered to lament the destruction of many papers and hoarded objects, the relics and the testimonies of Richard's royal descent. Chapter 12. Ah! Where are they, who heard in former hours, the voice of song in these neglected bowers? They are gone, more. The chain is loosed, the sails are spread, the living breath is fresh behind. As with dews and sunrise fed, comes the laughing morning wind. Shelley. This was a gloomy lesson for these young and affectionate beings. They consoled one another, and wept as they consoled. At first Monina despaired. Her ceaseless laments and unassuaged grief appeared to undermine her very life, but, when she marked the sorrow she communicated, when she heard Richard exclaim, "Oh! For spring and battle, when I may avenge Monina's grief or die. Death is 1,000 times preferable to the sight of her woe," and felt that the fate and happiness of those about her depended on her fortitude, she forced smiles back to her lips, and again her sweet eyes beamed, undimmed by tears. Spring came at last, and with it busy preparation for the siege of Granada. Troop after troop defiled through Alcala, bearing the various ensigns of the noble commanders. The Count Tendia, leaving his mountain nest, united himself to the regal camp before the devoted city. Isabella joined her royal husband, accompanied by her children. Where women looked on the near face of war, even the timid were inspired to bear arms. The reputation the English warrior youths had gained, forbade inglorious ease, even had they not aspired with their whole hearts for renown, yet Plantagenet looked forward with reluctance to the leading forth his brave, dear cousin to new dangers, divided between pride in his valor, satisfaction at his thus being schooled to arms, and terror from the perils to which he would be exposed in a war, on the side of the enemy. Of despair and fury his thoughtful eyes rested on the young prince's glowing cheek, his unsullied youth. If wound or fatal hurt maimed his fair proportion, how should he reply to his widowed mother's agony? If, snapped like a poor floweret, he fell upon the death-strewn Vega, what tale should he report to the ardent Yorkists? None. At least he should be pierced only through him, and Edmund's course would rampart his heart, even when he had died to save him. Thus they again appeared in the Spanish army, and were hailed as among its ornaments. Whatever desperate enterprise kindled the young Spaniards to heroic frenzy, found the English pair among their numbers. At the beginning of the siege, the Moors, few in numbers, and often defeated, cheated victory of its triumph by various challenges to single combat, where many a Spaniard fell. Their frays resembled, in the splendor of their armor and their equipments, the stately ceremonial of the tournaments, but they were deadly in the event. Ferdinand, sure of victory, and reluctant to expose the noble youth of his kingdom to needless peril, forbade these duels, and the Moors enraged, multiplied their insults and their bravadoes, to draw their enemies to the field, nor lost any opportunity of committing the defense of their beloved city to the risk of battle, rather than the slow progress of famine. One memorable engagement took place on occasion of the visit of Queen Isabella to the hamlet of Zubia, to obtain a nearer view of beautiful Granada. The Moors, seeing the Spanish troops in array before their walls, came out to attack them. A battle was fought under the very eyes of the Queen, wherein it was the good fortune of Richard to make so gallant a figure, that on the very spot the Count Tendia conferred on him the honour of knighthood. Proud was the young Duke of York, and eager to paint his maiden shield with worthy device. He was now nearly 18, boyish in aspect, yet well knit in person, and accustomed to the fatigue of arms. He no longer burst on his foes, like an untrained dog, seeking only to slay. There was forethought in his eye, and a most careful selection of worthy and valorous opponents. Edmund still was to be found within a javeline's throw of him, but he no longer feared his untaught rashness, as before he had done. In July occurred the conflagration of the Christian camp. The day following, Ferdinand led forth his troops to make a last ravage among the gardens and orchards, the emerald girdle of Granada. During the fray, it was the young duke's chance to throw his javelin so as to slay on the spot a veteran Moor, whose turban having fallen off, exposed him thus. His companion in arms, a tall fierce Muslim, rushed forward to fell the insolent youth. Others interposed. Still the Moor kept his eye upon his boyish foe. 1,000 times he threw his dart, twice or thrice he rushed on him with uplifted scimitar. The battle raged among the orchard paths and flowery hedges of the thickly planted gardens, and ever some obstruction thwarted the infidel. Plantagenet had marked his rage and his purpose. He watched him keenly, and the fierce Gomez boiled with impatient indignation, as some impediment forever baffled his design. His last effort was to fling an arrow, which stuck in the ground quivering at Richard's feet. A label was affixed: dog and infidel. Thus was the cartel worded: if thou hast courage, Meet me at dawn at the Fountain of Myrtles." The following morning, at the hour when Plantagenet was wont to see his cousin, the prince was absent. Noon approached. The troops reposed after the battle of the day before, or were employed in clearing the dark ruins of the camp. Some thoughtless project might occupy the Duke, some excursion to the other side of Granada. The shades of evening gathered round the lofty towers, and dimmed the prospect of its vigour. Still Richard came not. Sad, anxious night drew near. Edmund roved through the camp, questioning, seeking. At last, on the morrow he heard the report, that the previous evening a cavalier had seen Ameradi Gomez issue from a little wood half a league from the city, and ride towards Aposton, that he was galloping up to him, when he saw the Moor totter in his saddle, and at last fall from his horse. Before succour could come, he died. His last words only spoke of the Fountain of Myrtles, in agony of spirit, for Gomez had surely stricken to death his stripling foe. Ere he left the place of combat, Edmund hurried to the spot. The herbage round the fountain was trampled and torn, as by horses' hooves. It was moistened, but not with water. A bank, thickly overgrown with geraniums, bore the print of a man's form, but none was there. Monina had been left in Alcalá, a prey to fear, to gaze from the steep summit on the plain, whereon, beyond her sight, was acted the real drama of her life, to question the wounded, or the messengers that visited Alcalá, and to address prayers to the Virgin, were the sad varieties of her day. In the midst of this suspense 2 unexpected guests visited her abode, her father, and an Irish chieftain, a Yorkist, who came to lead the Duke from his Spanish abode, to where he might combat for his lost crown. De Ferro had not heard of the death of Madeline, and with awe his child beheld the tears that bedewed his rugged cheeks at this sad termination of his ocean-haunting vision. He embraced his daughter. "Thou wilt not desert me, we will leave this fated spot, and thou, Monina, will sail for ever with thy father on a less barbarous sea." De Ferro's companion was named Lord Barry. He was Baron of Buttevant, in the county of Cork, and allied to the Geraldines, chiefs of that soil. He had fought at Stoke, and been attainted by Henry, so that he was forced to wander a banished man. Eager to reinstate himself, every Yorkist plot numbered him among its warmest partisans. He had for some time resided either at Paris or at Brussels, where he often held counsel with Lady Brampton. Weary of delay he at last stole back to Ireland, to see whether his noble kinsman there would abet and rise in favour of the Duke of York. He came away, proud and delighted with his success. Promises of service for the White Rose had been showered on him. His eloquence and enthusiasm conquered even Lady Brampton. War also seemed impending between France and England. If that were once declared, every objection would be obviated. At any rate, the times seemed so fair, that she agreed with Lord Barry to visit the present home of the young English prince, and, as if to further their designs, Sir Edward Brampton was at that moment requested by the Archduke Maximilian to undertake a private embassy to Lisbon. Thither they had sailed, and now, leaving this lady in Portugal, Lord Barry had continued his voyage to Andalusia, with the intention of returning again to Lisbon accompanied by the promise and hope of the House of York. He met De Ferro in the port of Malaga. The name was familiar to him. They journeyed together to Alcalá. Lord Barry was all eagerness that the English prince should immediately join Lady Brampton at Lisbon. It was agreed that they should proceed thither in De Ferro's caravel. The mariner abhorred the name of warfare between Spaniard and Moor, and Madeline's death only added poignancy to this sensation. He would not look on the siege of Granada. While the Irish noble and Monina proceeded to the camp to prepare the cousins, he returned to Malaga to bring round his vessel to the nearer port of Almeria. Lord Barry and the fair Moor commenced their journey on the morning of a most burning day. They wound down the steep declivities of the Sierra, and entered upon the bright blooming plain. Noon with all its heat approached. They rested under a grove of mulberries, reposing by a brook, while Lord Barry's horse and Monina's mule were tied to the nearest shrubs. Slight accidents are the wires and pulleys on which the machinery of our lives hang. Stung by flies, the noble's horse grew restive, broke his rein, and galloped away. Through the thick shade his master pursued, till tramp of feet and crackling of branches died on Monina's ear. A quarter of an hour, half an hour passed, when on her solitude came a Moorish voice, an exclamation in the name of Allah, and the approach of several men whom already she painted as enemies. To take to her mule, to ride swiftly through the grove, was the impulse of her fear, and, when again silence gave her token of security, she found that she had lost her way. It was only after many vain attempts that she extricated herself from the wood, and then perceived that she had wandered from the direct road to Granada, whose high towers were visible at a distance. The burning July noonday sun scorched her. Her mule lagged in his pace. As a last effort she sought a plantation of elms, not far distant. The grateful murmur of flowing waters saluted her ears as she approached. For a few minutes more she was exposed to the glaring sunshine, and then entered the cool umbrage of the trees, the soft twilight of woven leaves and branches. A fountain rose in the midst, and she hastened to refresh herself by sprinkling herself with cool waters. Thus occupied, she thought she was alone in this sequestered nook, when a crash among the underwood startled her. The mule snorted aloud, and from the brake issued a mare caparisoned with saddle and bridle. She had lost her rider, yet her distended nostrils, the foam that flaked her sides, the shiver that made her polished skin quiver, spoke of recent contest or flight. She looked on her. Could it be? She called her Darksa, and the animal recognized her voice, while in answer to the dreadful surmises that awoke in her heart, a low groan was heard from the near bank. Turning, she beheld the form of a man lying on the herbage, not dead, for he groaned again, and then stirred, as if with returning sense. Quick as lightning she was at his side. She unlaced his helmet, nor did she need to look at his pallid countenance to be assured of what she already knew, that Richard of England lay there, but for her help, expiring. She filled his helm with water, and sprinkling it over him, he opened his eyes, and groaning again, strove to clasp his head with his unnerved hand. With light fairy fingers she released him from his coat of mail, and saw on his right side a mass of congealed blood, which his faintness had made cease to flow from his wound. Fearing that it would bleed again as he revived, she bound it with his scarf and her own veil, and then gave him water to drink, after which he showed still more certain signs of recovery. It was wonder to him to find himself alive, when already he had believed the bitterness of death to be past. Still greater wonder was it to behold his own sweet Monina, like a spirit of good, hovering over to recover him. He tried to raise himself, and she bent down to support him, resting his head on her gentle heart. He felt its beating, and blessed her with 1,000 soft thanks and endearing names. Though the wound in his side was deep, yet now that the blood was staunched, it did not seem dangerous. The immediate cause of his swoon was a stunning blow on his head, which had beat in the iron of his helm, but inflicted no further injury. It was long, however, before he could move, and the evening shades had made it almost night, before he could sit his horse and slowly quit the wood. Wishing to conduct him to where they might find succor, Monina directed his steps to a village, east of the grove. They had hardly ridden half a mile, when Richard felt dizzy. He faintly called her to his side. She received him as he fell, and, supporting him to a bank, called aloud in agony, in hopes that some wandering soldier or peasant might be near to aid them. It happened to her wish, several countrymen, who had been carrying fruit to the Christian camp, passed them. She conjured them in the Virgin's name, to assist a soldier of the faith, a crusader in their cause. Such an appeal was sacred in their ears. They contrived, with the poles and baskets in which they had carried their fruit, covering them with a part of their habiliments and the saddle cloths of the animals, to form a sort of litter on which they placed Richard. Monina followed on foot, clasping his hand. The men led their horses, and thus they proceeded up the mountains to a village about 2 leagues from Granada, where every house was open to them. The prince was permitted to repose in the habitation of the Alcalde, and the deep sleep into which he soon fell was a dear assurance to his friend's anxious heart, of the absence of danger, and a promise of speedy recovery. Yet the night that began so well for the patient, wore a less prosperous appearance towards the conclusion. Monina sat beside his couch, and perceived with alarm symptoms of pain and fever. According to the custom of the time, she had acquired some little skill in surgery. This, when the wound came to be dressed, made her acquainted with its irritated and dangerous appearance. As the heat of the day came on, the prince's sufferings increased. In this little village there was neither physician nor medicaments necessary for the emergency, and the place itself, low-built, hedged in by mountains, and inhabited by peasants only, was ill-suited for the patient. She resolved that he should that night be removed to a town on the eastern side of the mountains, overlooking the plain bordering the sea. A litter was prepared, and she, fatigued by her journey, and by long and painful solicitude, yet walked beside it, listening to his low breathing, catching the smallest sound he made in complaint or questioning. Before she quitted the village, she employed a peasant to seek plantage in it, and convey to him intelligence of the actual state of his friends. After 3 days of fear and anxious care, the wound began to heal, and Richard became convalescent. Who could tell, during the long hours that composed those days and nights, the varying emotions that agitated poor Monina? That he should die was a thought in which, in its extent and reality, she never indulged, but an awful fear of what of suffering the coming hours might produce, never for a moment slept within her. She spent long intervals of time kneeling by his couch, her soft fingers on his pulse, counting the rapid vibration her cool hand alone tempered the burning of his brow, and often, supported by her, he slept, while she remained in the same position, immovable. The very pain this produced was a pleasure to her, since it was endured for him who was the idol of her innocent and pure thoughts. She almost lamented when he no longer needed her undivided attention. The hours she gave to repose came like beggars following in a procession of crowned heads. They were no longer exalted by being devoted to him. After the lapse of 3 anxious days he grew rapidly better, and at evening tide enjoyed at the open casement the thrilling sweetness of the mountain air. How transporting and ineffable are the joys of convalescence! Exclamation mark the calm of mind, the voluptuous languor, the unrebuked abandonment to mere pleasurable sensation, the delight that every natural object imparts, fill those hours with a dream-like, faint ecstasy, more dear to memory than tumultuous joy. Monina sat near him, and it was dangerous for their young hearts thus to be united and alone in the fairy scene of beauty and seclusion. Monina's ardent spirit was entranced by delight at his recovery. No thought of self mingled with the single idea that he was saved for youth, for happiness, and for his long-lost rights. Darkness crept around them, the clumps of chestnut trees grew more massy and indistinct, the firefly was alive among the defiles of the hills, the bat wheeled round their humble dwelling, the heavy-winged owl swept with huge flapping wings out of the copse. "Are ye here?" were the first sounds that broke the silence. It was the voice of Edmund. Monina sprung up, and glad to disburthen her full heart, welcomed with an embrace this beloved friend. "Guardian angel of our lives," he cried, "you are destined at all times to save us." Dear, soothing expressions, which then formed the joy, long afterwards the master impulse of her fervent and devoted spirit. Each told their tale, the one of hazard and mischance, the other of agonizing inquietude. For Richard, Edmund had feared, but when, wearied, terrified, and in despair, Lord Barry had brought intelligence of Monina's disappearance from the streamlet's side where he had left her, and of a distant view he had caught of Moorish horsemen who took refuge in Granada, heaven seemed at once to empty on him its direst curses, and his fate was sealed with misery forever. The peasant dispatched by Monina had delayed. Not for 3 days did he deliver her letter to Plantagenet, who still, trembling in recollection of his past terror, and what might have been the ultimate event of the prince's wound, departed on the moment for. And now farewell to Spain. To romantic Spain, to Moorish and Christian combat, to the gay fields of the Vega, to the sunny mountains of Andalusia. De Ferro's caravel, true to its appointment, arrived at Almeria. They embarked. Their immediate destination was Lisbon, but their thoughts were fixed on the promised termination of their wanderings. Soon they would bend their course far away to the islands of the turbid northern sea, where nature veils herself in clouds, where war assumes a sterner aspect, and the very virtues of the inhabitants grow stubborn and harsh from the struggle they make to be enabled to bear the physical ills of existence. Farewell to Spain. To boyhood's feats, to the light coursing of shadows as he ran a race with the swift-footed hours. A kingdom calls for Richard. The trials of life attend him, the hope of victory, the fortitude of well-endured defeat. Chapter 13. To England if you will, Shakespeare. 1,000 recollections and forgotten thoughts revived in Richard's bosom when he saw his childhood's friend, the Lady Brampton. He was reminded of his sufferings in the Tower, of his noble cousin Lincoln, of her maternal tenderness, when under her care he quitted the gloomy fortress. His brother Edward's tomb. His mother's last embrace again thrilled through his frame, and Lovell's parting blessing. What sad changes had chanced since last he saw her. Sad in all, but that he, then a boy, had sprung up into the riper age of youthful prowess. Even with the banished prince we must recur to the state of affairs in the north of Europe. The French king, Charles VIII, had directed all his attempts to the subjugation of Brittany, which was now under the dominion of the youthful Anne, its orphan duchess. The English nation espoused her cause, watched with jealousy and indignation the progress of the French arms, and clamoured loudly for war in her support. Henry, on the contrary, was obstinately bent upon peace, though he took advantage of his subjects' appetite for war, to foist subsidies upon them, which were no sooner collected than his armaments were disbanded, and an ambassador, sent on a mission of peace, was substituted for the herald ready apparel for defiance. This could not last forever. French policy triumphed in the marriage of Charles VIII with Anne of Brittany, and that duchy became finally annexed to the crown of France. England was roused to indignation. The king, forced to listen to their murmurs, promised to invade the rival kingdom the following spring. A benevolence was granted him. All his acts tended to the formation of an expedition, which was the best hope of York. Lord Barry was urgent against delay, while the English partisans wished that Richard's landing in Ireland, and Henry's in France, should be contemporaneous. Nay, they had deeper views. Ireland, since Simnel's defeat, appeared but a forlorn hope, and they fostered the expectation of being able to make England itself the scene of their first attempt, so soon as its king should be fairly engaged in hostilities on the other side of the Channel. The Duke himself, eager as he was to begin his career, warmly supported this project. Communication with the north was slow meanwhile, and months wore away not fruitlessly. Richard gained in every way by the delay. His knowledge of English affairs grew clearer, his judgment formed, his strength, weakened by the events of the summer, was restored during the repose and salubrious coolness of the winter months. Accident furthered their designs. A visitor arrived from England, who brought with him accounts so encouraging, that hope blossomed into certainty in the hearts of the warm-hearted followers of York. But ere we introduce this new and seemingly important personage, we must return a while to England, to speak of Henry's suspicions, his fears, his artful policy. All that Frian had achieved through his abortive attempt, had been but to ascertain the existence of the Duke of York, and to spread still wider the momentous secret, so that Henry, suspicious and irritated, received him on his return with anger, resenting his failure as the result of treachery. Frian had been dismissed, and now years passed over, without the occurrence of any circumstances that spoke of the orphan heir of the English crown. The king brooded over the secret, but spoke of it to no one. The royal youth grew to his imagination, as in reality he did, passing from boyhood to almost man's estate. Yet, when Henry reflected on the undisturbed state he had enjoyed for years, on the firmness with which he was seated on the throne, and the strong hold he had acquired through the lapse of time on his subjects' minds, he sometimes thought that even Richard's friends would advise him to continue in an obscurity, which was, at least, void of danger. Nevertheless, whenever there had been a question of attacking France, the feeling that his rival was ready to come forward, and that, instead of a war of invasion, he might have to fight for his own crown, increased his unwillingness to enter on the contest. Now rumours were afloat, none knew whence they came, from France or Ireland, of the existence of King Edward's younger son, and that he would speedily appear to claim his succession. Henry, who was accustomed to tamper with spies and informers, was yet the last to hear of a circumstance so nearly affecting his interests. The name of Lady Brampton at length reached him, as being abroad on a secret and momentous expedition. This name had made a considerable figure in Richard Simon's confessions. It was connected with Lincoln, Lovell, the Dowager Queen, all whom the Tudor feared and hated. Yet he paused before he acted. His smallest movement might rouse a torpid foe. He only increased his vigilance, and, from past experience knowing that to be the weak point, he dispatched emissaries to Ireland, to learn if any commotion was threatened, any tale rife there, that required his interference. As the time approached, when it was expected that the English prince would declare himself, the policy of his friends greatly changed, and, far from maintaining their former mysterious silence, the circumstance of his abode in Spain, and the expectation of his speedy appearance in Ireland, made, during the winter of 1491-92, a principal topic among such of the native nobility as the Earl of Desmond had interested in his cause. Henry's spies brought him tidings beyond his fears, and he saw that the struggle was at hand, unless he could arrest the progress of events. Meanwhile, he continued to defer his war with France. He felt that that would be the signal for his enemy's attack. As he reflected on these things, a scheme developed itself in his mind, on which he resolved to act. The enemy was distant, obscure, almost unknown. Were it possible to seize upon his person where he then was, to prevent his proposed journey to Ireland, to prepare for him an unsuspected but secure prison, no cloud would remain to mar his prospect, and, as to the boy himself, he could hope for nothing better than his cousin Warwick's fate, unless he had preferred, to the hazardous endeavour of dethroning his rival, a private and innocuous life in the distant clime where chance had thrown him. This was to be thought of no more. Already he was preparing for the bound, but ere he made it he must be crushed forever. In those times, when recent civil war had exasperated the minds of men one against the other, it was no difficult thing for a Lancastrian king to find an instrument willing and fitting to work injury against Yorkist. During Henry's exile in Brittany, he had become acquainted with a man, who had resorted to him for the sole purpose of exciting him against Richard III. He had been a favourite page of Henry VI. He had waited on his son, Edward, Prince of Wales, that noble youth whose early years promised every talent and virtue. He had idolised the heroic and unhappy Queen Margaret. Henry died a foul death in the Tower. The gracious Edward was stabbed at Tewkesbury. The royal Margaret had given place to the widow Woodville, while, through the broad lands of England, the sons of York rioted in the full possession of her wealth. Muirltrangma felt every success of theirs as a poisoned arrow in his flesh. He hated them, as the mother may hate the tiger, whose tusks are red with the lifeblood of her firstborn. He hated them, not with a measured aversion of a warlike foe, but the dark frantic vehemence of a wild beast deprived of its young. He had been the father of 3 sons. The first had died at Prince Edward's feet, ere he was taken prisoner, another lost his head on the scaffold, the third the boy had been nurtured in hate, bred amid dire curses and bitter imprecations, all levelled against Edward IV and his brothers. His mind had become distorted by the ill food that nurtured it. He brooded over the crimes of these men, till he believed that he should do a good deed in immolating them to the ghosts of the murdered Lancastrians. He attempted the life of the king, was seized, tortured to discover his accomplices. He was tortured, and the father heard his cries beneath the dread instrument, to which death came as a sweet release. Real madness for a time possessed the unhappy man, and when reason returned, it was only the dawn of a tempestuous day, which rises on the wrecks of a gallant fleet and its crew, strewn on the dashing waves of a stormy sea. He dedicated himself to revenge. He had sought Henry in Brittany, he had fought at Bosworth, and at Stoke. The success of his cause, and the peace that followed, was at first a triumph, at last almost a pain to him. He was haunted by memories which pursued him like the hell-born Humanites. Often he uttered piercing shrieks, as the scenes, so pregnant with horror, recurred too vividly to his mind. The priests, to whom he had recourse as his soul's physicians, counselled him the Church's discipline. He assumed the Franciscan habit, but found sackcloth and ashes no refuge from the greater torture of his mind. This man, in various ways, had been recalled to Henry's mind, and now he selected him to effect his purpose. To any other he would have feared to entrust the whole secret, but the knowledge that the destined victim was the son and rightful heir of King Edward, would add to his zealous endeavours to crush him. Besides, the Trangmer had a knowledge of the fact, from having been before employed to extract in his priestly character this secret from a Yorkist, Sir George Neville, who had been entrusted by Sir Thomas Broughton. Everything yielded in this wretch's mind to his hatred of York, and he scrupled not to hazard his soul, and betray the secrets of the confessional. Neville fortunately was informed in time of the danger that menaced him, and had fled, while Trangmer, thunderstruck by the magnitude of his discovery, hastened to reveal it to the king. It were long to detail each act of the crafty sovereign, and his scarcely human tool. By his order, the friar introduced himself to the Dowager Queen, at Bermondsey, with a plausible tale, to which she, in spite of her caution, was induced to give ear, and entrusted a message by him, as he said that he was on his way to Spain, to seek and exhort to action the dilatory prince. He then departed. Henry had rather to restrain than urge his furious zeal. The scheme projected, was, that Richard should be entrapped on board a vessel, and brought with secrecy and speed to England, where he might be immured for life in some obscure castle in Wales. Trangmer promised that either he would accomplish this, or that the boy should find a still more secret prison, whence he could never emerge to disturb the reign of Henry, or put in jeopardy the inheritance of his son. Such was the man who, in the month of April, 1492, following Lady Brampton's steps, arrived at Lisbon, and found to his wish the prince there also. An easy access afforded him to his most secret counsels. He brought letters from the Dowager Queen, and some forged ones from other partisans of York, inviting the prince without application to any foreign sovereigns, or aid from distant provinces, at once to repair to England, and to set up his standard in the midst of his native land, where, so these letters asserted, the Earl of Surrey, and many other powerful lords anxiously awaited him. All this accorded too well with the wishes of the little conclave not to ensure assent. Nay, more, when Trangmer urged the inexpediency of the Duke's being accompanied by such notorious Yorkists as Plantagenet and Lady Brampton, it was suddenly agreed that Richard should embark on board a merchantman, to sail with the next fair wind for England, while his friends dispersed themselves variously for his benefit. De Ferro, in his caravel, was to convey Lord Barry to Cork. Plantagenet resolved to visit the Duchess of Burgundy, at Brussels. Lady Brampton departed for the court of France, to engage the king at once to admit young Richard's claim, and aid him to make it good. You, sweet, will bear me company, and Monina, her whole soul and her eyes expressed that soul's devotion to Richard's success, remembered starting, that the result of these consultations was to separate her from her childhood's companion, perhaps forever. As if she had tottered on the brink of a precipice, she shuddered, but all was well again. It was not to be divided from the prince, to remain with Lady Brampton, to proceed to Paris with her, on his earliest triumph to make a part of it, and to join his court in London. All these words, king, victory, and court, wove a golden tissue before the ardent girl's eyes. She had not yet lifted the painted veil, which men call life. As a child who chases the glories of the West, She knew not that night was falling upon her, while still she fancied that she advanced towards the ever-retreating splendor of the sky. Lady Brampton and Plantagenet trembled, as they committed their beloved charge to other hands. They importuned Drangma with their injunctions, their entreaties, their thousand last words of care and love. The friar heard, and smiled assent to all. Monina have need of all her courage for the hour, which she knew not that she dreaded till it came. He was going. The truth flashed suddenly upon her. He, from whom since childhood she had scarcely been absent for a day. So blind had she been to her own sensations, that it was not until he leapt into the boat, and put off from shore, that she became aware of the overwhelming tide of grief, disquiet, almost of despair, that inundated her heart. Where was her gaiety, her light ethereal spirit, flown? Why lagged the hours thus? Why did ceaseless reverie seem her only refuge from intolerable wretchedness? She had one other solace: she was still with his friends, whose whole thoughts were spent upon him. His name enriched their discourse. The chances of his voyage occupied their attention. Little knew they the strange and tragic drama that was acting on board the skiff that bore afar the idol of their hopes. Chapter 14. This friar boasteth that he knoweth hell, and God it what that is but light hell wonder. Friars and fiends spend but light hell asunder. Chaucer. Richard meanwhile sailed fearlessly, with treachery for his nearest mate. Drangma had at once exhibited audacity and prudence in the arrangement of his plan. He had made no great preparation, nor confided to any the real object of his intents. His only care had been, that the Duke should sail on board an English vessel, and chance had brought into the Tucas one whose captain was inclined to the party of Lancaster. He also contrived to have 2 hirelings of his own engaged on board as part of the crew, who knew that it was their employer's design to carry to England a prisoner for the king. He was besides provided with a warrant from Henry, empowering him to seize on his rebel subject the name of blank, for the monk to fill up alive or dead. The paper ran thus: so, in case of struggle, to afford warranty for his darker purpose, Richard was now a prisoner. The vessel belonging to any country is a portion of that country, and the deck of this merchantman was virtually a part of the British soil. The prince, not heeding his position, was so far from fearing his enemy's power, that he felt glad to find himself among his countrymen. He looked on the weather-beaten countenances of the honest sailors, and believed that he should find friends and partisans in all. He spoke to Drangma of his purpose of declaring himself, and gaining them over, making this tiny offshoot of wide England his first conquest. Drangma had not anticipated this. He was ignorant of the versatile and active spirit of the youth with whom he had to deal, nor had he, by putting himself in imagination in the prince's place, become aware how the project of acquiring his own was his sleepless incentive to every action, and how he saw in every event a stepping stone in the prosecution of his enterprise. He started at the proposal, and in his own heart said, I must lose no time, that which I thought to do next week, were better done tomorrow. With Richard he argued against this measure. He showed how the captain was bound to the present English government by his fortunes, how far more likely it was that, instead of gaining him and his crew, he would be made a prisoner by them, and delivered up to his enemy. Richard lent no great credence to this, but he yielded to the authority of the elder and the priest. It was not in the power of his wily adversary to prevent him from ingratiating himself in the hearts of all around him. Besides his gentleness, his unaffected sympathy, and noble demeanor, his gay and buoyant spirit was congenial to the reckless sailors, who, during the dead calm that succeeded their first day's sail after quitting the Tucas, were glad of amusement to diversify their monotonous lives. He interceded with their captain when any fault was committed, he learned their private histories, promised his assistance, and scattered money among them. Sometimes he called them around him to teach him their art, discoursing about the stars, the magnet, the signs of the weather. He climbed the shrouds, handled the ropes, became an adept in their nautical language. At other times he listened to tales of dreadful shipwrecks and sailors' hardships, and recounted in turn de Pharaoh's adventures. This made them talk of the new African discoveries, and descant on the wild chimeras, or sage conclusions of Columbus, who, at last, it was said, was to be sent by the sovereigns of Spain in quest of the western passage to India, over the slant and boundless Atlantic. All this time, with flapping sails, they labored at a short distance off the mouth of the Tucas, and Drangma, impatient of delay, yet found it prudent to postpone his nefarious purpose. After the calm had continued for nearly a week, signs of bad weather manifested themselves. Squalls assailed the ship, settling at last in a gale, which grew into a tempest. Their little vessel was decked, yet hardly able to resist the lashing waves of the Bay of Biscay. A leak, which had shown itself even during the calm, increased frightfully. The men were day and night employed at the pumps, exposed to the beating rain, and to the waves, which perpetually washed the deck, drenching their clothes and bedding. Each hour the wind became more furious, dark water spouts dipping into the boiling sea, and churning it to fury, swept past them, and the steep sides of the mountain-high billows were ready at every moment to overwhelm them. Their tiny bark, which in these days would scarcely receive a more dignified name than a skiff, was borne as a leaf on the stream of the wind, its only safety consisting in yielding to its violence. Often at the worst the men despaired. The captain himself, frightened at the danger, and, strange inconsistency, still more fearful of the ruin that must attend him if his vessel were wrecked, lost all presence of mind. The prince displayed meanwhile all his native energy. He commanded the men, and they obeyed him, looking on him as a superior being, when, by following his orders, the progress of the leak was checked, and the toast bark laboured less among the surges. "Sailors have short prayers," he said, "but if they are sincere ones, the saints will not the less intercede for us before God. Join me, my men, in a pious vow. I swear by Our Lady's precious name, to walk barefoot to her nearest shrine the first land we touch, and to make a gift of incense and candles at her altar. This, if we escape. If not, here is Father Mueller, a holy Franciscan, to give us short shrift, so that, like devout Catholics, we may recommend our souls to the mercy of Jesus. And now to the pump, the ropes, bring me a hatchet, our mast must overboard." 3 days and nights they worked unremittingly. The lull that then succeeded was followed by another tempest, and the exhausted mariners grew desperate. They had been borne far into the Atlantic, and now the wind shifting, drove them with the same fury into the Bay of Biscay. Every moment in expectation of death, the heart of Trankma softened towards his victim in spite of himself. He was forced to admire his presence of mind, his unvanquishable courage, his light, yet gentle spirit, which made him bear up under every difficulty, yet pity those who sunk beneath, cheering them with accents at once replete with kindness and fearless submission to the decree of Providence. Feeling the crew bound to him as his natural subjects, he extended towards them a paternal love, and felt called upon to guard and save them. After, for a fortnight, they had thus been the sport of the elements, the gale decreased, the violent breakers subsided into one long swell, which bore them into a sheltered cove, in the wild coast that surrounds the Bay of Biscay. The men disembarked. The vessel was drawn up, all hands were employed in unlading and repairing her. "Ye do ill," said Richard, "do you not remember our vow? Doubtless some village is near which contains a shrine where we may pay it." This piety was in accord with the spirit of the times, and the men rebuked, revered still more the youth who had saved them in danger, and who now in safety, paid, with religious zeal, the debt incurred towards their heavenly patroness. A little village lay secluded near the creek, and above it, on a high rock, was a chapel dedicated to Saint Mary of the Ascension, erected by a noble, who had vowed such offering, on escaping, as the Prince of England had, from death on those perilous seas. Bareheaded, barefooted, bearing lights, following the Franciscan who led the way, the crew of the St. George proceeded towards the shrine. Next to the Blessed Virgin, Richard claimed their gratitude, and after due obs had been said at the altar, still in the sacred place they gathered round him, offering their property and their lives, imploring him to accept from them some pledge of their thankfulness. The heart of the outcast sovereign swelled within him. "I reign here, in their breasts I reign," was the thought that filled his bright eyes with a dew springing from the fullness of his soul. With a smile of triumph, he looked towards Father Mueller, as if to appeal to his judgment, whether now he might not declare himself, and claim these men's allegiance. He was startled by the dark and even ferocious expression of Trankma's countenance. His coarse brown Franciscan dress, belted in by a rope, the cowl thrown back, displaying the monkish tonsure, the naked feet, these were symbols of humility and Christian virtue in strong contrast with the deep lines of his face, and the glare of his savage eyes. He met the glance of his victim, and became confused, while the prince in wonder hastened to ask what strange thoughts occupied him, painting his visage with every sign of fierce passion. "I was thinking," said Trankma, hesitating, "I was deliberating, since God has cast us back on the land, whether it were not wiser to continue our journey through France, bidding farewell to the perils of the ocean sea." "That will I not," cried the prince. "Further Mueller, I watched you during the storm, you acted no coward's part then, why do you now, when danger is near?" "I can meet it as a man of courage," said Trankma, "when it is far, I can avoid it like a prudent one." "A good clerical distinction, fit for a monk," replied the duke, "but I, who am a cavalier, father, love rather to meet danger, than to avoid it like a woman or a priest." "Insulting boy!" cried Mueller, "dare you taunt me with cowardice? That I was a soldier ere I was a monk, some of your race dearly rude." Before these words were fully uttered, Trangma recollected himself. His voice died away, so that his last expression was inaudible. The Duke only beheld his burst of passion, and sudden suppression of it, and said gently: "Pardon me, father, it is my fault that you forgot the respect due to me. I forgot the reverence meet from youth to age, most meet from a sinful boy to a holy monk. I thank your highness," said the friar, "for recalling to my memory a truth that had half escaped it. Henceforth be assured that I will not forget that you are the undoubted offspring of the Earl of March of Edward of England." Fate thus urged this wicked and miserable man to his fiend-like purpose. Awakened again to deadly vengeance, he resolved to delay no longer, to trust no more to chance. He saw now all the difficulties of his former scheme of taking his enemy a prisoner to England, and this soothed his conscience as he recurred to more fatal designs. During the short delay that intervened before they again put out to sea, he watched an opportunity, but found none. At length they weighed anchor, and, with a favourable wind, bore down the coast of France. The time was come, he surely thought, for during this long voyage he could frame an opportunity. During some dark night, when the ship sailed cheerily before a fair breeze, he would engage the prince in engrossing talk concerning the conduct he should pursue when in England, taking advantage of his victim's incautiousness to allure him near the brink, and then push him overboard. His single strength was more than a match for his slight adversary, but to render his scheme doubly sure, he would have the two men in his pay near him, to assist in the case of struggle, and vouch for his innocence if he were accused of foul play. It is the fortune of those hurried into crime by violent passion, that they can seldom find accomplices as wicked as themselves. Thus was it with Trangma. The men whose assistance he relied upon, the enthusiasm of their fellow sailors for their noble passenger. After they had again set sail, the wind blowing gently from the south, bore them onwards with a favourable navigation, till, shifting a few points eastward, it began to freshen. It was then, that the Franciscan, not wholly betraying his purpose, but hinting that their presence would be necessary, ordered his men to contrive that the rest of the crew should be below, and they near at hand, while he that night should be alone with Richard upon deck. One of the men replied by stoutly declaring that if any evil was threatened the prince, he would not be a party in it. "You possess King Henry's warrant," he said, "to make this Fitzroy a prisoner. I will not oppose his majesty's command. You have him safely, what would you more?" The other apparently yielded an assent to his employer's commands, and then found a speedy opportunity to warn Richard of his danger. A veil fell from the prince's eyes. "Surely I knew this before," he thought. "Ever since I was in St. Mary's Chapel, I must have known that this dastard monk was my enemy. I am indeed betrayed, alone, friendless, on board an English vessel, surrounded by an English crew. Now let the trial be made, whether simple honesty be not of more avail than cruelty and craft. But first let me fathom the full intention of this man, and learn whether he have a worse design than that of delivering me over defenseless to my adversary. It cannot be that he would really murder me." The breeze had rather sunk towards sunset, but it arose again with the stars. The vessel's prow struck against the light waves, and danced gaily on through the sea. One man stood at the helm, another, one of the friar's hirelings, loitered near, the other kept out of the way. Still, beneath the thousand stars of cloudless night, the little bark hurried on, feeling the freshening of the wind. Her larboard beam was deep in the water, and close at the deck's leeward edge, Mueller and his intended victim paced. One thoughtless boy, high among the shrouds, whistled in answer to the winds. There was at once solitude and activity in the scene. "This is the hour," thought Richard. "Surely if man's sinful heart was ever touched with remorse, this man's may now. God's throne, visible in all its beauty above us beneath, around, the awful roaring waters, from which we lately so miraculously escaped." He began to speak of England, of his mother, of the hopes held out to him by his companion. Eager in his desire of winning a traitor to the cause of truth, he half forgot himself, and then started to find that, ever as he walked, his companion got him nearer to the brink of the slant, slippery deck. Seized with horror at this manifestation of the worst designs, yet scarcely daring to credit his suspicions, he suddenly stopped, seizing a rope that swung near, and steadying himself by winding his arm round it, an act that escaped his enemy's observation, for, as he did it, he spoke. "Do you know, further Mueller, that I suspect and fear you? I am an inexperienced youth, and if I am wrong, forgive me. But you have changed towards me of late, from the kind friend you once were. Strange doubts have been whispered. Do you reply to them? Are you my friend, or are you a treacherous spy? The agent of the noble Yorkists, or Henry Tudor's hireling murderer?" As he spoke the friar drew still nearer, and the prince recoiled further from him. He got on the sheer edge of the deck. "Rash boy!" cried Trankma, "know that I am no hireling. Sacred vengeance pricks me on. Son of the murderer! Tell me, where is sainted Henry? Where Prince Edward? Where all the noble martyrs of his cause? Where my brave and lost sons? There, even where thou shalt be. Quick, look back, thy grave yawns for thee." With the words he threw himself furiously on the prince. The stripling sprung back with all the force lent him by the rope he held, and pushed at the same time Trankma violently from him, as he cried aloud on the sailors, "What, ho! Treason is among us." A heavy splash of the falling mealer answered his call. The strong man was cast down in his very pride. The waters divided, and sucked him in. In a moment the crew were on deck. Trankma's hireling, scared, cried out, "He is King Henry's prisoner. Seize him!" thus increasing the confusion. The friar, his garments floating, now appeared struggling among the waves. A rope was thrown to him. The vessel sped on meanwhile, and it fell far short. Richard, horror-struck, would have leapt in to save his enemy, but the time was gone. One loud shriek burst on the ear of night, and all was still. Trankma, his misery, his vengeance, and his crimes lay buried in the ocean's hoary caves. What explanation could follow this tremendous incident? The prince spoke of his life attacked. The men of the warrant their master had for his seizure. What was his crime none knew. "That will I declare freely," said the royal youth. "That unhappy man has sealed my truth by his death. In my childhood I was nurtured in a palace, and bore the title of the Duke of York. Edward IV was my father, Edward V my brother. Why this is foulest treason," cried the trembling captain. "Aye, or fairest loyalty. Speak, my friends, which of you will lay hands on your liege, on Richard IV of England?" The reckless and ignorant sailors, riotously and with one acclaim, swore to die for him, but their commander shuddered at the peril that beset him. While his men were hanging round their idolized prince, he retired with his mate to lament the ugly chance of Trankma's death, and to express terror at the very name of York. If the captain was a coward friend of Judah, the mate was a sturdy Lancastrian. He recommended his chief to seize the boy, and convey him a welcome gift to his sovereign. The clamors of the delighted crew showed that this was vain advice. He had said to them, with all the ingenuousness of youth, "My life is in your hands, and I know that it is safe." Yet, when they spoke of seizing their unwilling commander, and of delivering the vessel in his hands, he said, "My good friends, I will not make lawless acts the stepping stones to my throne. It is grief enough for me that my young hands have unwittingly destroyed the life of one who, not as an armed knight, but in holy garb set himself against me. I myself will persuade your captain to do me all the service I require." This poor man was willing enough to hear what he called reason. At first he would fain have entreated Richard to suffer himself to be carried a prisoner to England, and, when he found his discourse vain, he yielded timid obedience to York's wishes, in spite of the lowering brow of his mate. Thus, at least, his cargo would be saved, and his crew preserved from mutiny. Richard simply requested to be set on shore in Cork Harbour, suddenly relinquishing every thought of England, now that he saw the treachery that awaited him there, and recurring to the former plans of Lord Barry. In Ireland, in the county of the Desmonds, he should find friends, adherents, almost prepared for his arrival. And there also, if Barry forgot not his promise, this staunch partisan would speedily join him. The captain gladly assented to any project that did not force him to land this dangerous pretender on the English shores. For 1 week they ran before the wind, and Ireland, far and low, was discernible on the horizon, the dear land of promise to the weary exile. The betrayed, but high-hearted prince, during this short navigation it had required all his fortitude to banish from his mind the image of the friar struggling in the waves, of a man precipitated in the very act of crime unhouseled, unanointed, unannealed, into the life-quenching waters. Besides all other expectations, Richard longed to get on shore, that in a confessional he might lift this burthen of involuntary guilt from his soul. At length the iron-bound coast was right ahead, the ponderous rocky jaws of the creek were open, and they sailed up passage, past beautiful and woody islands, under forest-crowned hills, till they cast anchor before the picturesque and hill-set city of Cork, whose quay was crowded by multitudes, gazing on the newly arrived vessel. The Duke of York stood on the prow of his skiff, reflecting on the first step he ought to take. He knew little of Ireland, and that little had been gleaned from Lord Barry. He heard from him of its warlike chiefs, its uncivilized septs, and English settlers, scarce less wild, and quite as warlike as its aboriginal inhabitants. He called to mind the names most familiar to him: the Earl of Kildare, Abetta of Simnel, pardoned by Henry, and continued in his office of Lord Deputy, the Earl of Desmond, whom Lord Barry had particularly interested in his favour, who affected the state of an Irish chieftain, or rather king, and who, in his remote abode in Munster, disdained to attend the Dublin Parliament, or to make one of the lawful governors of the land. Other names he remembered of less note: Plunkett, the Lord Chief Justice, whom, with infinite reluctance, Henry had pardoned; Keating, Prior of Kilmainham, who had been Constable of Dublin Castle, and who, ejected from his office after the Battle of Stoke, had saved himself by flight, and was now concealed in an abbey near Buttevant. Much, however, of what he had heard, escaped his memory, and he stood on the threshold of this unknown land, vainly seeking in his recollection for the dim and shadowy forms, which were to guide him in the new and unexplored world before him. Another reflection also presented itself. Lord Barry had quitted Ireland the year before, and communication there had been none since then. Was Kildare still deputy? Did incursions of the natives, or turbulence among themselves, occupy the Lords of the Pale? Should he find a band of nobles and their followers ready to assist him, or the motley population of a barbarous wild, whose sole ideas were internal struggles for power, whose watchwords for enterprise were names and things in which he had no portion? In a hurried manner, York resolved on his plan of action. He had, on their approach to land, arrayed himself in gay and rich apparel. The Spain from which he came was parent of this act. Their embroidery, housings inlaid with gold, and arms encrusted with jewels, formed the pride of the high-born cavaliers. He stood prepared to land. He thanked the captain for his enforced courtesy. He held out his hand to the crew who gathered round him with their prayers and blessings. "My own," was his first thought as he set his foot on shore. "Hail, realm of my fathers! Hear the vow of the fugitive who claims your sway. Justice, mercy, and paternal love are the gifts with which I will repay your obedience to my call, your submission to my rule. Heave the anchor, and away." Thus spoke the captain of the craft he had left, for England, to warn our king of this Springle's insolent presumption. Said the mate, "To any quarter of the wide world, save England," replied the timid captain. "Would you have me run my neck into the noose for not having clapped under hatches this mercurial spark? Master mate, learn from an old sailor, that the best you can do with kings and grandees, is to have naught to do with them." Chapter 15. Then Paridel, in whom a kindly pride, of gracious speech, and skill his words to frame, abounded, being glad of so fit tide, him to commend to them, thus spake: "Of all well-eyed, Spencer, Cork was an asylum for civilization in the centre of a savage district. The cautious burghers, made wealthy by trade, and ever in fear of incursions from the surrounding septs, kept the strictest guard upon their city, as if they had a continual siege laid to it. They forbade all intercourse or intermarriage between those within and without the walls, till every citizen became linked together by some sort of kindred. It is true, that the country around was peopled to a great degree by English lords, but they were the degenerate English, as they were styled, who imitated the state and independence of the native chiefs. Such was the Earl of Desmond, of the family of the Geraldines, who ruled as a king over Munster, and with whom the Barrys, the de Courcys, the Barretts, and the MacCarthys, Maxwinies, and other native chiefs, were connected by marriage, or struggling with him for in the mutable chance of war. There was no appearance of timidity in the frank and assured aspect of the unfriended adventurer, as without entering the city, but merely passing through its suburbs, he proceeded to the cathedral church. It was 12 o'clock on the 24th of June, the feast of St. John the Baptist, and High Mass was celebrating. The Duke of York entered the church. His soul was filled with pious gratitude for his escape from the dangers of the sea, and the craft of his enemies, and, as he knelt, he made a vow to his sainted patroness, the Virgin, to erect a church on the height which first met his eyes as he approached shore, and to endow a foundation of Franciscans, partly, because of all monkish orders they chiefly venerate her name, partly to atone for his involuntary crime in the death of Mealytrankma, who wore that habit. The appearance of this young, silken-suited, and handsome cavalier, drew the eyes of Erin's blue-eyed daughters. The men whispered together that he must be some Spanish grandee or English noble, but wherefore, unannounced and unattended, he came and knelt in their church before the shrine of Saint Finbar, was matter of vague conjecture. The congregation passed out, then, impelled by curiosity, formed a wide semicircle round the gates of the cathedral, watching the motions of the graceful stranger. Master John Loveland, the mayor, John O'Wharton, the wealthiest citizen, and former mayor of the town, and other rich burghers, stood close to the round tower within the walls of the garth, in expectation of being addressed by their distinguished visitor. The Duke of York cast a quick glance around, and then, as the mayor advanced, The youth stepped forward to meet him. The citizen, as one habituated to exercise hospitality, bade the knight welcome, beseeching him to honor his abode with his presence, and to command his services. The Duke frankly accepted the invitation, and descended with the mayor into the main street, where that officer resided, and here again Richard was made welcome to the city of Cork. It was a gala day at the mayor's, and now, at the dinner hour, 12 o'clock, the long tables groaned under the weight of viands, and round the hospitable board were seated the principal families of the town. No questions were asked the visitor. His golden spurs bespoke his honourable rank. He was placed at the right hand of Llewellyn, and, while the clatter of knives and trenchers went on, he was only remarked by the younger guests, who gazed even to the injury of their appetites, on his burnished ringlets, his fair, open brow, his bright, blue eyes, and smile of courteous affability. But time went on. The dishes were carried away, the goblets placed, when the mayor, rising, drank welcome to the stranger, and asked, if no reason forbade him to reply, his name and mission. Already Richard had become acquainted with most of the countenances of his entertainers, that is, of those nearest him, for, far through the long hall, almost out of sight, the table extended, crowded by city retainers, and a few of the mere Irishry, whose long hair and loose saffron-coloured mantles, contrasted with the doublet, hose, and trimmed locks of the townsmen. Those near him bore the latter character, though their vivacious glances and quick gestures were more akin to the inhabitants of the South, among whom he had been accustomed to live, than to the steady, dull demeanour of English traders. When Llewellyn drank to the stranger, every eye turned to the object of the toast. Richard arose. His plumed cap was doffed, his shining hair, parted on his brow, clustered round his throat. His sunny countenance was full of confidence and courage. Sir Mayor, he said, my most kind entertainer, and you, my friends, men of Cork, may the grateful thanks of the homeless adventurer be as kindly received by you, as they are gladly paid by him. Who am I? You ask. Wherefore do I come? My name is the best in the land. My coming is to claim your aid, to elevate it to its rightful place of pride and honor. Were I craven-hearted, or you less generous, I might dread to declare myself, but fear never entered the heart of a Plantagenet, and, when, unreservedly, I place my life in your hands, will you betray the trust? A murmur quickly hushed. The sound of suppressed emotion, as the winds of thought passed over the minds of those around, for an instant interrupted the speaker. Neither is my name nor lineage unknown to you, he continued. You honor both and have obeyed them. Will you refuse to submit to me, their descendant and representative? Did you not vow fealty to Richard Duke of York, who, driven from his own England by false Lancaster, found refuge and succor here? Was not Clarence your ruler, and Edward of England monarch of your isle? In the name of these, in the name of the White Rose and Mortimer and Plantagenet, I, the son of Edward IV, the victim of my uncle Gloucester's treachery, and low-born Tudor's usurpation, I, named in my childhood Duke of York and Lord of Ireland, now, if rightly styled, Richard IV of England, demand my lieges of Cork, to acknowledge my rights, to rise in my cause. I, a prince and an outcast, place myself in their hands, through them to be a fugitive forever, or a king. Had Richard planned this scene, with deep insight into the dispositions of those with whom he had to deal, he could not have projected a better arrangement. They had learned of his existence from Lord Barry, and were prepossessed in his favour. Their fiery hearts were lighted at the word his name, with 1,000 blessings attached to it, rang through the hall. By means of the servants and followers at the lower end of the table, it reached the outer apartments and avenues of the mansion house, while, with a kind of exalted rapture, the mayor and his guests hung over their new-found prince. The citizens began to gather without, and to call aloud for the White Rose of England. The day was finished in festal tumult. The mayor led forth his princely visitor. He was hailed Lord of Ireland with one acclaim. Some elders, who had known his grandfather, or had been followers of the Duke of Clarence, and others who, visiting England, had seen Edward IV, were struck by the likeness he bore to his progenitors, and enthusiastically vouched for his truth. To see and hear the mad exultation of the moment, an uninterested spectator must have thought that a messenger from heaven had arrived, to bestow liberty on the groaning slaves of some blood-nurtured tyrant. The Duke was installed in the castle with princely state, a town guard appointed him, and the night was far advanced, before he was permitted to repose, and wondering to collect his thoughts, and feel himself an acknowledged sovereign in the first town of his alienated dominions in which he had set foot. The morrow brought no diminution to the zeal of his partisans. The first measure of the day was his attending high mass, surrounded by the mayor and citizens. When the holy ceremony was finished, he took oath on the Gospels, that he was the man he had declared himself. The eager people clamored for him to assume the name of king, but that he said he would win with his good sword, nor, till he possessed its appanage, assume a barren title. He was the Duke of York, until at Westminster he received his paternal crown. From the church the mayor and citizens attended his council at the castle, and here Richard more fully explained to them the projects of Lord Barry, his hopes from the Earl of Desmond, and his wish to attach to his cause the Earl of Kildare, Lord Deputy of Ireland. He learned the changes that had taken place but a month or two ago before, some suspicion having entered Henry's mind. The Earl of Kildare had been dismissed from his high office, and Walter, Archbishop of Dublin, substituted in his room. The Baron of Portlester, who had been treasurer for 40 years, was obliged to resign in favour of a butler, hereditary and bitter enemies of the Geraldines, while the exaltation of Plunkett, from the office of Chief Justice to that of Chancellor, only proved that he was entirely gained over to the Lancastrians. The acts of this new government tended to mortify the late deputy, who bore ill his own degradation and the triumph of his enemies. On various occasions brawls had ensued, and when Sir James of Ormond wished to place a creature of his own in a castle over which Kildare claimed seigneury, the latter defended it by arms. This turbulent state of things promised fair for the adventurer, and his first deed was to dispatch letters to the Earls of Kildare and Desmond, soliciting their assistance, setting forth the ready zeal of the city of Cork, and the promises and attachment of Lord Barry, whom he daily expected to see arrive. In all that the English prince did, nothing spoke louder for him to his Irish friends, than his fearless confidence, and artless, yet not undignified reliance on their counsels. He had gained a warm friend in the former mayor, O'Wharton, a man reverenced throughout Munster. In his youth he had served in the army, and his spirit was hardly yet tamed to the pacific habits of a burgher. He was 60 years of age, but he bore his years lightly, and remembered, but as the occurrence of yesterday, the time when the Duke of York, grandfather of young Richard, was Lord of Ireland. He had attached himself particularly to his person, and followed him to England, returning to his own country after his patron's death. He saw in the descendant of his chief, his rightful lord, to refuse obedience to whom was a sin against the laws of God and man. He fervently swore never to desert him, and dispatched emissaries on all sides to spread the tidings of his arrival, and excite the partisans of the White Rose to his active assistance. When the letters were written, council held, and a course of conduct determined on, still the caravel of De Ferro did not appear, and Richard grew weary of his state of indolence. A week passed, and during the second, at the conclusion of which, the answers from the noble chieftains were expected, the Duke of York announced to O'Wharton his intention of visiting Buttevant, the seat of Lord Barry, where, in the Abbey of Ballybeg, he hoped to find the Abbot of Kilmainham, a man, who in exile and poverty, exercised great influence over the Irish Yorkists. He had been insolent and cruel towards his enemies when in power, but he was endowed with popular qualities for his followers, while among his friends, he was valued for his boldness, sagacity, and undaunted courage. His career had been turbulent, he had supported himself against his sovereign by acts of lawless violence, till, obliged at last to yield, he found himself, in his old age, a poor brother in a distant monastery, obliged, for safety's sake, to veil his lofty pretensions in the obscurest guise. Lord Barry had offered him an asylum in the Abbey of Ballybeg, venerating, with the blind admiration of a soldier, the learning and craft of the priest, conjoined, as it here was, to dauntless courage. O'Wharton, on the contrary, disliked the subtle prior, and endeavoured to dissuade the prince from the journey, but he spurned the city laziness, and in spite of his friends' entreaties, and their fears for his safety among the followers of Desmond, Barry, and McCarthy, departed on his intended visit, attended only by Hubert Burgh, the foster brother of Lord Barry. The way from Cork to Buttevant was not far, but more desolate than Grenada during the Moorish War. Summer and the sun adorned that smiling land, casting a verdurous mantle over her deep wounds, painting the rude visage of war with brilliant hues. The forests, dark hills, and uncultivated wilds of Munster, showed nakedly the deep traces of the sovereign ill. But lately this neighbourhood had been the seat of war between the Earl of Desmond and the chief of the McCarthys. The latter had fallen in battle, but his brother antagonist had succeeded to him, and was already gathering together his sept for a more desperate struggle. Never in Spain had Richard seen such wild strange figures, as crossed his path during this short journey, whether it were the native Kern, wrapped in his mantle, disguised by his glib, or long shaggy hair, or the adherents of Desmond, who affected the state of an Irish chieftain, whose leather-quilted jackets, long saffron-coloured shirts, cloaks and shaggy mustachios, riding without stirrups, bearing spears, formed objects not less uncouth and savage, the very women bore a similar appearance of incivilization. And as a comment on such text, Berg told, as they rode, the history of the late wars of Desmond with O'Carroll, Prince of Ely, and with MacCarthy, and, a still more dread tale, the incursion of Morgan and O'Brien, who, rising first in Clare, spread through the country, overrunning Munster, and bold from success, advanced into eastern Ulster. All these accounts of battle were interwoven with tales of feuds, handed down from father to son, of the natural hatred of the native chiefs to the lords of English origin, interspersed with such strange wild tales, where the avowedly supernatural was intermingled with deeds of superhuman prowess and barbarity, that the English-born prince, nursling of romantic Spain, felt as if he were transplanted into a new planet, and stopped the speaker at each moment, to obtain some clearer explanation, or to have interpreted words he had never before heard, the names of customs and things found only in this land, thus entertained, the way to Buttevant, or as the Irish called it, Kilneamla, which was about 20 miles, seemed short. One thing was evident in all these details, that it was easy to rouse the English lords in Ireland to any act of turbulence and revolt, but that it would be difficult nevertheless for their alarmed followers, and undisciplined bands, to compete with the soldiery of England. Chapter 16. Sisters, I from Ireland came, Coleridge. The Duke, immediately on his arrival at the castle of Buttevant, dispatched Hubert Berg to the Prior of Kilmainham, with a message from himself and a token from Lord Barry, announcing his intention of visiting him at the Abbey the next day. But Keating feared thus to draw the eyes of some enemy upon him, and appointed a meeting in a secluded dell, near the bank of the Mulla, or a beg, the river which Spenser loves to praise. Early in the morning Richard repaired alone to this rural presence chamber, and found Keating already there. Hearing of the priest's haughty pride, Richard, with a sensation of disgust, had figured a man something like the wretched Trankmar, strong of limb, and with a ferocious expression of countenance. Keating appeared in his monk's humble guise, his light eyes were still lively, though his hair and beard were snowy white, his brow was deeply delved by 1,000 lines, his person short, slender, bent, his step infirm, his voice was silver-toned, he was pale, and his aspect in its lower part sweetly serene. Richard looked with wonder on this white, withered leaf, a comparison suggested by his frail tenuity, and again he almost quailed before the eager scrutiny of the prior's eye. A merchant at a Moorish mart he had seen thus scan a slave he was about to purchase. At length, with a look of great satisfaction, the monk said, "This fits exactly, our friends will not hesitate to serve so goodly a gentleman. The daughter of York might in sooth mistake thee for a near kinsman. Thou comest from Portugal, yet that could not have been thy native place?" Richard started. This was the first time he had heard an expression of doubt of his veracity. How could he reply? His word alone must support his honor, his sword must remain sheathed, for his injurer was a priest. Keating caught his haughty glance, and perceived his mistake. It was with an effort that he altered his manner, for he exchanged with pain a puppet subject to his will, for a man, prince or pretender, who had objects and a state of his own to maintain. "Pardon the obscure vision of an old man," he said, "my eyes were indeed dim not to see the true marks of a Plantagenet in your appearance. I was but a boy when your princely grandsire fell, nor has it been my fortune to visit England or to see your royal father. But the Duke of Clarence honoured me with his friendship, and your cousin de la Poule acknowledged my zeal in furthering his projects. I am now neither prior nor commander, but, poor monk as I am become, I beseech your highness to command my services." This swift change of language but ill satisfied the pride of Richard, and in reply he briefly recounted such facts as established his right to the name he claimed. The noble artlessness of his tone conquered the priest's lurking suspicions. In a more earnest manner he besought the Duke's pardon, and a cordial intercourse was established between them. The place where they met was secluded and wild, a bower of trees hid it from the view of the river, and an abrupt rock sheltered it behind. It was apparently accessible by the river only, and it was by its bank that the Duke and Prior had arrived. Nothing could equal the picturesque solitude around them. The waving of the leafy boughs, the scream of the waterfowl, or the splashing they made as they sprung from among the sedge and darted across the stream, alone interrupted the voiceless calm. Yet at every moment in his speech Keating stopped, as if listening, and cast his keen eyes, which he libelled much in calling dim, up the steep crag, as if among its herbage and shrubs some dreaded spy or expected messenger might appear. Then again he apologized to the Duke for having selected this wild spot for their interview. A price, he observed, had been set upon his head, and his only safety lay in perpetual watchfulness and never sleeping caution. "My zeal in your highness' cause," he added with a courteous smile, "cannot be deemed a strange frenzy, since your success will not only assure my restoration to the dignity of which I have been unjustly deprived, but prevent an old man from perpetually dreaming of the sword of the slayer, or the more frightful executioner's axe. Again the prior fixed his eyes on a fissure in the rock, adding, I had appointed to meet one in this place before your message was communicated to me, and in good time, for methinks the object of your visit may be furthered by the intelligence I hope soon to receive. Your Highness must have heard at Cork of the war carried on by the great Earl of Desmond and a native sept of this region. McCarthy, their chief, fell during the struggle, but his successor Antanis mustered his broken forces to avenge him. The Earl is impatient of this resistance, for his presence is necessary in Durham and to drive the O'Carrolls from that district. At his invitation he and McCarthy meet this day to parley but a few miles hence. I was to have made one among them, but a boding raven told me that danger was abroad. The tidings of the near presence of the Earl of Desmond were unexpected, and most welcome to the Duke. He immediately resolved not to lose the golden hour. He eagerly asked where the meeting was to be, and how speedily he might reach the spot. As he was thus earnestly expressing his desire, a slight rustling caught the prior's ear. He looked up, a human form hovered as in mid-air, scarcely, as it were, alighted on the precipitous rock. Quickly, but cautiously, it threaded its steep and tortuous path. A large mantle was wrapped round the mountaineer, a large white kerchief enveloped the head in the manner of a turban, yet the prince caught the outline of a female figure, which soon descended to the little plain on which they stood and advanced towards them. She was evidently very young, but weather-worn even in youth. Her wild picturesque dress concealed the proportions of her form, her large white sleeves hid her arm, but the emaciated appearance of her face and hands and bare feet struck Richard with pity. She seemed astonished at seeing him, and spoke to his companion in the language of the country, which he did not understand. The prior's face darkened as she spoke. There dwelt on it a mixture of disappointment and ferocity, of which it could hardly have been deemed capable by one who had hitherto seen it only bland and smiling. Swiftly, however, he dismissed these indications of passion, and addressed the prince calmly. I cannot go, he said, my time is still to be deferred, though it shall not be forever lost. How does your courage hold? If you are not afraid of going alone with a guide whose very dialect is a mystery to you, through a country torn by opposing factions, if you do not fear presenting yourself friendless to a haughty noble who deems himself sovereign in this domain, I will contrive that, ere 4 hours elapse, you shall find yourself in Desmond's presence. Fear? The prince repeated. His eye glanced with some contempt on the priest's cowl, which alone could suggest pardon for such a thought, yet he checked himself from any angry disclaiming of the accusation, as he said, whatever in my presumption I may hope, sage forethought tells me that I walk a road strewn with 1,000 dangers, leading, it may be, to an early death. Not for that will I deviate 1 furlong from my path. Sir Prior, where is the guide you promise? Keating, after a few minutes' reflection, instead of replying, conversed again with the girl, and then addressed the Duke. This hapless child is a victim of the wars. She was born far hence, and is the last surviving of my foster sister's once blooming family. Her mother saved my life. This child, barefoot as she is, guided me hither. Is not a Keating fallen, when he cannot give succor to an offspring of his fosterer's house? And she, poor girl, she has walked far for me today, but she will not slacken in her toil when I bid her proceed. She shall be your guide, and your grace may rely upon her. The dog you fed from its birth were less faithful. Now, at the hour of noon, Desmond meets McCarthy of Muskerry, on Ballaera. But for the bogs and streams that cross your path, it is not far. At the worst, you can reach Mallow, where the Earl will light tonight. It is best not to delay, for, if there is peace in Munster, very speedily Desmond will be on his way to Durham, and this was a fresh spur to Richard. He accepted the proffered guide, who listened attentively to Keating's instructions given in her native tongue. He followed the girl but a short distance ere he looked back. The prior was gone. The solitude of the wild crags and shrubs alone met his eye. Meanwhile his companion stepped forward, motioning him to follow. They plunged into the brake. The sun rose high, the birds winged their glad flight among the trees. Now toiling up a steep, now wading a stream, now entangled in a thicket, now stepping lightly over boggy earth, now meditating on Andalusia, and now wondering at his present position, Richard followed his swift and silent guide through the wild country between Buttevant and Mallow. Already the meeting between the Earl of Desmond and McCarthy, the chief of Muskerry, was at an end. They parted with fair words and exasperated thoughts. The native lord could ill brook the settlers' haughty assumptions, nor Geraldine injure the obstinate pride of the conquered native. Still their relative positions enforced a peace. They had separated, and after a hasty repast spread on the heathy side of Ballarat, the Earl proceeded towards Mallow. He was surrounded by warriors, who all claimed the Geraldine name, and who variously distinguished themselves as the White Knight, the Knight of Kerry, and the Knight of the Glen. There was Lord Fermoy, his father-in-law, and others of the Roches. Nor did all the native chiefs absent themselves. One sister of the Earl had married MacArthur, another an O'Brien, whose daughter had intermarried with an O'Carroll, all this in defiance of the English law, which forbade such alliances, through which the father of the present Earl was beheaded in the year 1467. Their antique costume, tight trews, saffron tunics, and flowing robes distinguished them from the Saxons, yet these had not followed the fashions of the times, but dressed in the garb used by the courtiers of Edward III. Maurice, 10th Earl of Desmond, was brave even to a proverb. He loved war, and deemed himself rather King of Desmond than a chief of English descent. To extend and secure his possessions, rendering them at once independent of his sovereign and of the native chieftains, was the aim of his life. He now meditated the invasion of Desmond, but MacCarthy's angry demeanour showed that he must not be left unchecked in his rear. "Where is my cousin Barry, where the Lord of Buttervan, the chief of the Barrymores?" Flying before a slip of parchment indited in far London, as if my sword held not better sway in these regions than a parliament attainder. Were he here, the O'Carrolls should hear the thunder of my arms ere this moon waned. Muskery could make no gathering in the vales, while Barry sat on his perch at Buttevant. The Earl had time to waste in thought, as he was borne along at the age of 15, pushing rashly forward in an assault. He received a wound in his leg, which lamed him for life, so that he was carried about in a litter, and went by the name of Claudius, yet he was not deemed the less an experienced and gallant warrior. With the virtues of a chieftain he possessed the defects. Munster was his world. His universe was peopled by the Geraldines, the MacCarthys, the Barrys, Donegans, Barretts, Roches, O'Briens, O'Carrolls, and the rest. He disdained his noble brethren of the Pale. He considered it a mark of distinction to be exempted by law from attendance of Parliament and the government of the land. He saw in the King of England, not his monarch, but the partisan of Ormond, and therefore an enemy. This, and ancient alliance linked him to the cause of the English outcast prince, who solicited his aid. He had replied favourably to his request, but his interests and the conquest of a kingdom must be delayed, while he subdued the half-naked septs who insulted his power. While thus busied, reflecting upon the events of the day, the Earl sat silent and thoughtful. Suddenly, at a turn in the road, he called on his followers to stop. His eye lighted up. He saw two horsemen swiftly approaching. Lord Barry was the foremost rider. Forgetting his lameness in his joy, the noble warrior almost threw himself from the litter, as he cried, "Jesu speed you, my loving cousin. Spur on. Spur on. Remember your badge, Bautazan Avon. No enemy ever turned his back on your sword to avoid, so eagerly as my arms will open to receive you." "Were you bound for Mallow?" "No, my noble cause," replied Lord Barry. "I am for Kilneamler. An eaglet I have nursed, has winged its way thither, and I fear, may suffer injury in my absence, for he is young, and his pinions all untried." "Leave him to his fate, my lord," said the Earl. "If he be a faithful bird he will find his way back to his fosterer. Meanwhile the King of Eagles, thy cousin Desmond himself, has need of thee. One word, dear Maurice, will explain the greater duty that I owe my princely fowl. The White Rose of England, missing him, loses all. You, I, each, and every one of us, are his servants and must become his soldiers." "Cousin," replied Desmond, "one son of York made my father, whose sole god assails thee." "Lord Deputy," another chopped off his head. "So much for the White Rose. Still I allow this new Lancastrian king is a bitterer enemy. He is a friend of the Butlers, whom the fiend confound. We will first subdue the O'Carrolls, humble the MacCarthys, take Coulon from Clan Carteret, and root out the Disease, and then, when we are kings of Munster, in good hour let us march with your Duke of York, and set our foot on the necks of the Butlers in Dublin." The Earl spoke with rapidity and energy. All Munster spread before Lord Barry's mind, city, town, stronghold, held by ancestral enemies, and it was wonderful what a change was wrought in his mind by his cousin's eloquence, and the names of all these sons of Erin, with each of whom he had a mortal quarrel. He agreed therefore to go with the Earl to Mallow that evening, postponing his visit to Buttevant till the following day. Such were the wise counsels that stayed the mighty power Barry had promised York should rise at his name to vanquish England. It was better thus, so the royal boy thought himself, when, welcomed by Desmond at Mallow, he looked round on Kernon Gallaglass, hearing a language that was not English, viewing their strange attire and savage countenances. "It is not thus, my England, that I will seize on you. Your own nobles shall place the crown on my head, your people wield the sword that will injure only our common enemy. Shall I make a Granada of my native land, and shed Christian blood, better spilt in the cause of God against infidel dogs? When the Earl of Desmond found that the prince, whom he regretted to receive with such cold hopes, was well content, nothing doubting that the goodwill of the English would prove a better ally than the spears of the Irish, he conceived a sudden affection for him. It was no wonder, for the ingenuousness of untarnished youth is ineffably winning, and here it was added to a quick wit, a grace and gallantry, that shone as a vision of light in this wild region. A few days brought still greater satisfaction to all parties. An embassy had arrived in Cork from the King of France to the Duke of York to invite him to Paris. Desmond would not relinquish his guest. He carried him to his noble seat at Ardfinnan, and thither repaired in due time the messengers from Charles VIII. The chief of these was our old friend Frian, besides a Frenchman called Lucas, and 2 Englishmen, Stephen Poitron and John Tyler. The Duke was not well pleased with the selection of Frian, but, while this man by his singular arts of insinuation made good his cause, Barry showed how in 2 points his cause was benefited by him. First, that having been secretary to Henry, he knew many secrets, and was acquainted with many circumstances that might be turned to use, and, secondly, that his very attempt to entrap the prince was a proof that he was fully aware of who he was, that he would prove an useful link between Perkin Warbeck, Richard Fitzroy, and the Duke of York, that he need be no more trusted than was deemed expedient, but that meanwhile it were good to entertain him with fair words. Richard yielded, and Frian made good use of this standing room by which he meant to move the world. Master of the arts of flattery, cunning and wise, he so ingratiated himself with the Duke, and afterwards with his other friends, that by degrees he was admitted to their confidence, and at last succeeded in his chief wish, of becoming follower, secretary, counsellor, he called himself friend, of the English prince, urged by the Earl of Desmond and Lord Barry, and sufficiently inclined in his own mind. The Duke accepted the French king's invitation, and prepared to cross to France. On the very eve of his departure, he was surprised by a visit from John Water of Cork. This warm-hearted old man had conceived a paternal love for the royal youth. He came to recommend his return to Cork, his taking up a kind of regal residence thither, not deserting a nook of his kingdom which acknowledged him. He came too late: already the prince was on board the vessel in your Uffel harbour, which was to convey him away. One day you will return to us, my lord, said O'Water. A future day will afford us opportunity to prove our zeal. I am old, I had given up public life, but I will take to the oar again. John O'Water will once more be mayor of Cork, and his right beloved sovereign shall command him in his service. The good man departed, with blessings, thanks, and glad prognostics. Desmond and Barry also took leave of him. The wind was fair, the sea smooth. Before morning they lost sight of the hospitable shores of Ireland, and turned their thoughts from its quarrels, its chieftains, its warm hearts, and kind reception, to the civilized land of France, and the more influential protection promised by its king to the royal adventurer. Chapter 17. She has styled him the fair white rose of England. Ford, long die thy happy days before thy death. And, after many lengthened hours of grief, die neither mother, wife, nor England's queen. Shakespeare. The voyage of the Duke of York was easy and auspicious. He repaired to Paris, and all the exiled Yorkists, to the number of 100 gentlemen, instantly gathered round him, offering him their services, and forming his court. Charles assigned him magnificent apartments in the Tuileries, and appointed a guard of honor, under the command of the Lord of Concresselt, who, as was the case with everyone who approached him, soon became warmly attached to the princely youth. Having just concluded a peace with Brittany by marrying its young duchess, the King of France found himself in so prosperous a state at home, that he began to look abroad for wars, and resolved to invade Naples, to whose crown he had a claim. Meanwhile, the utmost splendor and gaiety reigned in Paris. Balls, tournaments, and hunting parties, succeeded one to the other, now to celebrate a marriage, now to grace the entrance of some noble gentleman into the order of knighthood. Charles was an amiable prince, his queen a beautiful and spirited lady, the Duke of Orleans an accomplished and adventurous cavalier. They all vied in acts of courtesy and kindness towards their royal visitor. There was an innocence in Richard's vivacity, an ingenuousness in his reliance on their protection, that particularly captivated the chivalrous Orleans and the fair Queen Anne. How changed the scene from the wilds of Ireland and the semi-barbarous halls of the Desmond! The courtly and soft grace of the French, different from the dignity of the Spaniard, was irresistible to the inexperienced youth. It seemed to him that his standard was set up here forever. No change could sully the fair favor of these illustrious friends. All young as he was, to be treated as rightful King of England by this potent government, satisfied for the moment his ambition. He and his English friends welcome everywhere, all honoured himself beloved worthy ascendant star in Paris. O Maurice of Desmond! O Barry, and good honest-hearted O apostrophe water exclamation mark though still he acknowledged your kindness, how did your uncivilized hospitalities fade before the golden splendour of King Charles's court? York might by the sober be blamed for yielding to the current, for setting his swelling canvas with the favouring wind exulting. It was a boy's blindness, the unsuspiciousness of inexperience, the fault lay in the falsehood, and that was not his. On the 6th of October Henry VII landed at Calais, on the 19th he sate down before Boulogne, with 1,600 men-at-arms, and 25,000 infantry. Charles could not much fear the tardy operations of his foe, but the name of English invasion, so associated with defeat and disaster, was portentous to the French. Besides, Charles was eager to prepare for his Italian wars. Thus disposed, peace was easily brought about. One only obstacle presented itself. Henry insisted that the newly arrived Duke of York should be delivered up to him. Charles rejected the proposition with disdain. The negotiations were suspended, and the French king grew uneasy. It was no pleasant thing to have 30 or 40,000 of those English in the kingdom, who had disputed it inch by inch, at the expense of so much misery and slaughter, with his grandfather. Their king was averse to war, but the body of the army, the nobles and leaders, ardently desired it. Some intrigue, some accident, might light up a train to be quenched only by seas of blood, and all this for a prince, in whom, except that he was gallant and unfortunate, Charles took no concern. Richard, basking in the noonday of regal favour, of a sudden felt a cloud spread athwart his sunshine, and a chill take place of the glowing warmth. The complaints of his followers, principally of Lady Brampton, opened his eyes, for the king and princes, on the eve of betraying him, were in manner kinder than ever. First, Queen Anne asked this lady, if it were not the Duke's intention to repair to Flanders, to claim the support of the Lady Margaret. It seemed as if nothing was to be spoken of but Brussels, the Low Countries, Maximilian of Austria, and, above all, the virtues and sagacity of the illustrious widow of Charles the Rash. In youth we are slow to understand the covert language of duplicity. Frian was next put in requisition. He arrived in Paris after 10 days' absence, with an invitation to her so-named nephew from the Duchess of Burgundy, and when, from the disinclination of the French to an act of glaring inhospitality, and of the English so to pain the confiding spirit of their prince, he was still kept darkling, suddenly one night his friend, the Sire de Contrecourt, visited him. He brought many sugared words from his sovereigns, but the end was, that their ever dear friend, and most honoured guest, the Duke of York, would render them a special pleasure, if, for some short time, he would visit Brussels. The fiery spirit of youth blazed forth at a dismission, still more when Contrecourt added, that horses were already prepared, and everything arranged for his immediate departure. To qualify this insult, Contrecourt could best bring his own warm, affectionate feelings. He loved the English prince, and by the frankness of his explanations, soothed him, while he made the wound deeper, by showing whence it was directed, and that Henry Tudor's was the master hand. This name calmed York by elevating his thoughts above the actual evil. "It is well, my lord, I shall obey," he said. "I had forgotten myself, and your monarch's kindness was an opiate to my unripened purpose. I might have lived his happy guest, reigning over the English hearts around me, forgetful like Danaus of old in the lotus land, of my native isle, and rightful kingdom. I thank my enemy he has not permitted this. His insults rouse me, his injuries place the sword in my hand, on him fall the harm." The French sovereigns did all they could to salve this ill-favoured wound. The Duke of Orleans visited York at the moment of his departure. His English partisans were loaded with presents. He quitted France, and, on the day following, the treaty of peace with England was signed. Pride, indignation, and heroic resolve sustained the Duke under this insult, but violent, angry emotion was foreign to his disposition, and only kept alive in his bosom at the expense of much suffering. How gladly he took refuge from these painful sensations in the gratitude and affection inspired by his noble aunt. Margaret had never seen him. The Earl of Lincoln, Lady Brampton, Lovell, Plantagenet, and others were vouchers for his truth. Still his first unsupported appearance in Ireland, and his long absence in Spain engendered doubts, not in her mind, but in Maximilian and other nobles and councillors around her. She replied to their arguments, but they remained unconvinced. At once therefore to justify her acknowledgment of him in their eyes, and to force them to the same credence as herself, she caused his first audience to be a solemn one, nor gave him a kinswoman's reception until he had proved his right to it. He, who has heard someone falsely traduced and vilely calumniated, and, if not quite believing the detraction, yet impelled by it to some distaste of its object, and when that object appeared, radiant in innocence, attended by the dignity of truth and conscious worth, at once has yielded to the evidence of sense, will have some understanding of what passed in the mind of Margaret of Burgundy. None could resist the frank, blue, unclouded eye of the prince, that voice and manner, replete with simplicity and native honor. He replied to the Duchess's questions briefly or otherwise, as appeared the most pertinent, but in a way that vanquished the most skeptical person present. The warm-hearted Duchess had hardly contained herself from the moment she beheld this youthful image of her dead brother. As the tones of a remembered melody awaken from sweet and bitter association unbidden tears, so did his voice, his gestures, the very waving of his glossy curls, strike the mute chords of many a forgotten memory. As soon as she saw belief and satisfaction in the countenances of those around her, she no longer restrained herself. With tears she embraced him, with a broken voice she presented her nephew to all around. Now to heap favours on him was her dear delight. She loved not the name of the Duke of York, because, his pretensions admitted, he was something more, but he objected firmly to the empty title of king, and reiterated his determination to assume that only at Westminster. So she invented other names. The Prince of England, and the White Rose of England, were those he went by. She appointed him a guard of 30 halberdiers in addition to that formed by his English followers. Nor did she rest here. It was her ardent wish to place him on the throne of his father. The glad welcome she gave to the Yorkists, as, from far exile in distant lands, or obscure hiding in England, they repaired to her nephew's court, her discourse of succor, armies, plots quickly raised a spirit that spread to the near island, and the rumour of this new White Rose became a watchword of hope for York, of fear for Lancaster. The riches and magnificence of the now extinguished House of Burgundy almost equalled that of Paris. Their cavaliers were as noble and as gallant, their tournaments and feasts as gay and pompous. The prince felt his situation much changed for the better. His aunt's warm affection was more worth than Charles's politic and courteous protection. There he was an honoured visitor, here one of the family, his interests apparently bound up with theirs. His long-tried friends exulted in his position. Plantagenet and Lady Brampton congratulated each other. The English exiles, Sir George Neville and Sir John Taylor, the one proud and discontented, the other extravagant and poor, blessed the day which gave them dignity and station, as chief attendants and counsellors of the noble York. One friend he missed, his childhood's companion, his gentle nurse, his beloved Monina. She had accompanied Lady Brampton to Paris, when intelligence came of Trangmar's treachery, of the falsehood of his pretensions, and, at the same time, letters were covertly conveyed to Lady Brampton from the Dowager Queen, in which mention was made of this man as a trustworthy agent. The Yorkists desired much to fathom this mystery, and to have some explicit elucidation from the imprisoned Elizabeth. As they canvassed the various modes by which this might be accomplished, the disguises that might be assumed, Monina preferred an earnest prayer, that she might be permitted to undertake the task. 1,000 circumstances rendered this desirable. She would be entirely unsuspected, and she was fully acquainted with the circumstances of the case. 3 days before Richard landed in France from Ireland, Monina crossed to England. She assumed a pilgrim's garb, and without danger or much difficulty, arrived at London from the sea-coast. The sudden apparition of Richard, first in Ireland, and afterwards in Paris, was a stunning blow to Henry. No Trangmar arrived to explain the riddle, and, in spite of his caution and his cruelty, he had been unable to avert the event he dreaded. Nothing could he do now better than to scoff at his rival, and to oppose his statements with counter-declarations, spreading around his spies to stop at its very outset any symptom of rebellion in England. He caused stricter watch than ever to be set on the unfortunate Elizabeth Woodville, who had been for 6 years the melancholy inmate of her convent prison. All necessity of caution there was soon to be at an end. Her health had long declined. Latterly she had wasted to a mere shadow, so that the continuance of life in her attenuated frame appeared a miracle. A feeling of suffocation prevented her from lying down. She sat propped by pillows, her fleshless hands incapable of any office, her cheeks fallen in, her eyes alone. Last retreat of the spirit of life gleamed brightly amid the human ruin. So long had she been thus, that her death, apparently so near, was hardly feared by those around. Henry almost considered her danger as a new artifice, and absolutely refused her last request, to be permitted to see her daughter and grandchildren once again. Her last hour approached, and none were near save the nuns of the convent, who almost revered her as a saint. There arrived at the monastery a pilgrim, with relics collected in Araby and Spain. She was admitted into the parlour, and one simple sister asked for some wonder-working relic that might give health to the dying. The pilgrim heard of Elizabeth's hopeless state. She begged to be admitted to her presence, that she might try the virtues of a precious balsam given her by the monks of Alcalá in Spain. Elizabeth was informed of her request. When last she had heard of her son, he was at Alcalá. All the strength that had prolonged her life now roused itself. With earnestness she desired that the Spanish maiden might be admitted to her presence. It was Henry's express command that none should see her, but she was dying. His power, so soon to be at an end, might well slacken in its rigor at the very verge of its annihilation. The pilgrim knelt beside the queen's couch. The nuns, commanded to retreat, observed a miracle. The dying appeared again to live. The grim spectre, who had planted his banner in the chamber, retreated for a moment, as Elizabeth listened to Monina's whispered words. "Oh, for 1 hour more," she cried, "I have so much to say. He comes then, my son comes. Oh, rouse England with the tale. Sir William Stanley, you must visit him. Bid him not draw his sword against my Edward's son. Say to the Dean of St. Paul's I feel faint," she continued, "my voice fails me. I must leave all unsaid, save this: his sister must not doubt his truth. Henry must not shed the blood of his wife's brother." "Madame," said Monina, "let me bear some token to my lady the queen." A token! No words can these weak fingers trace. Yet stay, in this missal there is a prayer which each day I addressed to heaven to preserve my son. Bear the missal to my Elizabeth, bid her listen to you, and believe. With trembling hands the young girl took the small, but splendid volume. The queen then dismissed her with a faintly spoken blessing and a prayer. Before night all was over. The cause of her son moved her no more. Her sorrowing heart reposed from every strife. She died. The vase replete with so much anguish was broken. The silver cord, that bound together a whole life of pain, loosened. Her existence had been woe, her death was the dearest blessing she could receive from heaven. Chapter 18. She was most beautiful to see, like a lady of a far country, Coleridge. While in attendance on the king at his palace of Sheen, the Lord Chamberlain Sir William Stanley was informed that a young and foreign lady requested an audience with him. Monina was ushered in. Her extraordinary beauty, her large soft eyes, the fascinating sweetness of her manner, at once charmed the worthy gentleman. She spoke in good but accentuated English, and informed Sir William that she came from the deathbed of the Queen of England. "I know," said Stanley, "that her grace has long been ill, but, God take her to his mercy," interrupted Monina. "She died last night. Is His Majesty informed of this event?" Sir William asked. "It is not yet noon," replied the maiden. "By that hour the messengers from the convent will arrive. I have reasons for greater speed. I bear the royal lady's last words to her daughter, the Queen Elizabeth. You, my lord, will favour me by procuring an immediate interview with Her Majesty." Stanley knew the aversion the king had to any private intercourse between Elizabeth and her mother. He informed his visitor that she must first obtain the king's permission for this audience, which he did not believe would be granted, but Monina, without hesitation, declared that she would apply for it to the king, and requested the chamberlain to introduce her. Stanley, good-natured but timid, hesitated. She would not be denied. At last he hit on an expedient. Henry had gone out hawking in the park. If she would place herself at the gate on his return, she might prefer her prayer. He would be near to ensure her being heard. Noontide was approached. The sport was over, and the royal party on their return. Henry rode foremost with Morton, while his retinue followed at a slower pace, conversing gaily about the birds, now and then hazarding a remark on the war, so oft delayed, at last declared. They were interrupted by the arrival of Sir William Stanley, who communicated to the king the tidings of the Dowager Queen's death. 6 long years had passed since the Battle of Stoke, and the commencement of Elizabeth Woodville's imprisonment. She was forgotten at court. Many there had never seen her, few remembered her as the reigning Queen of England. Her history was almost like a romance of the olden time, yet, forgotten during life, her death clouded the hilarity of those who heard it. Among those most affected by these tidings, as was natural, was her son, the Marquis of Dorset. He hastily rode up to receive from Stanley's own lips confirmation of the news. Feeling that of late he had almost forgotten and wholly neglected his mother, a sudden visitation of remorse was blended with a grief that choked his voice, and blinded his eyes with tears. Henry, who was attached to him, viewed with pity the bitter regret of his gay unheeding kinsman, and bade him, ere ruder tongues proclaimed it, bear the melancholy tidings to his royal sister. Dorset, gladly escaping from the throng, rode swiftly forward. Meanwhile the order of the ride was disturbed. The nobles conversed earnestly together. After a few questions, Henry remained lost in thought, eager perhaps to know whether her secret had died with her, and viewing in her demise one master testimony the less in favor of his young competitor. Stanley awaited with some inquietude for the moment when they should encounter Monina. They passed the park gate. She was not there. Henry pursued his way, and entered the palace. Still she did not appear. Lord Dorset had ridden on with the speed of a man who seeks to escape from himself. Death has more power in its mere sound than the enchanting touch of a wizard's rod. She was dead. How awful was that word! The unfailing friend, his mother. All his remissness towards her took a monstrous form. He felt that if he had wearied Henry with prayers, he might have extorted some mitigation of her suffering, and it would have consoled her in her solitude, to have received the balmy medicine of filial tenderness, which he had neglected to pay. At that moment he would have given his markwise aid to a beggar, to have purchased the memory of one action done to soothe her waffle end. The pomp of a funeral masses for her soul, these were small compensations, which her arch-enemy, even Henry himself, could and probably would concede. The voice of affection, the duteous affection of a child he only could have afforded, and he had withheld it. Monina stood at the park gate, attended by her Spanish domestic, whose singular costume alone must attract regard. "What do you here, maiden?" cried Dorset. "The king and his court will speedily pass this way. This is no fitting place for you." "I am here," she replied, "to see and speak to your king. I come to prefer a request in the name of one, whom God take to his place. She can disturb him no more." "You are from Bermondsey?" From the words choked Dorset, Monina continued, "I come from the deathbed of the Lady Elizabeth of England." "What demand would you make on his majesty?" said the Marquis. "Do you seek a guerdon for your pains? Speak then to me. I am her son." He was about to draw forth his purse, but her look, which grew animated, prevented him, as she said, "I come on a holy errand. The dying lady commanded me to convey her last words to her royal daughter. I seek permission from your king to fulfill her wish." Dorset was thoughtless and eager. He saw no objection that Henry could have that his sister should have the last message from her now dead parent, so without hesitation he told the maiden that by Henry's permission he was now about to communicate the sad intelligence to the Queen, and that she might accompany him. It is thus, by small, invisible threads, that fate weaves the intricate web of our lives. All hung by the slenderest tissue. Had Monina seen Henry, most assuredly he would have prevented the interview she sought, and have used his utmost craft to discover whether the fatal secret made a part of the Queen's message. Now his sagacity, his caution, his severity were of no avail. Monina stood in the presence of his wife. 6 years had considerably altered Elizabeth. Habitual fear had engendered a moral timidity, which was not natural to her, for she was the daughter of a proud race. Her sweetness, her affectionate disposition still remained, but her soul was sad, and she looked pale and inanimate. The news of her mother's death moved her to tears. One expression of bitter regret burst from her lips. It was mingled with blame of her consort, and she checked herself, while she wept still more abundantly. Dorset felt uneasy at the sight of female tears. He longed to escape. Monina's request for a private interview came to liberate him. He presented her to his sister, and hurried away. Elizabeth eagerly asked many questions concerning her mother's dying moments. The Spanish maiden, wondering at her own success, fearful of interruption, presented the missal, and then hastened to declare the motive for which it was sent. She opened the jeweled clasps, and showed the Queen the prayer written in her mother's hand on a blank leaf of the brilliantly illuminated pages. Rapidly the enthusiastic girl detailed the escape, the exile of the Duke of York, while Elizabeth, not daring to believe her own senses, astounded, terrified, looked with large open eyes on the animated countenance of her lovely visitant. Before Monina paused, or gave time for an answer, they were interrupted by the entrance of Sir William Stanley. He started when he saw Monina, nor did the confused look of his queen, as she hastily closed the fatal volume, tend to reassure him. He came to announce a visit from Henry to Elizabeth. Frightened at what he saw, he hardly permitted a slight interchange of greeting, but hurried Monina away through a door hid by the tapestry, down a narrow staircase into a garden, and then by a small gate that opened on a court. In this court was placed the entrance to the apartments of the pages and esquires of the king. Stanley unlocked the gate cautiously, hesitating before he permitted his fair companion to pass on, in the fear that some mischievous boy, or prying servitor, might be there to wonder at, and question wherefore he led the maiden from the Queen's garden through a door, sacred, and never opened, into the resort of wild and dissolute youth. As he unclosed the wicket, at its very entrance, standing so that in spite of every caution a full view of Monina was at once afforded, stood a young man, whose countenance bespoke him to be ever on the alert for gamesome tricks, or worse mischief. His first aspect was that of recklessness, his second spoke of baser habits, and athwart both broke gleams, now of better feelings, now of desperate passion. He had heard the rusty bolts move, and perceived the slow opening of the door. Knowing how sacred was the respect enforced towards this ingress to the Queen's retirement, he stood close, to discover and shame any intruder. "In good season, my Lord Chamberlain," he at first exclaimed, vexed to find no cause for taunt, till perceiving his fair companion, the expression of his countenance changed to irony, as he cried with a so fast and fearfully, "My good lord? Does her grace deal in contraband, and art thou the huckster? As ill luck will have it, wild Robin Clifford," cried Stanley, angrily. "Nay, we are brothers in wildness now, fair sir," retorted the other, "and I claim my part here." Clifford approached Monina, but Stanley interposed. "Waste your ribaldry on me, good knight, but spare this child. Let us pass in all speed, I pray you." Monina drew back, but Clifford still followed. "Child. In good hour she is young, and but that burning suns have made her cheek tawny, I might call her fair. She is well worth your pains, and I praise them. Sweet mistress, I am beholden to my Lord Chamberlain for making us friends." He was running on thus, but Monina, collecting her spirits, raised her large eyes on him. His name had caught her ear. She remembered partly having seen him on the night of their flight from Tourne, and frequent mention had subsequently been made of him by the cousins. She began, "Sir Robert Clifford, I know you will not harm me." "Thanks for that knowledge, pretty one," cried the youth, "old greybeards only, with frozen hearts, pardon me, Sir William, could injure thee. Thou art sure of good from tall fellows, though in truth, tall I am not, like me." Sir William writhed with impatience. Again and again he would have interrupted the intruder. Monina replied, "We have met before when you served him, I now serve. I speak in his name, for the sake of Perkin Warbeck detain me no longer." "Noble sir, I attend you." Sir Clifford yields respect to the words I have spoken. "They are strange indeed, maiden," he replied, "and I must hear more of this. We have met before, I now believe, and we must meet again. Meanwhile, I will keep off bird chatches till you and his reverence get clear of these limed twigs. Ah! I see a gallant. I will go draw William Daubeney aside while you pass forth." And now again Sir William proceeded on his expedition, and conducted his gentle companion beyond the precincts of the palace. As they parted one from the other, Monina, in a brief energetic manner, delivered the message of the departed queen to the good chamberlain. He was more disconcerted than surprised, and the reflection, that Clifford was a party to the secret, added to his consternation. He felt how far he was compromised by the introduction of Monina to the young queen. Fear for a while palsied his better feelings. He replied only by entreating her not to remain longer in London, but to embark in all haste for France. He then quitted her, yet again came back to ask where she sojourned in town, and turned away a second time, as if to escape from his better self, and from the interest he felt in King Edward's son, which impelled him to ask 1,000 questions. He returned to the courtyard of the palace, and found Clifford pacing its length in deep thought. Monina's words had awakened 1,000 ideas in his unquiet bosom. Since the event to which she referred, when he delivered Richard from Frian's hands, he had run a headlong, ruinous course. No character can be wholly evil, and Clifford's was not destitute of good, though overgrown and choked up by weedy vices, so that his better nature too often served but as a spur and incentive to folly and crime. He was generous, but that led to rapacity, since, unable to deny himself or others, if he despoiled himself one day, on the next he engaged in the most desperate enterprises to refill the void. He was bold, that made him fearless in doing wrong, and to drown the gentle spirit of humanity, which too often for his own peace sprung up in his heart, he hardened himself in selfishness. Then, as his sensitive, undisciplined nature received new impressions, he was cowardly, cruel, and remorseless. He had never forgotten the princely boy he had saved. He turned to that recollection as to one of the few oases of virtue in the far-extended Des Arteville, over which, in hours of satiety or despondency, his sickening memory wandered. Indeed, he was yet too young to be decidedly vicious, for at 1/20,000 mere human impulses, unrepressed by worldly wisdom, occasioned sallies of kindly sympathy. The worst was, that Clifford was a ruined man. His fortunes were naught, his reputation shaken on its base. He veiled, by an appearance of hilarity and recklessness, the real despair that gnawed at his heart, when he considered all that he might have been the worse than nothing that he was. Hitherto he had, to a great degree, blinded the world, and he longed for some adventure, some commotion, either public or private, that should refill his emptied money bags, and paint him fair in men's eyes. All these considerations mingled incongruously to make him wish to know more of the outcast duke. He awaited the return of Stanley. He learned the name of the Spanish girl. As they spoke, both became aware that the other possessed a secret each dreaded to avow. Clifford first dashed through the flimsy barrier of useless discretion, and related his adventure at Lisle. Meantime Sir William broke forth in lamentation, that young Richard should have been induced to quit the security of private life, to enter on an unequal and bloody contest, which could only end in destruction to himself and his partisans, while England would again be made the tomb of the Irish. The landing of Richard at Cork was all that was then known, whom he might allure from their woods and bogs to ravage the more gifted sister isle. A new light was let in on Clifford at these words. Was the game already playing, the box shake and the die about to fall? This required his attention, and determined his half-formed purpose of visiting, that same night, the daughter of De Ferro.